In this video, I'm going to show you how you can build a Flutter app from literally having the idea to publishing on the Play Store and on the App Store. I went through the whole process in this video, from drawing it on Photoshop, like I want this screen and that screen and that screen, from coding it all on Visual Studio, and then also having it installed on iPhone devices and also Android devices. And as you can see, we have it published here on the Play Store, and also we have it submitted on the App Store. Let me quickly show you that I have it installed on my iPhone. So as you can see, here's the app at the bottom. We have it installed on my iPhone as well. So I normally don't do introductions because I find them boring, but because this video is so long, I feel like I need to give you some sort of overview of what is going to happen in this video. So as I mentioned earlier, we drew it up on the screen. Basically, the idea that I had was a to-do list where I can skip tasks, because I always have a sticky note called things to do later, like things that just pop up in my head while I'm working and that normally I would procrastinate doing. So to save myself from spending 40 minutes installing a software that has nothing to do with what I'm doing for work right now. So that was the idea that I had behind this app. So basically, I was like, well, what if I just make it an app? And because I know how to do Flutter apps, let's go through the whole process of having this idea, drawing it up, coding it on Visual Studio and using Flutter, and then show the whole process from ideation, having it built, having it published on the Play Store, and having it published on the App Store. I thought that that was something that you will find interesting if you're thinking about building an MVP, if you're thinking about just overall learning Flutter programming, or if you just want to do something cool like having an app to chat with your friends or something like that, or to show it off to them, because that would be cool. So how this app works basically is that you add a new task, you to the name of the task, and then you describe the task if you want to have the description. Task will be shown one at a time on the home page, and then you will have a list of all of the tasks, basically like fix hard drive, arrange scans, browse, blah blah blah, right? So the one thing that makes it different from any other to-do list is that you can skip a task, and the more you skip a specific task, the further down the queue it goes. So you don't necessarily feel the pressure of having to complete this whole to-do list. You have a continuous to-do list of things that you just thought about doing, and if you don't feel like doing them in the moment, then you skip them and you move on to the next task. So normally, as you skip more tasks, the ones that you add the latest will be shown at the top, because it's all based on dates. So today's date when I add the task. So that's the overall of how it works. So you can mark them as done, you can skip them, you can delete them, you can mark them as done from here, you can uncheck them, and you can add the new task from here as well. You can log out and log back in and create accounts. So I started calling it Smart To Do, then Procrast To Do, but that already existed, so I ended up calling it Snoozed. So that's the overall. If you find this actually helpful, if you're like, what I'm getting in this video is worth me giving this guy a coffee, please don't hesitate with supporting this channel. I'm gonna leave some sort of link down there so you can buy me a coffee or something like that, because I would really appreciate that. And one thing that you need to also keep in mind is that this video is not meant for you to follow it step by step. It is meant for you to sit down, watch it, see how everything is done, because I didn't organize myself to show everything step by step. I am a little bit all over the place, just coming up with things in the moment, as you probably will yourself when you're making your own app. So yeah, I promise you that watching this video, you will be able to draw up an app idea, and you will be able to build it in Flutter, and all the way to having it published on the Play Store. So enough talking, let's get to building. So my idea is that I will start from scratch, make the whole thing, record the process, and then later on I will be making concise chunks of each part, as I have my other videos in my intro tutorials channel. So I have several screens in mind. I think I'm going to start with 4 only. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Let's see. So I have 1, 4. I'm not sure. So let's see, the front page, then the list of tasks, and the add tasks, and then maybe like the login page. Yeah, then I can just add the logout right at the top. So yeah, task title, task description, you skip it, you want to delete it because you just definitely never want to do it again. and then you can mark it as done. And then here you can click the plus sign. That will take you to this page that would allow you to add a new task. Here you will log in and yeah, and then you will have, let's say, a little button, maybe like here. We can have like a little button with send 3 lines that will take you to the task list. Yeah, maybe that works. So basically, can I do a red thing so that it's kind of makes sense? Red. Right, so this will take you to this page, and this will take you to this page, and this will take you to this page. And I guess I will need to add the black thing, that will take you back to this page as well. And right, and then the login will take you to this page. All right, that kind of makes sense, but it looks so ugly. So basically, this is the whole layout of the idea. There's going to be some logical things that we're going to figure out. I will be using Firestore for storing all the information, the tasks, and then we're going to be doing some logical things to exponentially push the tasks as we skip them because we don't want to do them. So hopefully it's like a fun thing to see seeing the app in the App Store and downloading it and being able to use it, and then looking back at this video and being like, oh, look at this dude drawing the thing in freaking Photoshop. Anyways, this is the basic layout. So now let's start with the building of the thing. So we will be coding in Visual Studio. I should separate it into parts. So let's do a GitHub repository so that we can back up the code kind of thing. So I already have GitHub desktop installed on my computer. You can install it, it's pretty nice. Let's create a different repository. How do I do that? I don't know how to create a repository. Add, okay, create a new repository. I'm gonna call it smart óyeme, todo. There we go. Smart to do, and git ignore, blah 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 blah. What else should I choose? Nothing here. Okay. So create repository. How do you make it private? I don't know. Let's just publish it. Okay, keep this code private. So for the moment, I'm gonna make it private while I make it. Later on, I will be uploading different branches. If you don't know what branches is, if you're new to the coding world, basically GitHub is going to be like a backup, like your Google Drive of your photos. You back up your photos at Google Drive. GitHub will back up your code to their stuff. So you have a backup and you can just download your code and run your application, right? So it also allows for branches. Branches is like, let's say you create this first page, right? It's more to do. You create this page and you call this branch homepage, right? So you make the homepage in the branch called homepage, and then you save that. It's like a game, right? Like a checkpoint save. And then you create a new branch, and in this new branch you're gonna call it homepage and add task, for example. So then in this new branch you can do this page, you will already have this page because, right, it's just a checkpoint. So then you will have this page, and then you can create and add this new page, but it will be a separate branch. So now in this other branch called homepage and add task, if when you're making this task, this page, for example, something goes wrong, your code explodes, you can just go back and start fresh. So that's why it's important to have different branches so that you can mess up your code along the way, but you will have like different checkpoints like in a video game. So let's keep it private for now. I'm going to publish this repository and let's start working. So you will always start up in a branch called main. That's basically like the main save of the game. So I already have Visual Studio Code. That's going to be our, how do you call it, editor. I usually just open it from here, open in Visual Studio Code because I already have it installed, right? Let's create a Flutter app. So we do Shift Command P. All right, Flutter project. It's gonna be an application. Okay, and we're gonna go to GitHub. Okay, dev GitHub. Choose this. All right, select folder to create project in. All right, and this is going to change later on, but for now I'm just gonna call it Smart Do. There you go. Enter. Okay, it's creating the project, and this always gives me a problem, this test folder, and I never use it for anything, so goodbye. I know that we'll be fine without it. So I already have well, there's an Android phone connected to my computer, so that's why it shows down here. But I'm sorry, and I also have Xcode downloaded. If you don't know what Xcode is, it's like a place for you to develop iOS apps, and it allows you to download iPhone simulator. I already have one installed. You might need to Google how to download a simulator. So I already have one installed. I don't know how to go about the whole process, or like just tell you about how to go about the whole process. I just know that I did it step by step, Googling stuff. So here's the iPhone simulator, and it's got a likelihood, because I don't know if you know that I have made an app called Likelihood, but I'm not going to talk about it. So now let's start this up. Where do I start it up? I click on this button right here, and it should load up that app to this simulator because it's already selected down here, iPhone 11, 15. Yeah, so there's going to be a bunch of moments where you probably won't have something set up. For example, like you won't have the iPhone simulator, or if you're on a Windows computer, you will use a Android simulator. I already have an Android simulator here as well. Pixel. Normally, for you to get the Pixel, I'm sorry, not the Pixel, but the Android simulator, you will need to have Android Studio. Android. You will need to download Android Studio, and from there you can download then the Android simulator. If you have an Android phone too, you can just connect your Android phone, as I have this Mi A3 connected as well. You don't need simulators for that. So basically that's the demo app, and you can click that button and it does that. I guess it just adds a number, but we don't need any of that. Let's start with a blank page. The first page that we're going to start with would be the Smart To Do page. So first of all, let's start clean. I'm going to delete all of this stuff. When I was starting, I always got confused as to what I can delete and what I could not delete. So basically, the only thing, the starting point of the whole app is this part right here: void main, run app, and then run this widget right here. And this widget, if you press Command or Control on Windows, it takes you to the widget. So I'm going to press. I wish I had one of these things that show what buttons you pressed on the screen. Let me see if I can get one though. I did. I got one of those things that show the thing that I clicked on. Nice, perfect. So here, when you start a new Flutter project, you can delete this whole thing. Now I'll tell you what you can delete. So basically, all these comments or whatever, we can delete it. And this is basically so this is defaulting to this, and this is calling out this. So basically, this home page right here is what you're seeing there. So we can just delete this whole thing. I'll give you an example. I don't know if you should use stateful widget. There's this extension called, what's the name? Extensions here. Awesome Flutter snippets, maybe. So I use Awesome Flutter snippets to autocomplete, like I just did. For example, stateful widget, it autocompletes it. Better comments, I also use that. It's pretty cool. It puts a little color on the comments, and yeah, so do those because they're cool. So right now I'm gonna create the home page, and basically let's delete this whole thing. This one is called homepage too, right? No, it's called my homepage. So let's go ahead and delete this whole widget right here. It ends there. There's another part right here. Okay, this whole part right here. Goodbye, sir. All right. So now I'm showing the red line because it doesn't exist. And I'm just gonna copy this right here and paste it right there. Goodbye with a const, and this title part, goodbye as well. Perfect. So now let's change this thing to smart todo. Okay, so let's save the changes. And now it's a black screen because we haven't done anything. We add a const here so that thing disappears. Const, what is this? I guess const, right? Okay, so we have a blank page, and disclaimer: I will be doing this whole thing on iPhone, but it totally works on Android as well. So we'll be doing a bunch of Cupertino widgets. In Flutter, material widgets are Android-related widgets that look like Android, like for example a button or like a switch, things that look like Android. And the Cupertino part are the ones that look like iOS. So we'll be doing a bunch of iOS ones, but even if you do Cupertino widgets, they also work on the Android. So we'll be running this app both on Android and iOS so that you can see that they both work on both of them, right? So right now on this widget, which is our main widget, we can even move it to a separate page so that we can get out of the main to a separate document, so that we can get out of this. So let's go ahead and create a new file and then just call it home page.dart, and let's move this whole widget to that place. So I'm gonna Control X and then home page, paste it down there, and we're going to import all the things. Import Cupertino and just put it to the top because why not? And then here, well, first of all, let's save this, right? Save, and let's go ahead and import or fix, basically import library, so that it's properly mapping it, I guess, right? It's properly mapping the widget, basically. So we have a blank screen because we're only returning a container which has nothing on it. If we do a color, for example, color that Cupertino colors that white, then you will see that the screen will change into white, right? Because now we're returning a container with the color white, and yeah, there's absolutely nothing on it, so we can start working on it, basically. So we're doing the first thing, which is the home page. So we're gonna need a screen. We're also gonna need these 3 buttons, a bunch of buttons basically, and we're not gonna need the page to scroll. So I think we're gonna need a column basically, so for all this stuff, and we're also going to need a rows for these and a row for the bottom, right? So let's get to work. Let's return I'm gonna command dot so that I can wrap this into a column, right? Nice. And now we can have several things. For example, I can have like another container. I'm just gonna, okay, I'm just giving you examples of things, probably just wasting your time. So let's just get to work. So I'm gonna need 3 rows at least, right? Where's the thing? So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna need 4 rows. Yeah, I'll adjust them later on. So row, children, and comma. We can delete this container right here. Actually, we should I think we should start with a Cupertino page. Cupertino page scaffold. That sounds more like it, like how it should go. And we can make a background. Is that background color? Cupertino colors dot green. Just okay, it works. So let's do a grayish, like a very clear gray. I guess we can change that later. So we have one row, and we need 2 more, bro. Come on, boy. All right, so we have 4 rows, and text. I'm just gonna copy this thing in each, so that we know how we're gonna. I'm nervous because you're watching me work. Come on, man. All right, stop. I'm gonna have to do so many edits on this thing. Data, jeez. They're showing like that weird because we don't have any information on the theme data right here. Okay, so something I'm not afraid to do, and you shouldn't be afraid to do, is to go back on any other projects that you have done before to see how you did it there, because you don't need to know everything by heart. So for example, I'm just gonna go to another project, like for example likelihood, and just gonna go for my material app. Let me close this, that might be a little private. So for example, here I have that. I'm gonna get this in the middle, yeah, and this right here. Okay, so one thing I have is that I'm running on a Material app, and I should be running on a Cupertino app, because I'm making this mainly with an iOS look. And the theme should be Cupertino ThemeData. Then basically we could just do these 2 things, and we can get rid of that primary swatch thing. Boom. What is happening? What's this? It's probably the cons thing. There we go. Okay. So now this should get rid of that. Nice. There we go. See, now all the data is black. So goodbye, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate your services. Okay, so now we have this running normally. Goodbye, Material app. Save. Okay, so this has this const thing because we're right. So now we have these 4 parts: smart title, box, buttons, and more buttons. So let's go ahead and do these 3 buttons first, because why not? I feel like it's a good place to start. 1, 2, and 3. Here, let's do, we have a row, and we're gonna need 3 buttons in it. So Cupertino button, dot field for now. The child is going to be text. Let me get the thing. There you go. Child's going to be a text, and unpressed, which is empty. Doom. Okay, so let's put that down there, and this down here. Data. So we're going to copy this 3 times. No. This should be there. Perfect. Comma there, and a comma here, and let's copy this 3 times. Doom, doom. So now we have 3 buttons over there, and they're too big, so I should find a way to get them to stick to their thing. I don't want to do that now. How do we make them round? Well, if we take the field part, I know that we can make them round. I should, at this point, I should just keep the other project open because I know I'm just gonna go back to it a lot. Let's just open it real quick. So it's a radius, border radius, something like that. Border radius, basically here. So we're just gonna do container with box decoration here. I'm just gonna copy this part right here and the decoration part. So for this button, the first one, I'm going to delete the field part and I'm going to put it in a container, and to the container I'm going to paste the decoration. There we go. So we save, and now it's round, and the color of the text, it has to be white. Is this even the one? Yeah. So style, TextStyle, TextStyle, boy, TextStyle, and 200 break. TextStyle, color, Cupertino colors dot white. Perfect. Why are you doing this? Ignore, please, for this entire file. Thank you very much. That's so annoying. Thank you. All right. So we have the first circle, and this one is going to be called skip, right? So now let's go ahead and just paste this whole thing on the other three, basically replace this other two. So just do one there. So 1 and 2. So now we have 3 buttons called skip, which we shouldn't. One is called delete and done. Okay, so we have skip, for skip, delete, save, and done. And done. Perfect. So now these rows are a little like two at the top, and they shouldn't. They should be spaced around. Let's see if I can do it. Here, main axis alignment. I think it might be cross axis alignment. Space around. Oh no, it worked. Perfect. So yeah, so if you want them to take up the whole screen, basically you can do main axis alignment. Same with these row. I can just copy this main axis alignment and put it on the row with the buttons, and they will be spaced around, right? Nice. So you can click on them and they don't do anything. We can put the thing like print, and then I skipped lunch, and then the 2 dots right here, and then I'm going to put it down here as well. This one I deleted lunch, because why not? And then on the bottom here, I don't know, I done it. This thing, I'm done with lunch. Okay, so print, it just prints it down here to the console. I'm gonna clear. For example, if I press skip, I skipped lunch, and if I press delete, I deleted lunch, and if I press done, I'm done with lunch. See? So basically that's how we call something from the button down there. Okay, so now we are also going to need down here this button and the plus button. How do we do that? At the bottom, I'm going to need another row. So basically I can just copy this one row, go to the bottom here, and I'm just going to paste it down there and just basically delete one of the buttons and edit the other ones, right? So I'm gonna do this. I just pasted it, and if I save, down here I have the same thing. I'm just gonna delete the delete the delete button, because it's the one in the middle. I could have deleted any of them, right? Doesn't really make any difference. And this one has, this is the done, so this has plus sign, and the other one has the sandwich thing. Just gonna click, perfect, yeah. So now I can use the normal Cupertino icons, but I prefer to use the FontAwesome icons. So let's FontAwesome pub.dev. Yeah, so FontAwesome Flutter, this package is called FontAwesome Flutter, that gives you access to FontAwesome icons. It gives you access to these icons that have icons like for social media and stuff like that, which the normal Flutter package don't have these icons. Where do you search? I don't know. Sandwich menu. Let's be more smart. 3 lines. Jesus. Bro. Menu. Okay. It's just called bars apparently. So let's go ahead and install the FontAwesome thing. You can do that thing, but I never like doing that. Maybe I just like installing the dependency actually directly in the pub.dev, maybe because I just got used to doing that, and that way I have better control of where they go. Where do we install this? I don't know. Is it what? I never remember where to do this thing. Is it here? Here under icons. Just delete this part. So Cupertino icons, A, B, C, D, F. I like having them organized in alphabetical order, so that when I have a bunch, I know where to go. So F and C. That's just me. So FontAwesome Flutter, I'm going to control save, which you can see at the corner, and it's going to get that package. Now we can close the pub spec.yaml, and now here in the button, for example, in the plus sign, I'm going to, instead of a text, I'm going to add the icons thing. So icons, icon, Jesus, bruh, icon, and then FontAwesome icons dot plus. Okay, and then this needs a comma. Is that a, and that's a plus icon, but it's black. All right, so style. No, you don't take style. What do you mean? Oh, color. Cupertino colors. That white. Okay. All right. And then also we're gonna need the same thing for the other one. So I'm just gonna copy, sandwich. It ends right here. I'm gonna paste down here, and this one is called bars. All right. See, we're doing stuff now. So we have the sandwich and the plus sign and these 3 buttons. Now, what else are we gonna need? We're gonna need the title and the description. That's where they are going to come. For now, I'm just gonna do a placeholder for them. Placeholder is basically just like to have them there, but not really doing anything, or that we cannot interact with them yet, basically. So it's gonna be this one right here. What is the we need? We need a square first of all. A container, and then that has decoration, I don't know how to do decoration. Let's see. Hold on. Border that all maybe? Yeah, here. Let me just copy this whole part right here. Decoration, paste. Let's go back to the app and save. Oh, the borders are white, so let's just do black. And they show like a dot because it doesn't have a size, but if we actually give it some size, we will be able to see that. So the container has a height of, let's say, 100, and then the width. So this is just for demonstration, right? So, okay, so we don't really need the circular radius, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. How about we make it so that it automatically calculates the size of the screen? I don't know if I know this by heart, but it's like MediaQuery dot maybe of that of context dot size dot height times 1. No, that's probably too big. That 1, it means the whole screen. So let's see, a third of the screen, right? Let's see that. Okay, yeah, so that's like a third of the screen. And I can do the same thing for the width. I'm just gonna copy it. No, just this part right here. And I could do the same thing, but now I paste width, and it's gonna be a third of the size of the width, but actually I want a 90% of the size of it, or maybe 1. I can just do 1. And can I do a padding around it? Let me see. Just gonna copy this, not copy, what am I saying, wrap with padding. It's gonna add 8 pixels of padding around it. Oof, I just took a screenshot. Okay, so you see, like, if I add some padding, then it grows bigger than the screen, because this is like 100% of the width of the screen. So if I put it to 90, which is 0.9, then it's not as that. And as you can see, it's on the left, more to the left than to the right. So I want to make it in the center. Main axis alignment center. Now it's centered. Perfect. All right. Okay, so now we have this square, and we're gonna have the task title and the task description. How do we do that? Easy peasy. Where are we though? Here, padding, box shadow. I don't even know where we are. Where is the container? Container right here. Okay, so the container has the decoration, and below the decoration, then we have the child. There we go. Let's see, text. I just need to figure out where I am first. SD. Okay, so we have the text right there. So we actually want a column inside this thing, because we need to have 2 widgets for text. So I'm going to add a column, and now I can just duplicate this, and now we have 2 text. Perfect. So this one will be the title, and this will be the description. Okay, so basically now we need to have this a little bigger. It's just easy stuff like we did before. Style, let's try to copy it from one of these below, so that we don't have to be writing down stuff from scratch so much. So we just copy this, for example, here, from this part right here, and then we go all the way to where we have title and also description. Let's go ahead and do font size 25 maybe. This is a little, okay, so we fix that up a little. Let's see, how big is it? Why are you white? Copy and copy. Okay, so we can do with this being a little bigger, maybe 35, and then we're definitely going to fix this up a little later again, so it's not really a must that we spend time fixing this up. I already did this. What am I doing? I just need to copy the font size. So font size, comma, there we go. This will definitely be a little smaller, so let's do a 20, because why not? And let's add some space there. Sized box of height 20 and a comma. Okay, so now and then we do the same below, because why not? So the last thing that we need to do in this page is do the title, which we can do a fancy title, but I like to have it personalized as well. Let's copy this main size alignment for it to be in the center, and also I have this, I'm not gonna open it because then you will be able to see it, but I have this nice app called Maxi, which copies everything that I copy, basically. It's nice. So it's like a clipboard manager, that's what I'm trying to say. And everything that I copy, it gets saved there, so I use it as a shortcut. But since this is a video and I don't want to have to blur it, I don't want to open it, so I'm lazy towards blurring stuff. So okay, data, the title, smart do. Nice. So if we want to have it bold, font weight dot bold. Good. And then 40. Nice. A little too big. 30. That's fine. So basically that's a basic layout. It looks quite ugly, but it's just a basic layout of how we want it to go. Okay, so we have the title, smart to do, then the task, then we have 3 buttons, and then we have the 2 buttons at the bottom. So now what should we do first? First of all, now let's go ahead and save this first screen as a, how do you say, as a branch, and then we should go and work towards either adding a task or doing the email. I feel like doing the authentication first will be better, because every task has to be saved under a username, and it will be better if we make the username thing first. So we're just gonna do a bunch of copy and pasting, as you will be doing too. I'm definitely gonna put all the code on GitHub so that you don't have to do all of that stuff, or like have to write down all of that stuff. So let's save a branch, then go on to this next task, and then after that we're gonna do the authentication, and then after that we're gonna do the task list, and then after that we're gonna try to get this working so that it only shows one, right? And so add task. So now we're gonna create a different document. No, first we said doing the branch. Yeah. So we are on smart to do and sketched out home screen, right? So this will be the first commit. We're gonna commit it to main, and we should turn this into a branch in itself. So we're gonna create a new branch and initial home page, I guess, right? So we're gonna create that branch, gonna publish that branch, and I don't necessarily need to close it right now. Maybe I just shouldn't do all the branch stuff, just a general backup of the whole thing. Anyways, so now right now I'm working on the initial home page, Now let's create the add task page. So we're going to create a new file, and this one will be add task.dart, and we're going to use the extension stateful widget. Boom. Add task. Perfect. We're going to import Cupertino. No, Jesus. Cupertino, please. Thank you very much. So we add Cupertino. No, the opposite. And then this const thing, we fix it by adding this. And here we add a Cupertino page scaffold. That's going to have a child. And this child would be a column with children that they love very much. Okay, so now that we have that, we need to create or make it so that when I click this button, it goes to this page. So where's that button? That button is the plus sign, which is right here, and we can do a navigator. I don't remember how it goes. Navigator dot it's just a route. I'm just gonna get it. I'm just gonna copy it from the other thing, because why not? Navigator page route, navigator page route, something like that, or Cupertino page route, Cupertino page route. Here, navigator push. I'm gonna copy this, and then you will see how it goes. So copy and then paste, and then delete all this fluff. We don't need any of this. So the name of this widget is add task. I'm just gonna copy it and then paste it right here. Paste, delete all this space, all this space, all of it. And now import this widget, which is in another page. Boom. Okay, so you have navigator push, context, Cupertino route. Cupertino route. We can have it in one line, doesn't matter. Is it too small? I think it's better if I do it. Wow, you probably been suffering this whole time. Well, my bad. So now I just zoomed in a little. So navigator.push, context, Cupertino page route, builder, context, add task. So basically this goes to this task now. So if I click on this plus sign, it should take me to the other page. Plus, and the page is blank because we haven't had anything on it yet. So what do we have on this page? So we have two things. We have a text field and we have a description text field too. Let's work on that now here. So we have a column, and we are going to need a Cupertino text field. Yeah, Cupertino text field, and it has a bunch of things that I don't remember by heart. I know that we need a controller. We're going to need two of these. I have one that is already filled. So basically, instead of this Cupertino text field, we're going to do gonna have to delete a bunch of stuff from here, so give me 1 second. So CupertinoButton, we don't need a CupertinoButton. Cupertino gesture detector, we don't need this. We don't need the size box. We don't need this size box either. And we're not going to need these things, but we will need the validation thing though. So give me 1 second. Let me do the thing for this whole file because it's bothering me. Thank you. Okay, so we will have, let's go back, or let's put this in position. Okay, so this all will be nice. Let me just make this controller, just so that this will be the title controller. Yeah. So I should call it text editing controller equals text editing controller, just to initialize it. We should call it what? Title, task title, well, controller, task title controller. Let's go back to, also let's do an init. Init is like, if you don't know, I always, when I was learning how to do Flutter, I always saw this initializing. I don't know what that is, but basically in initializing a controller, it's like when you open it, do this to it, right? Like, for example, if you're walking through a door and you were to do an init, and basically walking to the door is going to this page. So if you set a rule that when you walk through the door, a hat is to put in on your head, right? So as soon as you walk in the door, then the hat is automatically drops on your head, basically. And when you leave the door, then the hat is removed from your head. So for the removing part, you do a dispose, basically. So like, if you go into this screen, I need to do a Cupertino page there, so that thing, so that we have the, what's the name? Give me a second. What's the name? Is it navigation bar? Navigation bar. Oof. Cupertino navigation bar, something like that. Yeah. Let's see. Middle text data. Does that work? We have a red thing. It's because of this. So let me go put this here so I can be a little bit more clear. Okay, so now we have the back button. So basically, as I was telling you, the init state is when you, so it assigns a value, or basically runs any function that you put in here, like any function that you put in the init state. When you go into this page, it will automatically run that function, and when you leave this page, then dispose is going to automatically run any functions that you put in here. So that's what the init is and the dispose is, I guess. Not I guess, it is. Anyways, so basically, how can I do? Well, let me show you. For example, if I save what is this thing here? Why isn't the controller showing? It's probably because I haven't assigned it a size. Let me see if I put this row into a sized box of height 100 and width 100. Okay, there it is. Yeah. So why is it all the way up there? You should come down, sir. Why are you all the way there? Let's do a sized box. Ooh, what was that? Sized box of height 300. I don't know. I just want to pull that down so that you can see it. Boom, there it is. So let's do that with 400, because why not? Okay, so can we type in it? Yeah. So basically, as you can see here, this is a text editing field that you can type in, and you can basically initialize it with something. So right now, if we go back and then go into this thing, it will be nice, right? Nice. it will be empty. What? Sorry for that. It will be empty and we can type init. But if we initialize the text editing controller with some text, I'll show you how this goes. If we do, for example, initializing here, text editing controller equals text editing controller. Again, we need to put a late here, so that goes like that. So text editing controller text equals hi, I initialized yo, insert an A there. So now when I go back into this page, you will see that this part should come with this text. Why am I giving you you see, it automatically assigns the value that you put into the initialization part. Basically, like, it just ran this function, quote unquote, which is basically to the task controller, please initialize it or add the text hi blah 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 blah, right? And of course you can edit it because it's a text editing controller. So I guess we're all learning, so I'm just passing on the knowledge and the things that gave me a lot of trouble to learn while I was learning how to do stuff. So hopefully that is helpful. We don't really need to initialize it with anything. We can leave it empty. So you can just leave it there. Doesn't necessarily need to be there, honestly. Like, unless you want to assign some text to it, you can just leave it like this at the top and delete it from there. So if you wanted to have some text, then do it on the initialization part. So that will be it. Let's now continue. Let's go back so that it clears. Good. So let's continue. Now we need well, first of all, edit this thing because it's a little ugly. So it has, basically we put it in a row and is expanding to the full size of the row. It has some padding as well. Basically the actual widget is just this CupertinoTextFormFieldRow, and text capitalization sentences, you can do, I don't know, play with those options, I guess. So max length 150. So minimum lines and max lines, that's like if you wanted to expand. Oh, why did you not expand? It didn't expand because we have it boxed in this box, basically, most likely. So we got a render flow error there. Can we delete this? Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we go back. Okay. So that was the reason why that gave that error, because we had it like we limited it to have only 100 pixels of width. So if we go blah blah blah, enter blah blah blah, enter blah blah blah, enter blah blah blah, enter blah blah blah, enter, it expands as it goes, and what allows it to do that is this minimum lines null, max lines null kind of thing. So yeah. Then we have the placeholder. Can we do a select all? So we have the placeholder, which is we can modify to, I don't know, task name, or name this task, I don't know, whatever. Then the box decoration, it's basically the surroundings of this. For example, if we put the border to 0, then it should go into a, no, I feel like the decoration for this is hold on, let me check this. If I put this black, for example, That's it. Okay, so basically this inside decoration is for this inside part. So if we put it back at how it was, then you can see that it goes like that. So I wanted to, the reason why you do that is because you, for example, wanted to have a little bit more space around it, and not, as you can see there, for example, if I were to put this white, and it looks a little ugly, it being this close, right? So you want to have a little bit of padding around it, and that's why I added a decoration outside to have a little bit more space, so that it doesn't look all crammed up like that. So basically what this is doing, if we put it black so we can see it again, yeah, so basically what this is doing is adding, for example, we have the form field, and then the padding. This padding is probably irrelevant. Can we delete it? Yeah, remove this widget. Yeah, that padding was totally irrelevant. So for example, we have this, for example, we have the field, and then we have the inside of it a container that will add some decoration inside. The decoration, it's only adding the space with this padding right here. It's adding 30 to the left, so that it's a little bit, you know, spaced out, and it doesn't start right at the edge. Yeah, let's see. If we eliminate this, oh, okay. Apparently we need to give it some number at least. So let's go back to this being how it was. And probably it doesn't really need to be that separated now that I look at it. So yeah. So this is some validation. That this part validator, we can completely ignore it, and maybe we can come back to it later. Basically, a validator is like, for example, if you try to add a task but they haven't written anything, like it's completely empty, it will say a text on red below, like, hey, please type the name of the task. But we can do that validation later on. So now let's go ahead and copy another one of these for the description, and we're gonna choose this. And we're gonna paste it right below. And this, we need to change the controller, and we also need to change the this and describe this task. So describe this task. Right below, we're going to add a bit of space, sized box of height 15, and a comma, so that it's a little separated. Let's create the other controller. So we're going to Shift Alt down. Why didn't it mark it? Yeah, so Shift Alt down to copy what you have selected, basically. So this will be task description controller, copy, and we're gonna paste it here. So now we have both of our things. So we're gonna leave it like that. Basically, we're just gonna put a description, and it actually just goes down. If we need more space, it goes down as far as we want. We can make a maximum length. This would be in characters, for example. Maximum length here, we can type in how much we want it to expand. Let's check on the name task. Max length 2, for example. If I save that, 1, 2, yeah, it's just the number of characters. So if you wanna, let's say, set the number of characters to 100, and the number of characters for the description 500, because why make it short? Okay, so now we have basically these two. We can actually put a title on, was, I can put a title on the top of this with something called a group, but let's just keep it simple. And for now, I'm just gonna put a text on top of it. So let's do a text description. And on top of this one, title. All right, so we need now a save task button, and also update that to add task. So add task, and also we need a CupertinoButton. It's gonna be down here. CupertinoButton. 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 That unpressed will do nothing for now. Comma. Parenthesis. Wait. No. Not like that. There we go. Parenthesis, and then a text that would say save task. All lowercase, because why not? Color Cupertino color that black. Good. So now another size box of at least 15, so that we can have some space right there. Good. Let's go back and go back in so that we can have something like this. So this is doing absolutely nothing right now. Now that we have the add task screen, we will need, what else will we need? We need to set up the authentication first, because with authentication, we will get like what it's called a user ID. So every time someone signs up, they will get a specific user ID, and under that specific user ID is that we will be saving the tasks, so that we can pull the task for a specific user and not like have the task mixed up. So if John signs up, adds a few tasks, and then Peter signs up and adds a few tasks, John doesn't get Peter's task, and Peter doesn't get John's tasks. So we need to separate them. And for that, the next step is actually the authentication process. So let's go ahead and create the authentication screen. I like testing things out, just putting them in random places. So for example, let's create the authentication. Let's do sign in that dart, and also we need sign up that dart, sign up that dart. So there's a bunch of complicated stuff that we're going to start doing, like adding a bunch of authentication code from Firestore and Firebase, but again, everything will be given to you. Like you can just copy and paste them. I will upload it all on GitHub, and also you will still be able to see them as I copy and paste them, just in case you missed something. So, all right, what do? We are on the home page, and from the home page we go to add task. Now, just for us to be able to see and check out that page, I'm going to copy this and put it on just this sandwich right here. Where's the sandwich one? Here, bars. So I'm just gonna put it here, and now let's create I'm actually going to create a bit of a home page for the authentication thing. So let's call this authentication page .dart. So a stateful widget authentication page, right? And then let's go ahead and add the Cupertino thing so that it stops failing. And just so that we can see what we're doing, let's save this and save this. And let's go to homepage and add this widget right here. And let's also import it. Import. Good. So now we can go to this page and see. As you can see, it's black because the widget is empty. So let's do Cupertino page scaffold. Cupertino page scaffold. And then a child. Let's do a column. And the column would have children, of course. And what do we need? We need two things. Well, first of all, let's background color Cupertino colors. That I like that gray 6. Save this. Okay. So now we're gonna have two things. We're gonna have a text, and we're also going to have at least a row. Sorry, and one row. So row children. So the row will have two buttons: Cupertino button field. Let's put it down there. I wish there was a button to automatically fix those things when it goes like that. So the text, this one will be, this is the first one, so sign in or log in. And the second one would be sign up. So copy, shift, alt, down, perfect. Sign up. Okay, and this smart to do. Welcome to smart to do. LL main axis alignment center. Perfect. This too, let me just copy the same thing. Actually space around. Boop. Perfect. And then a sized box for some spice of 20 and a comma. Yes, and maybe that text a little bigger, because why not? Style, text, style, and then font size 30. Yes. And then font weight bold. And then let's make this pretty. Ooh, my neck hurts. Nice. Okay, so we have this authentication page. The reason why we're making this authentication page is because we're going to do what it's called a wrapper. So not like a wrapper like Kendrick Lamar, wrap, like chicken wrap at McDonald's, a wrapper. So in what the wrapper does, when the user opens the app, it checks if the user is logged in. If it is logged in, then it takes them to the home page where the tasks are. But if the user is logged out or hasn't logged in, basically, then it will take him to this page, which is the login or sign up. So that's why I'm making an authentication homepage, basically, so that the user can be taken to this page if they are logged out. Yeah, so we're gonna leave those two. Well, first of all, we can do the navigator so that they go basically to each individual widget. So but first we need to create the widget, right? So stat default sign in. I'm gonna create that widget, import library Cupertino, and then also sign up, stateful sign up. Perfect. So we're going to Cupertino, save, save. Perfect. Now let's basically, I'm just going to copy the whole thing. Well, not really. I should copy the Cupertino page scaffold and also the column and this part right here. Ouch. I'm just gonna copy this part, and then the rest I can just do the same thing. So on sign up, I'm gonna paste that. Shouldn't have been pasted. Cupertino page scaffold, and then this, and then child, and then column, and then children. Perfect. And also I will need to text editing controller thing, so we can just copy the ones from add tasks. So let's go ahead and copy this sized box of, we're gonna need to copy it twice. We're also going to need controllers. So where are we? We're here. We're going to have to paste this twice. This one would be email address, and then the other one will be password. Where? Hold on. Then paste it, and this will be password. Password. So we need to create these two controllers for this. Come on, for God's sakes. For this file. So we need to create the controllers for this. Let's copy the controller from the add task widget. Just copy one. Late sign in. Where were we? We were sign up. Here, underneath this part, we're going to paste text editing controller, call it email controller, and then shift alt down, and then password controller. So I'm going to copy the email controller, and I'm going to paste it here, and then email address. Good. And then also password controller down here to this password controller. So now we have an email and password thing. We also need a button, but let's check out this page before we create the button, because I don't like doing things without having it on the screen on the right. So on the authentication page, we have a navigation controller we need here, this. So I'm gonna click, copy this navigation controller, go to the authentication page, and on this button, sign up, in the unpressed, I'm gonna paste, and then I'm going to change this widget. Instead of the authentication page, then the sign in widget. Click. It automatically imported the widget, as you can see them up there. So we can save. And where are we? I think yeah, that was the wrong thing. So I should have imported the sign up, and I did the sign in. So I'm gonna delete this, sign up. There we go. Perfect. Save. And now let's click here. This one doesn't work, but if we click here, boom, beautiful. Now the background is the same color as the text editing controller, text editing widget, so that's gonna be a problem. I'm just gonna make the background white for the moment, for the time being, so that it is there is a distinction. Let's bring this down with a sized box of height 400, and let's go ahead and also copy a size box in between them, paste it down here, but instead of 400, just 15, and so that there's a separation. Beautiful. So now let's do the same thing below so that we can do the button as well. So let's paste another size box, and now a CupertinoButton field. Oi, 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 oi. I feel like I waste so much time doing this. So parenthesis and thing, and then text. This is sign up, right? Sign up. Save, and there's a sign up button. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and copy this same widget and then paste it on top, right below here. Paste another box of 15, and this like at least 300, right? And good. Okay, so we can leave this like that. I'm not gonna waste more time doing this. We know we can spend some time and do some decoration on that text and make it beautiful with different fonts and stuff like that. But now we're down to business. Now we need to something for this sign up. The sign up is coming soon. Now we can type in our email address and our password, and the password should be hidden. So I don't remember how you do the hiding. How is it? Focus no, decoration, autofocus, read only, show obscure text, true. So we do obscure text, dots, true, and then we save, and then we, what happened? What was that? Something break. Failed assertion, obscure text fields cannot be multi-line. Okay. Okay, so it says that the obscure text cannot have a multi-line thing, so we can basically just like delete this part. We can probably delete the max length as well. Or I don't know, who's gonna have a password of 50 characters? Who cares? Let's see, what is this exception thing? There we go. Thank you, goodbye. Get rid of that. Appreciate it. Okay, there's a problem. Where is the problem? Following assertion was thrown availability. Let's see if that was fixed. Okay, I feel like that was fixed when I removed the max, these things basically. I also need to remove them here because like we don't need that over there, right? So max lines, probably you can do 1, right? So let's see, save. Wait, yeah, now if we press enter, it doesn't go further down. Perfect. How about this one? If we press enter, it doesn't go further down either. So what else do we need to do now? We need to do the same thing on the sign-in page or login page. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and copy the whole widget and then just rename the buttons. Instead of sign up, rename them with login. So sign in, copy this whole part and then paste, boom. We don't have the controllers in this widget, so we need to also copy and paste these controllers. So we're going to paste them right here. Email controller and password controller. Perfect. So this const part, there we go. So now instead of login, instead of sign up, we do login. And email address, that's good. Password, that's good. And then down here, login. Okay, so now let's go back. We should be able to go back. Here in this page, we should be able to go back. So we need to put in the navigation bar. Navigation bar. Cupertino navigation bar. and then we do middle text. It doesn't really have to have anything. We can even like just leave it empty with an empty text widget, and it should give us the bar. But we are in the login. We are in the login. What's the name? Widget. So if we do this, do it to sign up right here. Paste that. Now we should get the back button. So we click the back arrow. Sorry. So if we go to login, oh, we still don't have the navigator on login. We need to put the navigator there. So if we go to sign up, we are taken to sign up. And if we put the navigator on login, which is in authentication page, we just need to copy the navigator here and put it inside the unpressed. But instead of sign up, we do sign in. That's the name of the widget. It's clear. So, okay, sign up, good. Sign in, good. Perfect. All right, so now we have the basic UI. If we refresh, we should be taken to this part, right? So, let's go ahead and deal with Firebase. My glasses. Okay, so before I move on to doing Firebase stuff, I remember that a few weeks ago, I was thinking to myself, when I make coding, well, before I move on to Firebase stuff, one thing real quick. I remember that when I was starting to, or learning how to code stuff, I struggled a lot figuring out, when I would look at someone else's code, I struggled to differentiate what was a function that the person named themselves and what was a function, and what was a system function. For example, this context thing is a system function. I cannot call it contexta, right? Like it fails if I do. Or maybe like buildera, right? Buildere. Like it's a system function that I cannot change, but the sign in part, it's sign in widget, it's something that I do, that I can change. So I remember deciding that when I make coding tutorials, I'm going to, anything that I can name myself, I'm going to add something distinctive to it so that when you look at my code, you're like, okay, well, this is something that he named himself. So it's got to be somewhere around, like this is not part of this system code. You know what I mean? So I remember that was going to be A69. So sign in 69. And now we need to update all of this stuff. Wow, great. So sign in 69, sign in 69 state, sign in 69 and sign in 69 state. Perfect. And now here in authentication page, sign in 69. All right, we are doing progress. So sign up 69 and sign up 69 and sign up 69 and sign up 69 and also sign up 69 state and sign up 69. Well, here sign up 69 state, and also an authentication page, sign up 69. Perfect. Oi, 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 oi. So, oi, oi, oi. Why is everything failing? Bruh. Yep, everything's working. Perfect. So same for email controller 69, password controller 69. So let's modify this right here, controller and password 69. Same for the sign in or sign up. Where am I? Sign email controller 69, password controller 69. You can skip this part if you want to. But I would, if I were looking at my tutorials, I will thank myself for doing this, because it was quite annoying at the beginning. So copy. Perfect. Why did I do a D? Okay, so now we have it on the home page as well. Where is this error? It's down here at task 69. So, and the home page itself, if we go to stateful widget, what's happening here? Home page 69, sir. Pop, 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 dect. Perfect. And now we need to go to main.dart and add that 69 right here. Cupertino app, my app. You don't need to change that, so like just leave it as my app, like that never really changes. So as you can see, for example, when you go into main.dart, you can see that everything here, it's kind of like it's supposed to be like that. The one thing that changes is the homepage 69, because now you realize that I wrote that, because it's not a system. Everything else is a system thing that you cannot change. Cupertino app, you cannot change that. So yeah, hopefully I'm making your life easier. Okay, so what else do we need? We need to start doing Firebase stuff, but I also need I have the task right here that I haven't named 69. So let's copy the task title controller and paste it down here. Bam. And bam. All right. Now we're talking. And let's start doing Firebase stuff. So we will need to go to Firabase. Firabase.google, get started, or go to console, whatever. So your console.firebase.google.com. So I am already signed in. I'm going to create a project and I'm going to call it smart. Can I do dash to do? Yeah, I think that works. I accept Firebase terms. I confirm that I will exclusively what? Sure. And enable Google Analytics, whatever, sure. You can choose the United States, but I am located in Europe. Europa. I'll just leave it in the United States, who cares? Accept the terms, create project. We are creating the project. I'm gonna text my wife I love her, because why not, while this is running. Project is ready, continue. Okay, so what do we do here? The first thing that we need to do is authentication. Do we have it here? Authentication. And we need to click get started. Hella fast today, Firebase. Email and password, we're gonna click on this to enable it. And yeah, save. We have enabled password. Wasn't I supposed to get like a bunch of things on how to enable the whole thing? I guess so, but I don't see it now. Anyways, let's see. Where do we create this thing? I think they come to the same. Where is it? Okay, project overview, project settings maybe. All right, let's add an app. Okay, there are no apps in your project, so let's add an app. Click here on iOS, and we have the name bundle. Where is this? I don't remember this. Where do I find that? iOS maybe, and then runner. I know that I can find it on Android for sure, on the Gradle thing. No, in the Android manifest. Where's the manifest? App, source, main, Android manifest. Here, example.com, that whatever. Shouldn't I change that? How to change the package name? Well, I can do that later, because anyways I feel like I will be changing the app name to something more marketable, not just Smart Todo. So I'm just gonna keep it as example. Smart Todo, and yeah, so register app. We're gonna download the config file, and we're going to add it in the runner. So I'm gonna keep this open because I always struggle with it. Let's first of all open. Should we open Xcode, or can we do it from here, from VS Code? Is it runner? Okay, my application, which will be runner. It's always called runner for some reason. App delegate. So in the same folder as the runner, basically. My application, app delegate, main storyboard, whatever. So yeah, app delegate, info.plist. Yeah. So basically we need to download this file and put it in that folder. Where is this file? Okay, downloads. Just put it on my desktop because I don't have anything on my desktop. So I'm going to show in Finder. Can delete this. And this file, let's put right here. Let's go into our runner. So basically, in the Flutter project, you're going to go to iOS, and then you're going to open runner. And here we have app delegate, info.plist, whatever. So inside runner, you're going to paste this file inside the runner. Bam. GoogleService-info, that blah blah blah. Okay, so we can close that, and we're gonna have to run the app again, like close it and run it again. But let's continue. So what is this? I think we're fine. We don't need that. But we're definitely gonna have to do the install the Firebase dependencies. And normally we will do that with, I'm gonna do the Android setup, because the Android setup gives us the Firebase stuff. Continue to console. Wait, hold on. Add the Firebase SDK. We're not gonna do this. We don't need this. We're gonna install it some other way, because I've never done that before. And continue to console. Okay, so I don't remember how to initialize Firebase, but anyways, let's add in an Android app as well, because I feel like the Android app is the one that allows us to do this whole stuff. Smart Todo Android, whatever. Register the app. Okay, the reason why we didn't do the whole initialization with the iOS app is because Firebase is assuming that we are developing in Swift through the runner. So like they're not giving us the steps to follow developing a Flutter app. They're giving us the steps to follow to developing a Swift app. So that's why. So same thing that we did. We can download this file and then add it on the Gradle. So that is Gradle app inside the app folder. Okay, so let's look it up. So let we go. Let's close this up, Android, and then this app folder. Here's where we add the Google Services.json. Yeah. Let's see, src. I like to double make sure. So src, perfect. Yeah, that's there in the app folder. So we have Google Services. We can delete this. We already copied it on the thing. So Google Services, and inside the app folder, so we have Google Services and build.gradle right there. And let's confirm that we have the iOS one, because maybe, okay, yeah, it's right there. Because I deleted it, so I was like, maybe I effed up somehow. No, it's all fine. So we have the services and we have the iOS one. Now let's go ahead and continue with the adding the stuff. So we will need to copy this part in build.gradle. So project level build Gradle. So there's app level and project level. As you can see, if we go open the Android folder, this is the Android, so this will be the project level build.gradle right here. There is another build.gradle that's inside the app right here. So that's why you have app level build.gradle and project level build.gradle. So it's telling us to add this and the project level build.gradle. So build script repositories, Google, Map Central, blah, 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 Google Services. We don't have to copy and paste it. We can do some sort of, just add them in their specific places. So I have a thing, yeah. Perfect. All right, let's close this. So we have that on build script repositories. We add the Google and the Maven Central, which they're there already. So dependencies, we should add the Google Services, this part right here. So class path, Google Services, we do enter and then paste, class path, Google Services, then all projects, scroll down. Under repositories, we have Google and Maven Central. So basically we only needed to add this part right here because everything else was in there by default. Let's see. So then in your model app build Gradle. Okay. So now we can save this part and we can close it. And now we're going to the app level build Gradle. So we were here on this one. Now let's go to the app level build.gradle. Close this part. We're at the top. And we have that in, let's see. What is all this? This is new. Add the Google Gradle plugin. Okay, com Android that application. That's weird. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to waste my time on this, and I'm just going to copy it from the other project. So, because it's confusing. It's like different now, like ID dot what? It's not like that. GMS Google Services. Where is this thing? Let's go to Android. Android app build Gradle. Here it is. Apply plugin. Thank you. You look familiar. I appreciate you, but you don't look familiar. You are a stranger. So we can paste this down here, whichever, right? Like whatever, down there. apply Google services, the blah, blah, blah. This is the confusing part about it, because they're always changing this stuff. So implementation platform, that is also weird. What do you mean implementation platform? That's just not like that. Dependencies. So let's go to dependencies. Where's dependencies? Down here. Implementation platform. What are you saying? Okay, so we add the implementation platform and Google Analytics, I guess. Those two. Okay, weirdo. So let's copy this down here. Boom. Boy. And also Google Analytics or Firebase Analytics, right? And then we click save. Oi, oi, oi. Saved. Next. What else? We're all set. Continue to console. Oi. We also need to initialize Firebase, don't we? Where's this thing? Why isn't... I'm sure there are guides somewhere, but like, I don't want to go through the whole process of following guides. So I'm gonna, which is what I'm doing here, what we are doing here. So I'm gonna copy these two parts, basically widget, Flutter, boundary, blah, 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 blah. I don't even know what this is, honestly, but it's there. How about I just don't copy it and see if it actually need it. So I'm gonna copy this part right here that says Firebase initialize app, and it will initialize Firebase, I guess, right? So that goes in in main.dart. Where is main? Right here. Main.dart run app. Let's paste this right here. We haven't added the Firebase dependency. What am I thinking, sir? So we need to add the Firebase dependency. So we need Firebase core, Firebase auth, basically those two. Firebase core and auth, and also cloud Firestore. So let's go ahead and add cloud Firestore to our dependencies. What? Oh, it's the opposite. Okay, so this is the one that's supposed to be here, and this is the one that's supposed to be here. Perfect. So we go to our prospect.yaml, and then we scroll down, and let's go ahead and add dependencies. We need the Firebase core for sure. We can add it down here. Firebase core. We also need Firebase auth. We also need cloud Firestore. This one right here. And what else? I think that will be it. Yeah, I think that's it. So now that we have these dependencies there, we need to, first of all, let me comment this out because it's gonna keep failing. Now we need to restart the app, not just a hot restart. We need to do a full-on restart because we have added a bunch of stuff to it. So we have paused the emulation of the app, and let's go to main and run it one more time. Let's first of all save all dependencies so that it gets all the required files. Okay, then now let's run the app one more time. Okay, so now we have a problem. Let's see. Let me uncomment this and import Firebase core, and also await add a async right here. Let's see. Let's try to let me pause this right here, not to make this video too long. All right, so we're having a problem, and I don't know what that problem is. It says CocoaPod's spec repository is too out of date, satisfy dependency. So it's asking us to run pod repo update. So normally we don't run those things inside the project. We need to go inside the iOS folder. So cd iOS. As you can see, Smart To Do is in this folder inside Smart To Do. cd, what it does, it goes inside another folder. So from the Smart To Do folder, we're going inside the iOS folder so that we can run all these things. What do you mean, sir? Do I need to go a level down? What? cd smart todo? Are you serious? cd iOS. Okay, well, that was a problem. So now let's run pod repo update. Let's hope that works. Let's see. Updating specs repo trunk. What? I have no idea what's happening. I'm supposed to be teaching people here. Okay, I'm gonna pause this and figure it out, and then just give you the answer, I guess, right? Okay, so it did take its sweet time. So, and it seems like we do need that binding stuff that I was talking about earlier. So let's go ahead and copy it. Where is this part? Main.dart and this part right here. Copy and paste, and we can go back to this part. We need to pause the emulation and then save and then run again. Let's clean this out, run it one more time, close all of this. We'll be coming back to them later. Okay, and wait until it takes its sweet time to come back again. Okay, we had another problem. So apparently we need to do the proper initialization. I was like, we haven't done that. I haven't done the Firebase init thing. So let's go ahead and do that. So where do I do it? Manual installation. What is all this? I've never done any of this. What are we talking about here? What is all this? Flutter Fire. What? This is what I used to do. So what are we? This page is archived, might not reflect the latest version. Blah blah blah. Let's whatever. I'm gonna do this. I know this is what works. So so let's go ahead and run this, right? No. Okay, apparently you need Node. Boy. If you don't have Node installed, you can go to Node.js, and that this installs the npm. This is the area where I'm like, I kind of have done it, but I'm not really sure, you know. I don't think I can actually teach this stuff. So basically, once you install Node.js, then it installs the package manager called npm. So now I need to go back to the project, and here do npm install Firebase, npm install g Firebase tools, and this is going to install a bunch of stuff. Come on. Okay. Firebase login as this. All right. Okay. Interesting. So let's try this part right here. Firebase login as nointrocode@gmail.com. Let's try this. No. Did it open Brave? It didn't, but okay, so logged in successfully. Now what else? Initialize. Isn't it initialization? Project list. CI. What? Firebase init. Now Firebase init. Stop. What is this thing? What do we choose? Function hosting Firestore. Click the space, and then enter, and then no intro, enter, and then use an existing project, enter, and then smart to do, enter. Error, it looks like you haven't used Cloud Firestore in this project before. Okay, so we need to go back to Firebase, and then go build, and then Firestore, and then click get started on this part right here. Create database. Good. So we're going to start in test mode or production mode. I don't know. Production mode, who cares? Then US Central, enable. Okay, so created a database in Cloud Firestore. Yay! So now let's go back and do the same thing again, bro. So Firebase init, go to Firestore, space to select, enter, then select the second email or your email, use an existing project, select the smart to do project, and then whatever, yeah, just press enter. What file should be used for Founders indexes? Sure, enter, that's fine. Initialization complete. Yay! Okay, so now that we have properly initialized the project, maybe it will work this time. So let's go ahead and pause it and then run it again. Maybe at some point we're gonna have to do some what's the name for Flutter clean, but let's see. So it failed. In this case, I'm gonna do a Flutter clean, and we'll see if that gets rid of that error. Okay, so I've been struggling with this for a little bit with getting Firebase to work on the iPhone version. Android works fine, but I think the problem is that I needed to add the Google info thing through Xcode. So let's just do that. Let's use the desktop as a buffer. Where is this located? It's on iOS. Did I put it? Runner. Yeah, so Google services. Let me just open this thing. Reveal in Finder. Okay, so this, where is it? Is it in Runner? I need to go in Runner. Here, the Google Service-info.plist. For some reason, I think I need to add it through Xcode, and then it works. So let's just try that. So in order to open Xcode, we just right-click. Well, if you have Xcode installed, which you should, you need to install Xcode. Let's right-click and then click on Open in Xcode. So you will be right-clicking on the iOS folder. Right-click, Open in Xcode, and then that will take its sweet time. And then we're going to add this info in the same place, but through Xcode. And I think that's going to make it work. All right. Okay, we're ready. So we click on Runner, or here, then collapse Runner as well. I think here. So let's just go ahead and add. Well, I don't want to have this file on my desktop always. So I'm just going to go to the actual directory and then add it from there again. So where's the directory? GitHub. Nope. Here. GitHub. Smart to do. iOS. Runner. Okay, so here. Let's move the file from here to there, and then from here, then add it to Runner. And now check a bunch of these options. Copy items if needed, and add to target checked, and then finish. And now let's do a Flutter clean. Ouch. Is it again? Come on, cd smart todo. Okay, now Flutter clean. Let's clean it out. I think that may have been the problem, but just to be safe, I'm going to do a Flutter clean as well. And yeah, now everything's on fire. Now let's try to build this again. Please, can you please work, sir? Built, and I think we are good. Like, we didn't have the error again. Finally. Okay, so let's see if this actually works. So what do we have in these buttons? Here we just have a print, and this is on the home page. Let's see, where is this? Delete. Oh yeah, not there, boy. Delete. Okay, so I deleted a bunch. Let's see if this works. Do we have the Firestore here? Let's start a collection called test, and then blah 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 blah, right? So we have a collection called test, and let's see if we can add a document to this test collection. If I remember correctly, it is Firebase Firestore dot collection, and then strings dot add, and we add the brackets, and we do the field, or like what we want to add, boy, and then the two brackets. What is this? No, instance, bro. Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection test, and then add random, and then bruh. Let's see if that works. So this is on the deleted button, and then let's click. Boom. No, we have a problem. What's the problem? I do not have permission to do this thing, blah blah blah, and it might have to do with the rules. Let's see, rules. So database document. It's probably because we are not authenticated. Let me see. Let me try to compare it with some other stuff. Hold on. So we have match all documents, allow read, write if, false, whatever. So we're just gonna type this in basically. Match the collection test documents, all the documents, I guess. Allow read, comma, allow, or can we just do read and write? And write, yeah. So basically for the collection test, allow read and write, right? Let's see if that works. So let's publish changes to potential changes. I'm not sure if that's gonna work, but let's give it a try. Why not? So I'm just gonna do a little hard restart because why not? And let's click on that button again. Boom. Okay, we don't have the error now because now we basically in Firestore we have rules. So for example, here in the rules of the collection, you can set it if the user is authenticated, then allow them to read and write. If they are not authenticated, then don't allow them to do anything. Let's see if it added that document. It did. Here it is. Random, bruh. Yay. So basically, when it comes to rules, I really don't know much about it, but right now what I did, I just allowed anyone, basically, absolutely anyone that can get a hold of your database that to write and to read and write stuff on your test collection. So this is something that is not going to be optimal for a production project, because if anyone gets a way to access your database, like reading the how do you call this thing, like when you do on the browser, developers, I don't know, they are able to find basically the URL of your database and then try to access it through it. Like if they're accessing an Android phone through the computer, they can kind of like see the URL of your database, and basically everyone has access to this. So you should make it so that they are authenticated. I'm not going to cover that because that's a topic for another time. So now we have the database working. Yay! I should have made a bigger fuss about that, right? So now basically we can, what should we do? So now we go to the add, and then we should start adding tasks. I don't know how I'm going to basically organize the database, but let's come up with something quick. No, first of all, the first thing I need to do is actually add the authentication part so that we can start doing what's the name of this thing, so that we can start organizing the data properly. So because we're gonna have a users collection, and that users collection is gonna have an ID, and then for example you're gonna have email, my email, right? So basically, and then inside the users collection, then you should have something called tasks, and then inside the tasks, then we're gonna select something like task name, do the camel thing, task name, clean the toilet, and then also something like, we just need a date to organize it. So I could just call it time, or like date, or due date, something like, yeah, due date, right? This is super random. Again, same rule. If it is custom, it has to say the 69. So timestamp. This is what we're gonna choose, timestamp, and it's gonna be today, right? So we're gonna save. Also, the collection should be called user69, but you saw me typing it in, so it doesn't matter. So what else? Well, actually on the database, I'm not gonna do, on the database, everything is custom. So I'm not gonna follow the 69 rule. The 69 rule. I'm not gonna follow the 69 rule here. So basically now we have the task name and also the date when it's due. So what we're trying to do is that when I skip this task, then the date, it's pushed forward. So if I have October 5th, then I wanted to push it to October 6th or something like that. So that's the whole how it should go. But in order for us to start working properly organized, we need to create actual users. So how do we go about authentication? I don't remember, but I'm gonna copy a bunch of code from another project. I'm not gonna like do that thing from scratch. I'm also just gonna give you the code because, right, we don't have time to spend so much on this. Yeah, so now let's look for that code. I don't know where I have it. Boy. Services. So authentication service. Let's go ahead and copy this stuff. And then we're gonna do like check out a few stuff, and we're gonna do some editing basically. So I'm gonna copy this and authentication service. Let's create a file on this as well. And should we create a folder? Yeah. Authenticación 69, because why not? So here we're gonna create authentication service dot again dot, and here I'm just gonna paste a bunch of stuff. Let's also copy this thing, the database service, create a new file, database 69 dot, and paste a bunch of things from here. We need the user model as well. So there is a models app user, and we're gonna copy this model, new folder, models 69, and then app user. I could do 69 here, but why not? But I don't know, just feeling silly at this point. I don't want to overdo the joke. We also need to install provider. I'm going to install the same version of provider that I have here, because I don't want to deal with any updates that they may have to it. I haven't updated it in a while, so I just want to keep on working with the same thing that I have on this project. So provider, I don't know how provider works, so don't ask me. I just know that it works. So we're going to install provider, save. Okay, I think we're ready to get it working, aren't we? Yeah, so let's go to app user. There are a bunch of errors here. The first error is that this is not imported. So let's go ahead and import the app user model. What is a model? I don't know. Let's copy this. Well, sorry, import package. Good. There's a bunch of these things that I need to delete, but let's just clear them out of errors first. Authentication service as well, database service. So database service is this widget right here, the one that we added on database 69. There's database service widget or class, I guess, and we're just going to import it. Import. What else? Launch mode. What is this? Is this from? Oh, we need this. Don't we need this thing? Launch URL. I think that comes from another. How do you call these things? Dependency. URL username generator, we're not gonna need that, so we're gonna, let's see what other errors do we have here. App user, let's import the app user, and URL launcher. I don't know why we have it there, but so username generator, we're not gonna need that. So here's the app user from the other project that I have. these things were actual, let's see, URL launcher. That's one more that we need. Where's URL launcher? I think URL launcher also needs the HTTP dependency. So let's go ahead and copy URL launcher. Let's go to puckspec.yaml, ABCDMOP. Yeah, so U goes after P. Wow, he doesn't know the alphabet. Sure. Let's go ahead and copy this. I think we're also going to need the HTTP package, because URL launcher needs the HTTP package. So C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Okay, H. All right. So now let's go back to work on this thing. Now, what do we have here? So basically, authentication wrapper. We need the authentication wrapper widget. Authentication wrapper is a page. Basically, how do I explain it? You will have the login page. Do I add it? Did I add it here somewhere? So you will have the login page. Ouch. Now I don't have how to come back. So we have the login page, and you will also have the, okay, so the login page and the actual home page, right? So we're going to create a widget that is going to be something in the middle, and the app is going to check if the user is logged in Firebase, so, or in the app, with the Firebase authentication thing. So the app, when you first start the app or you open it, the app is going to check, is this user logged in? If it is logged in, then it's going to take us to this homepage. If it is not logged in, then it's going to take us to the login page. And what does that is going to be the wrapper, the authentication wrapper. So it is not, it's just a widget that checks whether you are logged in or not. So let me just copy it, because it's not any third-party software. It's just a widget with some code. Where is the wrapper? Wrapper right here. So as you can see, it's just a widget, and let's copy it. And let's create it here in authentication, new file, wrapper 69. Tart. Sounds like a artist name. So let's paste that. Let's import the Cupertino thingy. And then we're going to, do we need the provider? Yeah, we need to import the provider, and also Firebase authentication, Firebase authentication. So, auth screen, what is this? The auth screen is this one that I created, basically. This is the auth screen. And what did I call that? Did I call that authentication page? Yeah. So authentication page, and what's the name of this widget? Authentication page should be called authentication page. Because why not? 69. Sorry, this is annoying. I apologize in advance. So now the home page has this problem. It's down here where it says, where is this authentication page? I don't find it. Oh, authentication page 69. Oh, okay. Now I know what you're talking about. All right. That just went to S. So authentication page 69. I can just write it down because I don't want to go switch screen. Authentication page 69 right here. So, so if Firebase is not null, if Firebase user is not null, basically, so here's what this code means is, this is the widget itself, and it says, first of all, you're gonna see if the user is logged in, or like if it has a UID. So that's what you're checking here. That's what this is checking, if the user is logged in. And this is saying if this variable user, which is this variable, and basically this, it is not null, meaning that it exists, is not blank, then give me the home page. What's the name of the home page? The home page, it's homepage 69. So we're gonna copy the name of this widget, and then we're gonna paste it right here. So, and we need to import it, of course. Import. Good. Prefer constant, blah blah blah. That's probably because I have a const here. Come on, boy. Okay. So let's clean this. We don't need this comment. Good. So now we have created the wrapper that is going to check whether the user is logged in or not. So now let's go back to the I should call this AuthenticationWrapper 69. Right? Let's save and copy the name of this widget, and let's go to the authentication service. So I'll do my best of explaining the things that these do. So let's see. So you see we have less errors. Now we have only one error, and this is basically on this, like we don't really need this. And now we don't have any errors, basically. If I remove these links that are from the other package, now we don't have any errors. Nice. Okay. What does this do? I have no idea. So this is a class, and I know that this is the thing to sign out, that we can call this later if we want to sign out. This is for the thing to sign in. And once we sign in, then I have a thing that takes us to the authentication wrapper. And then the wrapper checks if you're signed in or not. If you signed in successfully, then it takes to the home page. If you didn't, then it keeps you in the sign in page. It takes you back to the sign in page, I guess. Let's see what else. These are the codes that will be thrown in the console that says user not found. And then if the problem it's use, I'm doing a horrible job explaining these things. Blah blah blah. These are custom stuff, like if the user is disabled, then your account has been disabled. Please do blah 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 blah. Okay, so the launching browser thing, it's because I added that. I should remove that. Can I go a little smaller for a second? I can't see. Let's see. So first of all, we're not gonna need this. I'm just gonna trim it. When I give you the actual code, I'm gonna trim it completely, and you won't have all of these bunch of stuff that are not really necessary. So one thing that this do is that when you sign in, it automatically adds some data to the user profile. So for example, I have these on the database thing. Let me see if I can put them side by side somehow. Database. Okay. So for example, this is when a user creates an account. I had in the other project that when the account is created automatically, when the account is created, it adds the following field. So last responded question, it's going to be like right now, the username was the username generator that was there. The profile pic is just an emoji. The joined date is going to be the timestamp now, like the today, right now. Username by counts is going to be 0, and is the profile complete, then 0, sorry, false. Subscription types free, and subscription end date today. So we can remove these things right now because we're not gonna need it. I'm actually just going to leave join date for the fun of it, basically. So I'm going to remove, let's see. So remove these 1, 2, and 3, remove, and also 1, 2, and 3, remove these, and then remove 1, 2, 3, 4, all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, remove all of these as well, and then from this as well, goodbye, and these, goodbye. Okay. So now, could even just get that. I'm not gonna leave it there, or maybe not. It looks a little clogged up. Why not? Riddle within the session, this boy. Okay, so now basically, I think that will do. Yeah. Now we need to go to the actual login page or sign up page to see how it all goes. Oi, oi, oi. So I'm gonna close this screen. Can I? Close, close. And let's go back to the other project. So basically, this just works. Okay, just copy it. Now we go to the login page. Sign in. So what do we have? We have that the password controller. This is the text form field. I am so lost. Let's see. So in the other project, what do I have? Let's go to login, authentication, sign in. Hope you don't mind getting this smaller. So what do we have here? I feel like I can read this code better because I wrote it. So blah 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 blah. Here. So this is the password one. So on password, or basically actually on the login text, is what I should be. It's what I should be looking at. Where's the login button? Return text. Okay, let's just find the button. Button. CupertinoButton. Where's the button? So check if email exists. What is this? Check if email exists. Bro, I am so lost. Here it is, finally. For God's sakes. So this is the actual thing. Whoa. Okay. So this is what I was looking for. Context, read, authentication service, sign in, email, content, blah, 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 blah. So let's copy this little part and let's go back to our thing. Is the sign up the same? Where's the sign up thing? Yeah. No. Yes? Okay, let's just copy it for a second. So on the sign in one, do we have a button anywhere? Just gonna copy it as a comment here. Okay, see. Comment, this is on the sign in part, and let's open up the sign up as well. And I'm just gonna copy it down here as well as a comment. Where's the sign up? Here. Update data. No, here, this part. Complicated code. Context, read. Add as a. Okay. So I feel like we can figure this out from here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the sign up page, right? And we're going to copy this part right here, where I already have it in the clipboard. So in the button sign up, we're going to paste this code, authentication service. We need to import the authentication service file widget, and then also provider. And the controller, what's the name of these controllers? Oh, okay, I just added the 69. So email controller 69 and password controller 69. So we're going to just paste this here, email controller 69, and then just this is the same but with the 69 one. Okay, so now basically this is going to take the email and password that we add into these fields, and then it's going to create the account. Before we do that, let's go to authentication so that we can see if there is anything. As you can see, no users for this project. Now let's try to sign up someone with sign myself up with this. So right now we're not checking for anything, we're just going to add anything, any email. So it's going to be my email. Can I do my email 69 at email.com, and the password would be 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. So we're going to first of all save all of these things, and then save this thing as well. And it will be nice if we actually did a, what is going on, main.dart homepage 69. It doesn't have the constructor. Come on, let's add the const. Is it because I added a const here? No, it's because I added a const here. Yeah, that's the reason why. So let's add this, remove it. Probably that should fix it. No? We're having some troubles here. Okay, now everything's working fine. Good. Just do another hard restart for the fun of it. So let's go to the login page and the sign up page. We have added these code on it already. So it's going to take the email as a text and it's going to trim it. Trim it means that if there is like a space after the email, then it's going to remove that. So again, my email 69 at email.com, and the password 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's see if that creates it. No, it didn't. What was the problem? Boy, what do you mean? Oh, okay. It authentication service 69, sir. Wait, what? What happened there? Here, can I find the provider authenticator? I think it might have to do with the provider thing and not me not having it here on main. Let's see. Let me pause this thing because this video is too long already. So I think that the problem is on main, that I don't have this authentication service provider here. So I have that in the my app thing, return a multi-provider and then a child of the Cupertino app. So let's add a multi-provider widget, and then with the provider authentication service, and then we need to do a hot restart. Actually, I think we need to run the app again completely. So let's add a command dot and then wrap with widget provider. Yeah, multi-provider. What? And then the parameter provider, and then we're going to add this one right here, provider authentication service. Copy this copy, paste. We're going to import it, boop, and then Firebase auth as well, import it. And because we made changes on the main.dart file, a hot restart is not enough. I've learned throughout the time, throughout the years, not years. So hot restart is not gonna do the work. We need to actually do a full-on these. So it's gonna take a bit. Let's do just another hard restart because I like doing that a lot. And let's try it one more time. Let's go to sign up.
And then my email, 69@gmail.com. Okay. No, it's not actual email, at 69mail.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Let's see. Okay, so we're getting an error from Firestore. It says Cloud Firestore permission denied. The caller does not have permission to execute the specified operation. I think it's the same problem that we ran on earlier, that we didn't have permissions, or the rules thing, we didn't have permissions to write on the user's collection. So maybe this is here already. Yeah, so as you can see, my email 69@69mail.com, it registered. But then I got the error on trying to create the document for the user with this UID. Let's do what I had on the other one. Let's see. So this rule right here, I'm going to copy it and then paste it on the Firestore thing, because I feel like that's like, if you're signed in, then allowed to write, basically. That's what that says. So let's paste it. This is the default one, so let's go ahead and paste. So basically this is saying, if the user is signed in, then allow them to do anything, write, read, everything on the database. So maybe that's going to work again. So we have that email created, which we can delete. But actually, let's do that. Let's go ahead and delete this user, right? Delete it. And let's try to create another user again. We can do it right there. Or actually the same user one more time. So my email 69@69mail.com, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as a password. Let's erase this error. And let's try to write on the database one more time. No errors means good news. So let's see. I'm going to refresh. And there is the user, my email 69, blah, blah, blah. And then here's the new UID. As you can see, it's different. So we can copy this to just make sure. So let's go to a Firestore database. And let's see if it created the user document for this. Yes, here it is. So let's just do a Control F, and the UID matches perfectly with the one that we had in the authentication part. So as you can see, as I left that join date thing created, it actually created the join date for that user. This is just a test, so we can actually delete this, and also we should delete this whole collection. That was just a test. Delete. So basically now we have a user's collection. Yay! So basically now I'm logged in, and now basically I am my own user. I don't know what I just said. So basically now I am a user in this app. Before we move on to the tasks, we need to finish that off. So what we had is that, let me see if there's now we need to log in, and basically when we log in, go to the wrapper. If the thing works, then take me to the home page. So I'm just gonna go back. So basically in the main.dart, when we start the app, it goes to the home page widget directly. Now we need to make it so that it goes to the wrapper widget, so that if we're logged in, it takes us to the home page, but if we're not logged in, then it takes us to this page. So where's the wrapper? The wrapper right here. We're going to copy this and go to the home page, and no, not to the home page, sorry, to main. main.dart. And then we're going to paste it right here. We need to import the document. My apologies for the pause. Wife walked in, gotta give some hugs and kisses. Where were we? So we were setting up the authentication wrapper, or basically setting up so that when the app starts, it goes to the authentication wrapper, and then the authentication wrapper is like, are you signed in or are you not? If you are, I'll take you to the home page. If you're not, I'll take you to the login page. So now we just started up and we changed the app to start on the authentication wrapper. So now let's go to the authentication wrapper, and we have it here again. If this as a user, then to the home page, and if not, to the authentication page. Good, that's good. So now the one thing that we don't have is that when we click sign up, the user is created, but it doesn't take us to the home page. So let's see how we go about that. What is this? Let me close the wrapper. All this stuff, it's getting me confused. Okay, so what are you saying? Okay, so now the app is starting in the authentication wrapper, and is there a way that we can, let's see if I do a hard restart, where does it go? Let's see if I'm even logged in. So do I have the my UID? Oh, my UID, where is that even? My UID equals, okay, here. No, var my UID, that user ID here, this little function. Basically this function prints out your user ID when you're logged in the app. So let's go to the authentication page and let's have it print. Let me comment this for a sec, and then this down here, how do you say, defined, and let's just check. I'm importing provider, I'm importing all this stuff. So now this function called myUID. So again, this function, what it does is like to have the function myUID with the context, because the provider requires a context thing. So I have this variable called user, and then the user, the provider gets basically my UID. I don't know. This basically prints out my user ID. So that's it. That's all I need to know. If it does it, good for me. Can explain all this stuff. Most of this stuff I can't explain it. It didn't. Okay. So that means that I am not logged in. Interesting. Could not find the provider user authentication widget. Be a context that includes a provider of your choice. So let's try to log in first. And maybe that, I'm gonna comment this, uncomment that, and then let's go to the login page. And in the login page, what's the navigator? Sign in page. Navigator, says the navigator, blah blah blah, pop. Check if it will access. That's what it does. So it should pop the navigator. Yeah, because the wrapper should be taking me to the okay, I'll explain it in a second. So basically, where's the login page? When I go to the sign in widget, which I should be here, when I click login, what it should do, it's just basically pop that screen when it route. Sorry, in Flutter, a screen like, for example, this screen and this screen, they're called routes. And basically, as you can see, this is the authentication page. Welcome to Smart To Do. When I click here, what the Flutter does, it basically puts this screen on top of it, on top of these Welcome to Smart To Do, right? So when you call Navigator pop, basically like it just drops this screen and then it reveals whatever was behind it. So for example, right now on this thing, on the login button, so let's go to the login thing, and right now when I click login, it's just going to close it, just like basically drop it and then reveal what was behind it. So basically that's what we should do. So once we are logged in, we should pop the screen and reveal what's behind, and what should be behind should be the home page. Why? Because this page right here is the wrapper. So when we are logged in, it shows the home screen. When we are not logged in, it shows the login page. So that's why we're popping it instead of like directly going to the home page from this. So something is not working, but I'll try to log in, see if that fixes that issue. My credentials were my email. Oi. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I am not calling the login here. It's this bar right here. So I'm going to uncomment it. And let's see how we go about it. Why are you red? Why are you red? Probably has a 69 controller and a 69 controller, and probably even this too. No? Okay, no. I'm not gonna mess with that. So authentication service. The context is provider, right? It's probably provider. Yes. Okay. Authentication service. That should also be 69, but come on, it's fine. Because we made it ourselves. Like we made that class. Like the class is not made. But anyways, yeah, so that should work. Let's see if we can log in now. So click here, logged in. Are we even logging in? I don't think we are. How about we make it a try and catch. So let's try this. If it is successful, then bring E. Okay, let's try this one more time. And before we try it, let's just try it empty, and that should give us an error. Oops, seems to be incorrect. Let's try again. Okay. Okay. What's going on? Well, I'm having the same problem. I wonder if it's because I made some modifications to main. So I actually did change the home widget. So I should stop and rerun the app because I made some changes to main. But before I go, I want to check my main as a reference. So I have stream provider, authentication service. Oh, this one I should also add because this is part of the authentication state changes, right? Like this is something that tells the app of the events, the guy logged in, the guy logged out, all of that stuff. So I knew that something was missing. So whenever you get this message, this error, it has to do with providers. It's a provider problem. So you should be checking these part in main.dart. So I'm gonna paste this piece of code, which is the thing that tells what I said earlier. If the user logged in or the user logged out, if you signed up, whatever. Authentication changes announcer, I guess, basically. And I'm going to rerun the app, and oh, all right, it did it on its own. I didn't have to rerun it, but just for health sake, I'm actually going to rerun the app. So give me a minute. Yeah, so that was a problem. It was just that I didn't have this provider right here. So that, as you can see, if I do a hot restart, it automatically stays in the home page. Why? Because I am logged in and the wrapper is recognizing that I am logged in. So if I go to the authentication page and I put my UID and I put it to print out my UID from somewhere else, let's see, from the done button. Where's the home page? Done. Done here. So done with lunch. I actually want you to print my UID context. Okay. So let's have it print that number. Good. Here you go. So now it is printing my UID. Perfect. That is basically, this is the hardest part of it all. Now this is where we actually start the fun part, like the actual building of the app, now that we have this finally set up. Okay. Sorry, let's just finish out some details, because it's not gonna be as fun to leave everything hanging. So first of all, in the home page, let's put an icon over there with a logout thing. So navigation, we don't have a navigation thing, so we should put a navigation bar, CupertinoNavigationBar, and then it should have a middle and also a, what's the name? The leading is the first, trailing, and then the trailing. Then the trailing should be an icon of I don't know what to put here. Icon of, I don't know, icons dot what? Isn't that how it goes? Cupertino icons? Cupertino icons dot, wait, why am I don't know. Let's do a button, I guess. CupertinoButton. Okay, CupertinoButton. And then as a child, then icon, right? And then Cupertino icons dot, okay. Bro, I don't know what to use. Door? Is there something that looks like a door? Then arrow. What is this? Arrow down, right, left, up, left, what? And then on pressed. I don't know what to choose for the logout thing. So, oh, middle. Middle should be this, actually. This text right here. So I should just like cut and then put the middle up there, and then basically get rid of this row. There we go. So now, oh, interesting. Let me just put a size box here, because this is now sized box of height 50 and a comma, and we should be good. This a little smaller, 22 at least. What is this icon? How would I call it? I'm just gonna actually literally just call it sign out, because I have no patience for this. So text or log out. Why? Comma, and then 15. Bro, you serious? Why is it not? Oh, it's probably because I have, I don't know. Is it because of the padding of this thing? Padding maybe? Edge insets all 5. Okay. It was because of the padding. So we're just gonna put it on 2. Or maybe even 0. 0 works. And this is definitely not that big. Okay. So yeah, I think we're good there. So logout. Good. So when I click logout, I just want to log out. So where's the code for logout in this part? So basically, I wait. No, async. So I don't know if you know about async and await. Basically, sometimes when you press a button, it calls this unpressed, and it just runs this right away. And if there is something else like print logged out biatch. So if you don't know about async and await, it's basically when you put async and await, when you press the button, it runs the first function. So this one right here. And then immediately as it starts this function, then immediately also moves on to start the second function. So if you put await in front of a function, what it does is that it does the same thing. So it starts up when you click on pressed, it starts up this first function, but it won't start the second function until the first one is done. So that's what you do. That's why you use async and await. So for example, if we had it here that it will close the screen, like it will change the screen. For example, if this is like change the screen, we don't want it to log out, and before we even log out, before it's even successful, we don't want it to close the screen. So that's what we do, the await. So like wait until the whole process of logging out is done, and then go on and like change screens basically. So let's just import this part right here and the provider as well. Provider. And we should be good. Let's see. I don't think the wrapper works immediately if we log out. Let's see if it does. Click. It does. That wrapper is beautiful. So as you can see, now it logged out. It logged me out. If I do a hot restart, I'm not taken to the home page again. So the logout works. I'm going to log in again. Why did this not work? Oh, the problem with this is that I had commented it before. So where's the authentication page? Here, login. So I was calling my UID instead of going to the actual page. So I'm going to fix that, and now it's going to be taking me to the actual page. So I go login, right? And where's my email? I have email, and then I have 1 2 3 4 5 6. Those are my credentials. And now I wanted to pop this screen when I actually log in successfully. So what was that? Navigator pop here, navigator. So if you're not familiar with this try and catch thing, basically sometimes when you press a button, you call a function. So let's say this context thing, what this is doing is logging me in, right? Let's just summarize it as that. This is logging in the user. So this function to log in the user, we can put it inside a try and catch. So what this does is like, I'm going to try to log you in. If the logging in is successful, then fine. But if the logging in is unsuccessful, then I'm going to catch that error message, and I'm going to put it in the variable e, or whatever variable you want to call it, EERR. Like you define this basically, right? So I'm going to catch this error message, and I'm going to put it in this variable. And this variable, then you can do whatever you want with it. So what I'm doing, I'm printing it in the console, but I can also put it into a little square that pops in here with the message, with the error message. So right now I'm just printing it to the console, as you can see here. But because it's successful, it didn't print out any errors. When it is unsuccessful, then it prints out the error. So now in this login button right here, we have that it will log me in, and after it logs me in, I should have it asynchronous. Wait. After it logs me in, then pop this route. So let's see if that works. So log in. Perfect. What? I don't know. I need to fix that and check that out later. Point is, this worked. Now let's see, we are logged in, hard restart, and now I think that we can actually do the fun parts. So let's go with adding a task. So let's go to the add task. Okay, so in this page we need to take in this name, the name of the title of the task, and we need to take in the description as well. And to it, we're going to also add like a date, but that's going to be in the background. So let's close all of these things that we're not using anymore. And let's go to the add task page. Where's the add task page? Here. So we have the task title controller, and we have the task description controller. Good. And we have this button called save task. And so now that we have these things, I would like to put in a validator. How do I do the validator part? Because I don't want it to add empty tasks. So then I have to put it inside a key. Form key? Yeah, I think it's a form key. So basically, now what I'm going to do is, so if this is empty, then don't let it run. Don't let it work. Or like the task title has to be at least 3 characters long, right? So in order for me to do that, I need to turn on this part of the code, which is the validator. And there's another part that I would need. It will be, well, I'll move on to that now in a minute. So validator, what's the name? Is this for the task title? Name of the task. Yeah. Task title. So I'm just going to apply this. Yeah. Okay. So we need to, in the unpressed part, we're going to need form key. Let's see, form key quick reply. I know what I'm looking for, but I can't describe it in words. Form key, let's see, sign up, for example. Okay, so it's in a form widget, and then so here in the button we have the form key, sign up, current state, if validate. Okay. Alright, so this, I need to copy this part right here. What I'm trying to do is that I put in the task title, right? 1, 2, 3. If it's a valid, meaning that it's like at least 3 characters long, or it's not empty, then I want it to run. But if it is not valid, if it is like empty or just like 1 character, then I wanted to display an error message in red letters underneath saying, hey, it has to be at least 3 characters long, kind of thing, right? So we need to, in the save task button, save task, we need to put this part right here. And we also need to create that form key. And form key sign up, form key, let's call it save task, form key save task. So I'm just gonna delete this real quick, and these are also not good. So form key save task, and let's create this form key. So inside the top widget, which would be this column right here, I'm going to command dot, and I'm going to wrap it in a widget called form. And then inside the form, I'm going to add the parameter key, and then I'm going to create this form key save task. What? Oh, we need to also define it somehow. I don't remember how to define it. How do we define it? Here we go. Global key, final global key, and that's inside the state widget. So inside the state widget right here, add task state, we are going to just put it on top of here or underneath, who cares. And we have defining the key. Let's replace it with this name. There we go. So we defined the global key. Again, I'm just repeating these names. I really don't know what these do, but I just know that they do it. So now that we define this key, we're going to check if this is valid when we press the save task button, blah, blah, blah. So where is this part? So key validate this part right here. If the form is valid, then print it was valid, right? Valid. So now, if it is not valid, then it was not valid. So let's go ahead and check this out. So basically, what we're saying on this row, on the title, let's see what the rules are. The rules would be that if it is null, it prints please type something first. If the length is smaller than 3, then it must be at least 3 characters long. So for example, let's leave it empty first. Let's see if it already works. There we go. So when we click the button, then this is called. So it's going to check the key, and then it's going to say if it was valid, then print is valid. If it wasn't valid, then it was not valid. And then it puts that little message right here that is in this part, in the validation part. So if the validator is checking for test title, which what we defined, test title 69, because why not? I need to have that more mindful. So if it is equal to null or it is empty, then return please type something first. If the length of it is less than 3 characters, then print must be at least 3 characters long, right? So for example, if we put 2 characters GT and then we type it again, then it will print this message. Now you can also make it so that it checks it as it writes it. I don't remember the name. It's right here. Give me 1 second. I know that auto validate. Maybe this. I think it's auto validate. As you type, it checks it. So it's auto validate 2 dots. Auto validate mode. No. I don't think it is that one. Is it? Please type something first. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So like as you type, let's just go back. Press. Let's see, what are the forms of this? Auto validate. Disable. Is it like on user input something? Let me see. but it's always dot on user interaction. Here we go. So like as, not always, but as we type, then check. So let's go back, and you see now it doesn't show. But as soon as we type the first letter, then it must be 3 characters long. Second letter, third letter, good, it's gone. Perfect. So now, basically, if we try to save, if we try to do something with the task title empty, then it just is never going to be valid. But if we try to do something with the task title being valid, then it was valid. See? So that will prevent a bunch of nonsense stuff being added to the database, or not valid tasks, I guess. We can do the same thing with the task description, although not really. We don't have to add a task description. Like, we don't need to provide that validation for the task description, because what if we, it's like make the bed. That doesn't require the description, right? So I'm not going to add that validation to the description. So now let's actually add this to Firestore. So where's our Firestore thing right now? It's users, and then my user, and then I don't have the collection yet, although I should. I think I can just add the collection directly from the thing, from the function that I call. So that I create, I guess. So here where it's okay, we know that this works already, so I can delete this, right? So what is the name of the function? I'm just gonna define it down here. Always like one bracket before the last, so that it stays within this one right here, because that was always a problem for me. Like, where are you defining these things? Why are you putting it at the bottom? And like, it's always like you try to keep it inside this widget, not the top one. The top one closes right there, but this one, when you're using a stateful widget. So one before the last, I'm going to define or create a function called save task to Firestore, and then the parentheses, and then the brackets. Good. Inside the brackets, then I'm just gonna call the Firestore stuff. So Firebase Firestore, it imported it automatically. That instance down here, that collection, and the collection is going to be users. Ouch. Collection users, and then inside the users is going to be a document, which the document is going to be my UID, and I have it defined in some weird place. Where did I define it? I don't remember. I can search for it though. Let me see. My UID. I defined it here in the authentication page, but I shouldn't have. I'm going to cut it from here. Cut, and I'm going to create a separate file, just like a random file called constants. So like things that I use all over the app. Then I could just have it there, constants.dart. So I'm just literally just gonna like boop, just drop it in that file, and then import these things, Cupertino provider and Firebase auth as well. Firebase auth. So okay, so yeah, so that should be good. And let's save this part, and we can close it now. So basically, now add task. Homepage has a problem. The problem with homepage is that we just changed the path to this myUID function. So we just need to import the constants, because that's where we added it. So now gonna close all this and this. Now, basically, as you remember, my UID was the how do you call this thing? The myUID function is this number. So I'm going to go into this collection called users, then go inside this document called with myUID, and then I'm going to create another collection called tasks, and then I'm going to create another document inside the task. Something that is a trick that has always worked for me is to, in order for me to be able to actually control the document, how do you call this thing? This gibberish right here. Like, I need to control this, so I need to generate it myself instead of letting Firestore be the one to generate it. But right now, just for the sake of finishing this part, I'm going to just finish it with Firestore being the one generating it. So my UID, and then inside this document, I want to add another collection, which will be called my tasks. And then inside this task, I'm going to do add. So if I do add, it generates the document automatically. If I do set, then I need to provide the document name. So add task name, 2 dots, and then hello, right? I can do a comma for later, and then I'm gonna do 2 colons right here. So now that we have this function created, let's call it on, oh, sorry, no. I am saying here that I am hard coding the name, the task title. So first of all, I should call it task title instead of task name. Task title, and call the controller for the task title and also for the task description. So let's go down. That was shift alt. Doesn't mark it. It doesn't mark it. So that's shift alt down arrow to duplicate a line. Task description. So we're gonna paste the controller for the task title. So you can paste a controller, but that's going to fail. You need to do the name of the controller dot text, and then the same thing for this description controller. So the controller dot text, and that's going to take the text of the actual of this part right here. So now let's go ahead and run this. Let's copy the name of the function and let's paste it inside this button, which is, where is it? Here. Wow, I was literally right there. So I'm just gonna call this and then the 2 dots, and now saved. Let's go ahead and put the name of the title. The task title will be clean the toilet. The description will be make sure you use extra soap. Okay, so now it would be nice if we added a toast as well, but let's just do a print for now. Print task saved successfully. Let's do a save. Task saved successfully. So let's clean this, and we need to also clear this part. I don't remember how to, but so let's run the task. Boom. There was a problem. Why did it not do it? It should have done it. So the set state didn't work, but let's see if the task did work. Let's refresh Firestore, and on the users we have my user, my UID, and now we have the my task collection, and we have this document that was generated by Firestore automatically, and inside it has a task title, clean toilet, and the task description, make sure they do dish or soap. So that worked. Nice. But you know what didn't work? The set state. Like, why? Well, that worked, and we can leave it there. Let's move on to something else for a second. But first, let me figure out how to clean these things. Where were we? I think we were trying to figure out how to clear these after we saved the task, and I actually did found something that's actually pretty cool. This part right here. So let's just go back as to how it all was. So instead of this set state thing, we just delete that part, right? And apparently the controller themselves have that inbuilt thing called clear. So task title controller 69 dot clear, the two parentheses, and then then task description dot clear, and then that. Perfect. So if we let's say clean this and then do something else, stack papers in fax. Who uses fax? I have no idea. And this is the description, right? So if we run this, basically need to make sure that I save. So I have that it's going to save it to Firestore, it's going to print that it was successfully, and then it's going to clear these two text editing controllers. So save task, clear here, save task. Good. We can also make it leave the page so that you go back maybe, but anyways. So another part that what we want now, let's go back and check first here. You know what something that we're going to need? We're going to need to save the name. I'm sorry. This, as you can see, the document name. This is the description, task title, stack paper facts. Good. So this document name, LAGTIL, we need to have it inside as a field as well, because when we want to edit this specific document, we're gonna need to have a function to find it, and the only way that we're gonna find it is with the document name. So we need to add something like this. Let me copy this. So we need to add task doc ID, and then add the name of the ID somehow there. So we need to come up with this number ourselves, because Firestore doesn't give out this number for us to add it as a field inside the actual document. So basically we need to create the document number, generate it somehow, and then add it as a document ID, so that later on we can do, like on this document where the document ID is this, edit the task title to clean the bathroom instead of toilet, right? So we need to, let's come up with this number. There's a function called random or math, whatever, that we can come up with. You can literally just copy it. I'm not going to explain it because I don't even know how it works myself. And let's go to the constants part, and then let's go ahead and paste it, and we'll try to work with it. So let's see, we have this part. So the random, it's an inbuilt thing in Flutter that we can just import dart dat math, or 2 dots colon math. So basically, what does this do? Get random string ABC123. So let's see, we have defined characters chars ABC123. So it goes the whole alphabet in lowercase, then the whole alphabet in uppercase, and the numbers from 1 to 10, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 0. And then these are only numbers, which we're probably not even using, but we can use it as well. So we have 2 variables with a bunch of characters in them. And so for example, this random string ABC123, what it does is that it will take all the characters in the variable, and is going to iterate, like go the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. So like iterate through them. And then it's going to generate something, a random one from this here. So basically it's just going to go G, B, 3, T. Is going to generate a random combination with all these random characters. So here we have the function that is to generate a random character. So as you can see, we have defined the length of the thing as an integer, and then we are calling this function get random string 1 abc123 right here, abc123, and then we're giving the length as an integer 20, which is normally what the Firestore does. So now this function is generating that random character. So it generates a character. It gets that random string of 20 characters, and then it returns that. So now this is a problem that I ran into at the beginning, that I wasn't able to generate a random number and put it in these two places as a document name and also in the field. But this is the way that I figured out how to do it. So I already have defined generate question ID. Well, that's a name. That generate task doc ID. Basically, let's just call it that. So generate task doc ID. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna save it first, of course, and then go to task, and we are going to, first of all, when we go into this page, we want to generate one first. So let's define the variable to assign it to it. So late task doc ID equals to generate task doc. No, we can leave it empty. Sorry. Let's just do it equal to an empty string, right? Late string, string. So let's just leave it with an empty string. Now, when I first go into this page, let's initialize it with the function. So now we have task doc ID equals generate that thing, right? The generator of the doc ID. So now, when we first go into this page, we're gonna have this function that is generating the 20 characters, random characters thing, and this generates the random characters, and then it assigns it to this variable, and then this variable we can assign it to the both as the document name and also as a field. But if you add several, I'll show you what the thing is. So let's see. First of all, let's save this, right? And let's go back and what is it? Add task, and let's print that thing. So for example, print. You will see what I'm trying to say here, because I don't know. My brain is working faster than my words, and I can't put it into words what I'm trying to say. So basically, now that I have gone into this page, it has initialized it with the first random strings. So if I print it, I will have this random QUPD. It just generated that randomly. If I print it again, it's going to be the same thing, as you can see here. It's going to be the same string. So what I need to do is that every time I print save task, it generates a different set. Because if I, for example, have task 1 and then I save this task, then it's going to keep the same document ID. So instead of creating a new document, it's just going to update the same document, because it will be adding it under the document with the same name, basically. So that's going to be a problem. Let's just then, in this case, we just do the same thing that we're doing in the initialization. We're just assigning this task doc ID to this, and every time we assign it, this actually runs again, so it gives us a different set of characters. So we can do a set state, and then basically we're just running that again. So the first time we're going to print the one that is current, and then we're going to assign a different set to this after it's printed. So the next time I run it, it's going to have a different set of docs ID. So for example, right now, as you can see, it's probably going to print QUPD7 one more time because it's the one that it has assigned at the moment. But then it's going to run one more time, and then it's going to generate a different set. And now after that, then it's going to keep on generating a new one every time I press. So I want to press QUD7, as you can see, but now when I press again, it's going to generate a different one. See, and every time I press, it's giving out a different one. So that's how we solve that problem. So I'm going to so first of all, I'm going to remove this from here and then delete this from here, and then I'm going to bring back this, and I'm going to do the set state here at the bottom, so that every time this runs, I have a different set of random characters. So I need to add that thing in the Firestore thing right here. So just control down, task doc ID, and also again task doc ID. So I also need to add the thing that we will be filtering them by, or not filtering them, but basically sorting them by, which will be the time. We had something, what was the name, due date or something like that. Let's just do that. Due date, and for Firestore what works is timestamp, so we can do timestamp that now. Yeah, I think that works. And let's see. So now instead of add, sorry, I need to do one more thing. Instead of add, we need to actually set the name of the document. So doc, and the document name will be this string so that they match. And we can add, if we're doing something specific in a document, we can, if we're adding a specific document or a document with a specific name, which will be with this variable, the thing that we generated, we cannot do add, we need to do set. So set, and then now we save, and basically now we're mostly done to start listing these things. So what's the test title? The test title would be fill water bottle, and why not is the description, I guess. So now let's run this. It ran, it removed the task from here, and it just added successfully. Let's go and check on Firestore, refresh. I don't think it was there. So now we have 3 documents. This ones don't have the field, so it's not that here. So we have task description, why not, task field water bottle, task doc ID 7 and EUK, 7 and EUK. Good. And now we have the due date as well. So these two basically don't are outdated, don't have the necessary fields, so we can just delete them, and we can keep on adding more. So now basically, now that we have a way of adding tasks, what we need to do is now list those tasks. Okay, so now that we're going to be listing these tasks, first we need to actually make a page. Come back. Okay, so now we need to make a page of list of tasks for this button to take us to it. Let's see, what can we call it? We need to create a different page, and tasks list that dart. Okay, task list dart. So we create a widget, stateful widget, and call it tasks list. Anyways, so let's import Cupertino, and now let's have this thing take us to it. We first need to add the basic stuff, right? Like the Cupertino widget in the middle, navigation bar, all this stuff. So let's just copy this part right here and task list and just paste it right here. Basically, I can do that and then delete this container here. Good. So basically I need to add a, what is this? Okay. And this return. Good. So now we just have well, list, tasks, list. So that's going to be the title. And what else should we do? It's returning a container. We definitely need a column. Let's have this take us to this widget. Let's have this button take us to this widget. So we go back to homepage. Where's homepage? Homepage. And is it sandwich or bars? Bars here. So right now it's taking us to the authentication page. We literally just need to paste this right here. List of tasks. Yep. Okay, import that. Save. And now this should take us to the list of task list widget. And we go back. Nice, that works. So now here we need to have a list of all the tasks that we have added. Let's call a snapshot or something like that. Been recording for too long and my voice is getting a little weird. So let's create a column with children, and the first thing will be a text that says my tasks, and then also then here it's going to be a bunch of stuff. It's going to be the actual list of things. So how do we do a stream builder thingy? I don't know. We just look for it and we don't waste time on it. Snapshot. Let's just search for snapshot. We're gonna copy this whole thing, and I'm going to be removing a bunch of it. So before I start like talking about it, I would like to remove a few stuff because some of it will be irrelevant. I just want to talk about the ones that are actually relevant. So let's first of all copy or fix this and then loading ... So for example this I don't need it, the whole navigator. Yeah, I don't need impressed. This const thing, for God's sakes, it's so annoying. Though this whole part I'm going to like fully comment it for now. So basically the whole thing. So I need to import a bunch of things. So I'm gonna delete this too for now as well. And query snapshot, we need to import Cloud Firestore. Scroll controller, we need to create a scroll controller. Scroll controller, are we initializing it? We don't need a scroll controller. That's for something else. That's for like a scroll controller. I've used it. It has been for like do something if you have reached the end of the list or something, like refresh, for example. But for now, we don't really need it. So limit to 2. We don't actually need a limit, but close that. Users collection. I'm gonna go through these in a minute. So Firebase Firestore, here, this whole thing. No, just this part. Firebase Firestore. Users collection is this part. Doc would be my UID, and then the collection would be my tasks, and then we don't need a where, or do we? Not for now though. I'm gonna comment it, or just for clutter, I'm gonna remove it. So we're getting close. What else do we need? A list builder. Sure. Okay, we need that part too. Let's get this back a little. I don't know. Okay, what other error we have here? Oh, the only error that we have is that it's not returning a thing. So let's start editing this basically. I'm going to delete all of this, and this will be, it's going to return a column that just, or basically just a text, bro. I'm going to delete all of this. Where is it? This builder column, this whole part, and then we're going to start from scratch. So return a text. For God's sakes, all these cons thing for the whole file, it's making me anxious. So let's see if we can start working on this basically. So we have the task list, and in the body of the page, I have a column. The first widget is going to be my task, which should show up there. Let's save it so it shows. Well, no public answers to show. No tasks. No tasks to show. Okay. So let's see. So basically, let's see what we need to do here. So we have the column, and we have the text that should show up at the top. The height, we'll just put this on 3, so that it's, why is it not showing the top text? Let's see, sized box of height 200. Okay. So now we have my task test there. We can do 100. We can fix that later. So my task shows at the top, and then we have this whole thing here, and it is a third of this. The size is a third of a screen, or this whole box. It's a third of the screen, has a padding or whatever, and then it is a whole row. The row is expanded, and it has another padding or whatever. And then we have the stream builder. The stream builder is looking at the users collection, and then inside the user collection is looking at my UID, my document, or my user document, and then it's looking for the collection my tasks, right? So basically we have the user collection, my UID, and then my tasks, and then should be looking at all these documents, and it should order them. Let's remove the order for now. Okay, there we go. Because I had this other name field called time received, and none of our documents have a field called time received. The field that it has is due date. That's why it wasn't showing anything. So basically we can bring it back, and now we're going to order them by the field due date. So we can save that, and it stays there, as you can see. Now what we should do is actually get the values of these fields. For example, the task description and also the task title. So right now the only thing that we're returning is a text, and it has hard coded the word data on it. So let's do a column, wrap in a widget, wrap in a column, and then we're gonna have two texts, and I should wrap this into a column. I should wrap this widget into a column, right? And then add this widget as a column. There we go. So now the first field that we want to search for is task title. So we're going to name this right here. So basically this is looking for this specific information, the value, how can I say? This is looking for the values that these documents have under the field task title. That makes sense? Maybe. So the first variable is going to be task title, user data, blah, 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 and then contains task title. If it doesn't contain that, then return it with a space, so that we don't return a null if the field doesn't exist. So the next one is also task description, and task description. Good. So now this here, we can just replace it with task title, and task description, the same thing. So let's bring back the thing and save. And as you can see now, I have filled my water bottle, and why not? So this column, I can wrap it into a little container. Or should I just basically get the Cupertino text fields? I'm not using them anymore. But what am I using though? Let me see. So we add this part here, we add a container, and then we add the decoration for this container to be this. And then colors, we can import material colors as well, why not? So maybe that's gonna do it. No, I need to add some padding on this thing. Padding. This was not what I was trying to achieve, but fill water bottle. Let's see. Why do we put this column in a row? Boy. Then we really let's see. So no, what am I doing? I need to put the column inside the row, not the row inside the column. Just add it into a row, and maybe that. There we go. Okay, so to this we can just put it inside a text thing, and then add the money thing to make it a variable. Task name, and then the same thing for this. Task description. Definitely gonna do some formatting because these things are quite ugly, but we're just trying to get the gist of it, like how it's supposed to be working, right? So now if we add another task, then it should show up down there as well. So any task that has the due date thing is going to show up there. So let's go ahead and add another task so that we can test it out. So this task is going to be clean the floor, and then because they're dirty, add a task. It was added successfully, and let's go back, and we should have another task down there. Good. So the column has this container, and below this container I should have a little bit of space because they look smushed together. Yeah, 10 or 15. That works. So as you can see, they're all crooked design wise, but they are showing down there. What else should we do? So go back. Okay, let's add another task, just one more. Fix garden hose. How do you even do that? We can leave the description empty, of course, and something is not. Because we have this container very small, then that's why it's not showing the whole thing. But we can make it a little bit larger. If we, where's here, 0.3, if we make this 7, so basically 70% of the screen, the size of this, you will see it there. As soon as it reaches the end, then it will be scrollable. For example, as we had it with 3, it reached the end there. This is the end. I don't know if you can see it. Background color, Cupertino colors that gray. Oh yeah. Why didn't we do this? Background color. If we do this, turn it into a container, and then give it the color white. Then we can see what did just happened. Anyways, so as you can see now, now it does have this is the whole space that this container has, and because it kind of like reached the end inside the space that it is in, then it turns into a scrollable thing. If it's not filled yet, like if everything fits within this container, then it doesn't scroll, as you can see. So only when it's like overflowing, it starts scrolling. So I'm not gonna work on the design of these. I don't like this task name thing, whatever. So I'm just going to basically leave the name of the task, and I'm gonna omit the description for now, just for simplicity's sake. So I have these things. What I am going to do now is display the next available task. Hold on. Fix garden hose. I have that. Let's see. Fix garden hose 1032, 1030, and 1007. Okay. So, which one is the oldest? So fill water bottle is the oldest. Fill water bottle is the oldest. So I want to have the oldest on top, actually. So for that, we just need to turn off the descending in this part. So remove descending true or false. We can just turn it into false, right? We're just rather remove it. And now fill water bottle will be at the top. Now anything that we add is going to be at the bottom of the list. And so if we add something, bottom of list task, add, go back, then we have, good. So then we have that one there. If we can also just edit it and in the actual Firestore. and the changes will be displayed automatically. So let's see, something like read article about trees. So we can update, and all updates are automatically updated with a snapshot with Firestore. That's the cool thing about it. Now let's stop this and move on to something else, to displaying the eldest task here in the home page. So we're going to have to do another one of these stream builders in the home page. So let's just grab this whole container. Let's grab this container, and we're going to copy this whole thing. Copy, and let's go to home page, and where we have this title description thing, where is it? Title smart to do here. So we have a big container with that. I'm just going to put this on top of it, and then basically I'm going to bring that all the way. So doing that, so I have an error. What's the error? The colors, that's because I don't have material added here. So just gonna save it, and now I have a problem with too much space, or like overflow problem. That can be solved if I make this smaller. Let's make it to a 2. All right, so now we have the list at the top, and then this here. So what I want to do, basically, I want to take this same thing, this whole same square, and I'm going to put it with this. So first of all, I want to only show one, and you can do that here, or order. Below this order, I can do a limit, limit, and then just 1, basically. So if I do that, then I only have one single thing. So now let's go ahead and do that same, just copy this whole thing but put it inside this stream builder. So we're gonna take this row, this whole row. What is it that we have? Wait, hold on. So we have a container, this is stream builder, right? And then we have another row that is the one that has the border and everything. So this is what we need. Basically, I can put the stream builder inside the border part. So I have the row that has the padding, and then that has the border, and then inside, then I have the column with these two things. So basically, the column, so the column would go inside the stream builder. So I am going to copy this, copy, and then put it inside the stream builder and replace it with this column. So I'm going to paste that in here, get it to its proper place because that bothers me, and then remove this comma with a semicolon. And now we're going to copy this whole thing. Hold on, getting a little lost. So stream builder, padding, row, whole container part. I'm just gonna copy the whole thing and then see, and then work my way around it. So I'm gonna cut the stream builder and put it where the column is. So I'm gonna put the column in here. No errors, interesting. So let's see. Right now we have smart to do with the logout thing on the top, and then we have a column that has a size box just for space. Let's save first of all. Okay. So we have the sized box that has, I'm sorry, the size box, and then we have the row, and the row has that whole size, and it has the border and everything. And inside the box, I don't think we need the size of this, do we? Let me delete it and see. Yeah, we didn't need it. We might not need the padding either. So can I remove the padding? Select the widget, command dot, and then remove widget. We didn't need that either. Then we have expanded to go all the way, to expand into this whole thing. We might not need this padding either. So let's go ahead and remove this padding. And so then we have the extreme builder. We might have it on a box. What is this box? Well, hold on. Let's see. What is this? Black. Okay. So this is the thing that has the border. We're gonna figure that out in a minute, because yeah. So basically, let's, instead of title, let's display the variable task title and put it here, and then task description also in here, and that should have fill a water bottle. Good. So I should have these buttons inside the stream builder, because if I don't, then I won't be able to obtain the data that is being streamed from the stream builder. So I will need to have a column with everything, and then inside the column, then I will need to have the buttons. So skip, delete, and all of this. So this whole row has to go inside the stream builder. So let's go ahead and take this row. Where does it end? Here. So let's take this row and add it to the column widget that is inside the stream builder. So the column here, there's a space, the task title, the task description. We're going to have to do some more. Yeah, we're gonna keep on doing stuff. So let's see, we're gonna add it below here, and now all the buttons are gonna be inside the box, which we will fix later, as you can see there. So now we need to add the decoration, this decoration, out only to this part. So I'm gonna take the box decoration and I'm going to remove it from there, and I'm going to add this decoration only to the to this part. So they should all be inside a column itself. Let's fix this to size. Give me 1 second. How are these things? Yeah. So I just took in the decoration, and let's fix this to the proper indentation, because it is annoying to have it like this. Good. So now we need to have all of this inside a column so that we can apply all of these things. So container, a container with a child of column, boy, column with children. Okay, so now we have the column to this container. Then we're going to add all of the decoration stuff. So let's, okay. So now inside this column, I'm gonna put the box and the task title and all of that stuff. So all of these three widgets that are outside from between the row and the column. So these things here, text description, from here all the way to the sized box, we're gonna cut, we're gonna put a comma there, and then we're gonna put it inside these. Good. So fixing all this stuff. Okay, save. Oi, oi, oi. What just happened? So what did it do? I think I deleted the color from the container, and that's why. Let's see, white. Okay, that's the reason why. So the container was black. So I also need to fix the decoration of this thing. I think I took the wrong decoration. The decoration that I should have had is this one. So the decoration of this container. So let's pick this decoration and replace it with the other decoration. Cut. First of all, now that I've cut it, let's save. Good. So now let's go ahead and add this decoration to this container and paste. Good. Save. All right. That's better. So, all right. What else? Why is that box white? I don't know. Let's see. Why is it white? First of all, there's a button missing there. Where's the other button? Skip, delete. Why is the delete button not showing there? Let's see. Green. Oh, it was just white. So I need to fix it later. For some reason, I'll fix that later. So why is this whole square white? It's probably because of this. If I delete this, okay, let's leave it there so that we can have an idea of what we're doing. So we have this sized box at the top that we can delete. That is, just adding. Is it this one? No, it wasn't that one. Where is that sized box, and why is it scrollable? The reason why this is scrollable is probably because it is not tall enough. Let's add it 5. Okay, it is still scrollable. So I have space around. So this whole column. 1 second. Column, space around. What if I comment this part? Then it goes all the way at the top. Can I put some space in between the two, in between the task and the buttons? Yeah, so which one? This is the button, so let me see. Sized box of height, let's see, 30, and a comma. There is some space between them. So I would like this to not be scrollable. What if I make it big enough? Let's say 8. Okay, so now that it's big enough, then it's not scrollable. I can fix those later for sure. It's probably because the letters are so big. Honestly, I feel like it can go 100% width. 100% width. Wait, why is it overflowing? Oh, because it had some. If I remove this, hold on. If I remove this padding, then it's not going to overflow. So can I remove this padding? Because I don't really need the padding there. Remove this widget. There we go. Okay, so now it's fixed to each side of the wall. And yeah. So now we basically just need to organize these. First of all, the task name is too big. So how can we make it a little? Where is the task first of all? 35. Let's see, 20. Fill water bottle. And how can we make these edges to be like bigger all the way to these thing. I think we need to add some decoration, so I'm just going to copy these, and on the row, where's the row? The task where the row where the task title is here. So we have a container that has a decoration with the borders and everything, but we haven't given a size to it. So let's give it a size and height so that it can go a bit bigger. So the width, we want it to be not all the way, but like almost there. And then the size, we just made it too big. So let's put it a 2, I guess. Maybe that works. Okay. As you can see now, it's a little bit bigger. So by 0.2, again, as I've explained before, this is basically taking the whole height of the screen. So like if this is like 1080 pixels, then it's just taking 20% of 1080 pixels. So let's say it is, if the screen is 1000 pixels, then 0.2 is taking 200 pixels instead of like hard coding height of 200 pixels. Because if you're using it on a smaller phone, then 200 pixels might be too big. But this is calculating automatically the size of the screen and adapting it to just 20% of the screen instead of the hard-coded pixel size. So as you can see, it's looking a little better. Yeah. So what else? Now, I'm gonna leave it ugly like that. So let's add some functionality to these buttons. First of all, why is this button green? And well, I made it green, but like why is it not like the other buttons? So I'm gonna go to the skip button, and I'm just gonna copy the decoration because I ain't got no time for figuring this out. So just gonna copy the decoration, go to the delete. Oh, it doesn't have any decoration at all. That's the reason. That was why. There we go. So the letters are white. So we should actually make this button red, I guess, system red, because when you delete, and then the done, also let's mark it green. Done green, system green, active green. Who cares? No, not the letters. The button itself, green, active green, system green. Okay, so now we have skip, delete, and green. I'm sorry, and done. So now we should add some functionality to these. For example, if I mark done, if I want to mark, let's see, on the done button, if I want to print, make sure that it is actually accessing the data of the task itself, I'm going to print the name, the title, task title. And the reason it does have access to the data of this task is because I included the buttons inside the stream builder widget. So now it has access to these variables, as you can see. So it should print fill water bottle now. Fill water bottle, as you can see. Perfect. So now we need to get the task doc ID, fill water bottle, what is it? So the task doc ID, so that we can delete this document if we want to. So we need to get that data from the document itself. So I'm just going to copy this thing and replace the names for that field. So task doc ID, it's the name of the variable, and I want you to look for the field task doc ID and also task doc ID, right? So my alarm, it's lunchtime, but I need to keep working. So what this is going to do, it's going to get the doc ID from that particular document in the database for this one, let's print it first to make sure that I am getting it. So where I had the done button, where's the done button? Right here. Instead of the task title, I'm now going to print the task doc ID. So for this particular doc, so done, it's 7 in blah 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 blah, and here we have it as 7 NY blah 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 blah. Good. So now now that we have access to the doc ID, we can delete it. So for example, if I just hard code the function, should be Firebase Firestore dot instance dot or dot collection dot doc dot collection dot doc dot delete. Okay, so basically we are going to go through the whole path again. So from the users collection, search for this user, and in under this or this document for this user. So search for this document, and inside this document search for this collection, my task, and inside of this collection, my task, search for the document 7NE blah blah blah, and then delete it. Basically, that's what that's going to do. So the collection users with the doc ID my UID, search in the collection my tasks, and then the doc ID is basically this one. We can hard code it there, but we cannot do that for every single thing. And because we're already getting the doc ID from each document, we just put this variable, and that's basically equals to this, as you can see. So again, in the collection users, look for my document, and then go for the collection task, for the collection my task, and then find this document and then delete it. So if we save this and then we click on the done button, or that's where we have it, this should disappear, as well as the should I put it in here so that it's also visible? Let me see if I can. I think it does it in real time. So now that we have saved it, this should disappear. So I'm going to click the done button. Boom. The document doesn't exist. It was deleted. So now, as you can see, now I have the next task, which should be clean floor because they're dirty. And if we go to the list, as you can see, that's the next task as well. So now let's put this in a function because we want it to be pretty. No, actually, because we don't have access to these to this variable outside of the stream builder, we need to have the function inside the stream builder. So we can just cut it from here and put the function down here, or yeah, so delete delete task, and then the brackets, and now we paste this whole thing. Boom. So we don't have any errors because it actually can access these task doc ID, as you can see. So now we just need to reference this, copy, and put it down here where we have the skip lunch. Actually, we should have it on the delete, which should be, what was this? We were just adding some stuff, so we can delete this. So we can remove this and now add this function right here. Now, when I press the delete button, then clean floor should go as well. So let's go here. Which one is clean floors? Clean floor. So as you can see, clean floor is the top one. I'm gonna click, boom, and it disappeared. So now I have only fixed garden and the other one. So I only have two now. So we were able to set up the deleting the tasks. First of all, let me just remove this white background because it's annoying and it looks very ugly. White. Just search white. Skip upwards right here. So delete this. Good. Now what we're going to do, or should I just have the white inside this part? So let me just copy it here. Cut. And this container then it's empty, so I can basically remove it. Remove unnecessary container. Good. So now we have the, where is this? This is it. Okay, so we can add the color here. What just happened? Oh, the reason why we have this error is because I'm adding the color outside of the decoration, having already the decoration. So if you can do container size and you can specify the color, but if you have decoration declared, then you need to add the color parameter inside the decoration. So I'm going to put the color here then, and that fixed the problem. Good. All right. So the next thing that we'd like to do is mark them as done, which should disappear them from there. Oh, we need to add another field in here that says is task done, something like that, right? Like is task completed, or just completed, right? I feel like that works too. So where do we do that? We do that first on adding the task. So when we add a task, we need to add now a new field, which should be is task completed, and here we add a bool false. So the default is that every time you add a task, they will be marked as not completed yet, right? So let's go ahead and save this, and let's add a new task. It should be organize napkins. They are all over. What just happened? All right, something happened. Maybe I pressed something. I'm gonna run the app again. Hold on. Weird. Where were we? Organize napkins. They are all over the place. Right. So we're gonna add this task. It was added successfully, and we have this other document right here. Organize napkins, and now it has is task completed false. Good. So we can just cheat the system and just add these field to these other ones that don't have the field. True. And where's this? Yeah. And bool false. Good. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to list the tasks that are not completed here. So to the list of tasks, task list, we're going to add a condition thing, meaning that if the task is completed, show it here. If it is not completed, don't show it here. So order by, normally after the collection, we do that where field is what? Task completed? I literally have it copied. Here is task completed. Comma is equal to false. I think that's how it works. Okay, let me see. So save. Uh-oh. There might be a problem. Why are you loading? I know what the problem is. The problem is that okay. The problem is that I when you add two things, when you add where and also order by, you're basically creating an index, or your database needs to be indexed. So because we don't have an index, which can be hard coded here you go to Firebase Firestore indexes. Once you have an index, then these things will pop up, but it is not recommended. I wouldn't recommend you to create the index yourself. If you know how to do it after a while, then you can create the index yourself. But I am going to have Firestore suggest me to create the index. So it doesn't give you the link to create the index if you're doing a streaming, like if you're doing a stream builder. But if you call the function, then the error gives you like, hey, you cannot run this until you have an index. So what we're going to do is basically do ask Firebase for this list with this same criteria. So then it says like, okay, well, first of all, you need to have an index. So let's just get one of the buttons in home screen to do this. Let's use skip. So where's home's page? Skip. Okay, so here we're going to ask Firestore to create an index for it. Ask Firestore for these documents with these criteria, and then it's gonna tell us to create an index. So Firestore, blah blah blah, everything the same thing. Collection my task, where this is that order by due date dot get parenthesis and colon, and when we run this, then it's going to be like, okay, create the index, my boy. So let's click skip. Here we go. So on handle exception, blah blah blah, the query requires an index. You can create it here, and now we're going to be given a link. I'm just going to press command so that this link is clickable. So command and then click the link, or because my default browser is Firefox and I'm using Brave for this tutorial, I'm just going to copy the link. So copy, Control C, and then go to Brave and then paste this link, and it's going to start creating the index for us. So here is the index. Index for the collection my task, and the fields are is task completed ascending, due date ascending. So create index. It usually takes a little bit some time. I think it takes more if the collection is super large, but yeah, I'm gonna pause the video so that it doesn't take as long. Okay, well, this was waiting. I had a snack bigger than an actual meal, so now I'm super full. But this is done, and now we should be able to have this thing running. So if we go to the task list, they are there, nice. And if we then, because we added the condition that only if the task is completed, if the task completed is false, then show there. If we go into one of the tasks and turn that off, put that as true, then it should disappear from there. There we go, it disappeared. Good. So let's bring it back to false, and what we should do now is I feel like we should create another one of these right below it, and just basically add the ones that are done, add them below. So let's put this smaller. Let's put it on the size of 3. No, what? Why is it so big? Why is this? Okay, hold on. Task list. Okay, we weren't even at the place that we needed to be. So we can delete this now from here. Sorry, this was the function that we added to get the link for the index. So go back to the task list, and this is way too big. So let's put it on a 3. Okay, and we should add then a second one below. So we have that there is a task, my tasks, what should I call it? Should I call it I don't know, pending tasks, and I'm gonna copy this thing as well as the same, basically the whole thing again, so even the sized box. So I'm gonna copy all of this, and right below it I'm gonna paste it so that we can have a different one. So if we paste it, there we go. So now on this other one, we're gonna call it completed tasks, and this is too big, so 30. Okay, completed tasks. As you can see, I wonder, is there a way to have the text strike through? I don't know how to do that, honestly. I don't know if I should figure that out later or if I should waste your time doing it live here. Where is the actual thingy? Okay, text title, style, text style. I hope that there is a way to have it strike through. Font size, font style? No, not font style, but like font features, decoration style, maybe. Guess what? We can just Google that. Copy. Let's go back. Can we add this then here? Let's see if that works. It does. Yay! But as you can see, it's showing all the ones that are still completed. So the one thing that we need to do here is that we just need to mark. Do we need to create another index for this? Please don't make me create another index for this. I think I'm gonna have to. Oh yeah, I am so dumb. I don't have to create another index. I just need to have tasks that are actually completed. That's, bro, I'm so dumb. Hey, that happens, okay? So basically, the reason why there's nothing here to show is because there are no things with the task completed. So if we do true, then as you can see, the napkins now show strike through in the completed part, and it's removed from the pending tasks. My oh my. So here, let's see, fix garden hose. If we go and mark fix garden hose as completed, it still shows, see, and the organized napkins, where's it? That one false, right? So the fixed garden hose is marked as completed, but it still shows here. So we're going to have to add that same task completed part thing on or this part where task completed is false to this part right here. Where is it? Right here. Limit here. So false. Then it's only going to show the tasks that are not completed. So we're going to copy this, and as you can see now I have the article about trees. So article about trees, and if I delete the article about trees, then I will have organized napkins. So delete organized napkins. Perfect. So now we only have those two tasks. Now we need to, with the done button, mark them as completed. So where's the done button? Done. Here we are going to do we need to have it inside? Just like the delete function, I'm going to have it inside because I am also going to need this task doc ID. So I'm basically just going to copy Shift Alt down, mark task as completed. So same thing, Firestore instance, collection users, my UID, collection task, the task doc ID. Then here I'm going to update and then open the brackets and then open and then the field and the value. I don't know why I added the value because I'm not gonna. So the name of the field is task completed, and so field name is task completed, and the value is going to be true. Okay, so now let's put this right here, copy it, and then put it on the done button. Done button. Boom. Okay, so now when I click done, it should mark this task as completed. So if we go organize napkins, is the only one that we don't have, then we click done, and then there's no task to show. I need to fix that. What I can do is to make it show the same widget, because for example right now it just everything went to no tasks to show, because in this stream builder in the home page I have it that, hold on, here. So this is a stream builder, and then inside the stream builder then I have several conditions. If the snapshot has data, basically saying that when I am asking information from the database to Firestore, if there is information, then display the list. So like basically if I have tasks that meet this condition, then show me the list. But if, let me go back, I'm sorry, not back down. So, but if the snapshot has data, but what I am asking for, like my specific conditions, but the data that it has, it doesn't meet the expectations that I'm asking, which is show me the tasks that are equal, that completed true, and the due date, basically all of that, then show this widget, no tasks to show. What I can do, I can basically just copy the whole thing, or at least this whole part, the column part here. Let's see if I copy this whole part. I'm going to copy, here, return. Let's go down, and then instead of saying just no tasks to show, I'm going to replace it with the whole widget again, but this time I'm going to remove a bunch of stuff, like the button is not going to do anything because there's nothing to do with it. There's no task for you to do anything with, so I'm going to remove all the actions from the buttons. So like when you press the buttons, they won't do anything. And in the description, I'm going to remove the description, and also this part as well, remove description, and I'm only going to leave a text that is going to say you have completed all your tasks. Yay. So if we save this, well, we have an error somewhere. We have two returns here, bro. Okay, let's go ahead and save. Yay. So as you can see, now it displays the same thing, or maybe, I don't know, it should be something else. Maybe it does. I should remove all those buttons, but anyways, they don't do anything right now. So let's go to the task list. As you can see, there are no tasks to show because the only two ones that I have are completed. So let's go ahead and add another task. Do the dishes. Save task. It was saved, and now I have do the dishes right there, and do the dishes show up here, and I can delete those later on. I can make a button that will like delete them all. There are so many things that we're still doing, but I want to just cover the basics here. Basically, this is like version 1 of, or 0 point whatever of this app. So now the one thing that I want to do is to be able to like the special thing that I wanted to do with this app is to, let me add another task. So like task 1, task 2, task 3, task 4. So here's what I want to do the dishes, right? The market is done. So what I want to do, so basically I have task 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if you see here, task number 1 is at the top. So what I want to do is to skip a task and incrementally put it further and further away as I skip it. For example, I'll probably be doing this in times of minutes and hours, but let's explain it with days so that it's easier to understand. So when I press skip, I wanted to add 1 day to the due date. So basically today is October 5th. If I add 1 day to the due date of this, then it's going to be October 6th. So for example, let's see, where do we have that task? So if I add 1 day to the due date, October 5th, October 6th, then it should go to the bottom because they're organized by the time, right? So when I skip the time, I don't want to just add 1 day to it. I wanted to incrementally add more time as I skip the task. So for example, I want the time that it is pushed forward to be a formula. So the formula would be the times that I have skipped it. So skips, number of skips times 1 day, basically. So if I skipped it only once, then that will be 1 day, right? If I have skipped it twice, then 2 days, and if I have skipped it 3 times, then 3 days, and so on and so forth. So if I skip a task 25 times, then it's just going to add 25 days, and as I skip it, then it's going to be more at the bottom and more at the bottom, because I just have a bunch of to-do. I have ADHD, so I have a bunch of things that I need to write down that I come up with in the moment. And if I don't write them down, then I totally forget about them later. So that's like the special thing that I know that nobody else has that I wanted to make for myself. So how do we do that? I think that we might need to convert the time to this number. I don't remember what the name of this number is. Times is epoch. That's the name. So basically, it will take this time from Firestore. It will convert it into epoch. Then it's going to add the 1 day or the values to it. And then it's going to convert it back to normal time. And then it's going to add it to Firestore. So let's see. So I will need to do a update function. I think I'm going to have to do it right here. Mark task as completed. Yeah. So skip task. Skip. Skip task. And we're going to do, we're going to remove this part. I think the name of that field is due date. And the due date is going to be timestamp timestamp right now plus no, wait, hold on, because I need to also have not only the timestamp now, but also I need another formula because it's not just 1 day. So I'm just gonna put this. It's not just 1 day. I also need the times that this has been skipped. So let's see, for task 2, where's all this? Okay, task 2, I'm gonna add a field called times skipped. Everything has to be as scripted as possible. Times skipped. Okay, and then it's going to be a number, integer, and the default should be 0 actually. So to this task, I have that the times that it has been skipped is 0, and I need to call that, not call, but like stream that value here as well. And let me copy times skipped and time skipped, time skipped, time skipped. So the time skipped for task 2 will be 0, and I need to update that field. So times skipped, I want you to take its own value and then add a 1 plus 1. Oh, I don't need that there. So for example, if we just leave it like that right now, we have, let's save. Where is skip? Or let me copy this. Skip task. Skip task. Let's put it right here. And this should add 1 to the skipped task. So let's go and click, well, yeah, so let's click skip. Boom, it updated to 1. If we do it again, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. So let's bring it back to 0. So the due date on this, hold on, let me just delete all the ones that, because it's harder to organize if I have all of these. Boy. Okay, so I have 1, 2, and 3. Perfect. So let's bring 1 to today. So the time was October 5th, 12:40. So 1 October 5th, and the time 12:40. I don't know, 35, right? So let's update that so that it goes back to being the number 1 task. Perfect. So I have it right there. Now, first of all, we need to add this times skipped to the add task. Not forget that, because it needs to be a default. So we're going to add right here, time skipped equals 0. So every time I add a new task, the time skip is going to be 0. So I'm going to save that and go back to the home page. So we have time skipped plus 1. Every time I skip the task, then add a skip. Now we're also going to modify the due date. But before we modify the due date, actually let's default time skipped to 1, because if we default it to 0, the first time that we multiply it, it's going to be 0. So we need to default it to 1. And then every time we just add 2 days, I guess, right? Hold on. So we were in the add task, right? Time skip 1, and then this right here, time skipped 1. So we need to add this on all the documents as well. So in case one of those documents don't have the time skipped, we can also make it a default here. So task list, where are we? No, it's not on, it's on the home page here. So time skipped, we have this here that if it doesn't exist, then default it to an empty string. No, it's a number. So if it doesn't exist, default it to 1. So that's why that code is that it's good. So for example, on task 1, I'm going to delete the field times skipped, and if it doesn't exist, then the code is going to default it to 1. So let's go ahead and save this, and we need to multiply it with the thing. So it took me a while to figure it out, but it seems like we're going to have to ditch the time since epoch part of it, because that wasn't working at all. It was just adding 1 day and not adding several days. So what I have done is that I have done a few things behind screens. And the things that I have done have been, first of all, now I am fetching like the due date of that particular task. So I'm fetching the due date. I can fetch it like this, but I don't know, like this also works as well. The problem with this way of fetching data or fetching a field from a particular document is that if it is null, then it doesn't have like a replacement for this. For example, if time skipped is null here, then it will replace it for 1. But if due date is null, meaning that it doesn't exist in that document, then it's going to return null. But since all of them already have it, that's not particularly a risk. So basically we're fetching now the due date, and here we are also fetching the time skipped data, right? How many times it has been skipped. So this is how many times it has been skipped, the new due date, or how should I call it? Days to add, maybe? Yeah, maybe like, let's call it days to add, I guess, because this is a formula that is calculating how many times it has been skipped times 1, which is going to be 1 day, basically. So days to add, and then basically here we are converting. Hold on. So let's take this part, and because that's what we're using it, and this thing right here is days to add. So this days to add, we're gonna put it in here. So what is this saying? This is taking let's see, updated due date, because I had named something else new due date and I didn't want to do that. So with this we are converting. So we're getting the due date from Firestore right here, and then we are converting this due date into an actual date, because Firestore gives us like timestamp 7 seconds, 25 million seconds, or whatever. It gives us the date as with a timestamp format. So we need to convert it into a date like 2022 October 10th, 5/23, right? So this is converting the timestamp into an actual date. So once we convert the thing into an actual date, then we're going to add, first of all, then we're going to figure out how many days we need to add to it. We're going to put it down here, and this is the days to add. It multiplies time skipped times 1, which actually we should just like call it time skipped, right? Like we don't even have to multiply it by 1. That was quite dumb. So we can just directly put time skipped as the number here. So we can basically get rid of this. So what this one is going to do, it's going to take the converted date from timespan from Firestore, and it's going to add the duration of days, and that will be the number that I get from the times skipped, which would be 8, for example. So, and then we need to convert it back to a timestamp so that we can add it to Firestore, because if we add it as 2022 October 10th, it doesn't work, and we need to convert it into a timestamp again and then add it to Firestore. So updated due date, we're going to, this is giving me a result of an actual date, 2022 October 10th, and then we're going to convert it into a timestamp here. Call it new due date time stamp, I guess, right? So new due date timestamp. So timestamp format, I guess. So I'm going to copy this variable and then I'm going to add it here as the new due date. So when I press skip task, basically it's going to take in the current times that it has been skipped and it's going to add a +1 to it. And on the new due date, and then it's going to do all the processing of the date that we did earlier and then update it with the newest date. So I'm going to save all these changes and yeah, so right here we can delete this and we just have the skip task. For simplicity's sake, let's just put it to October 1st and times skipped once. Okay, so now that we have this data like this should go to October 2nd when I press skip. So October 2nd, and now that it has been skipped twice, it should be October 4th. We're adding 2 days to this. Nice. So now that we have 3 times, we're adding 3 days, which should be October 7th. And then 4 days, October 11th. Then 5 days, 16. Then 22. Good. And as it goes, like if we add, let's say 70 days, it should go a few months over. See, December 31st, and then March, and so on and so forth. You see 2024 soon. So that's basically what I wanted, that it goes further and further away as I press skip on them. So let's go back to 2022 and October 5th. Okay, so time skipped. Let's take it back to 1. Let me add a few more tasks. We need to make sure that we have all these fields in here. So let me go back to add task. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have them all in there basically. If I add new tasks, okay, so I have task 1. Let's give it a test. So I only have task 1. Later on we're gonna move towards marking them as done. So let's see. So now we have task 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and do the dishes. So basically if I skip let's see, task 1, then I have task 2, right? And where did task 1 went? All the way to the bottom. So if I do the same thing with all the others, like, wait, am I dumb? Did I just say myself if I'm dumb? Hold on. Yeah, so we skip task 2, and as you can see, it goes to the bottom again, and then task 3, and then do the dishes. Okay, well, I want to do the dishes, so then I mark it as done, right? But then I go in and I go to, and I add another task, task alpha, right? I add this one, and then I will have task alpha basically at the bottom of the queue of the ones that I have added before. So 1, 2, and 3 are further away than task alpha. So if I don't want to do the dishes, I don't want to do task 4, not task 5, not task 6. Oh, task alpha, nice. So as you can see, I can then I can mark task alpha as completed. Let's finish that part so that I can do a full-on, like, well, I already did, didn't I? Mark task completed. Okay, so basically, yeah. So let's see. So I have task alpha. They basically like rotate, as you can see. So we have task alpha, and let's skip task alpha 2. Then I have task 1, and those are the same order. If I add another one, task beta, then task beta is at the top, and basically when I complete task beta, then task 1 comes. But if I don't like task 1, I just skip it. And as you can see, you're basically rotating through your own tasks. So task alpha, do the dishes. Okay, well, finally did the dishes. So, and yeah, so you continue to rotate through your tasks as you want to do them or not. So the key thing is to keep on adding the newer ones. So task kappa, I don't know, I want to do task kappa now. So then task alpha comes in. I don't want to do task alpha. Then task kappa comes back in, because task 1 has been skipped at least twice already, you see. So I had added task, so because I added task kappa later, and task alpha has been skipped several times now, then it doesn't give me task 1 again. It gives me task kappa. So for example, if I went to get another one, task spaghetti, then I have task spaghetti to do it now. But if I skip task spaghetti, then I get task kappa again. But I'm just gonna skip task kappa, then I get task spaghetti one more time. And then when I skip this, then I get task 1, and then task 2. So basically, it's like a smart way, I'm calling myself smart way to iterate through your tasks. So like as you skip them, it pushes them forward further and further. So skip 3, skip 4. Yeah, I think you get the idea. I'm not getting the idea myself a lot, but task cupcake. So task cupcake comes at the top. And then the next one that should come should probably be one of the kappa. I'm not sure. So if I skip task alpha, task kappa. So yeah, task cupcake, it comes back again. See? So yeah, I like this so that I can rotate through my tasks. I don't know what else we're missing. What else are we missing? We might be missing deleting all of these tasks and also deleting them from here. Maybe tomorrow I can do that. So I can do a clear all task button, or mark these again, like bring them back to this list as well. Let me write those down so that I know what to come and do tomorrow. So basically, do I have this extension here? I do. What else? Yeah, so far I think like the core features would be this. Yeah, and definitely some UI. I mean, this is literally just bare bones. Yeah, let's delete task 1. Is it gone? It is. All right, so task 2 is completed. Perfect. So I like this very much. So yeah, so tomorrow I need to go do some cooking now. Tomorrow I'm going to complete these parts and then just call it a day. Then just try to get it uploaded to the App Store and to the Play Store. Play Store first because it's easier. It has less requirements. Apple has all these requirements. So you need to do this. You need to have a privacy policy. You need to have terms and conditions. You need to have a way for users to delete their account. Like all these things, they force you to add them to the app before publishing. So we will be uploading it to the Play Store first. Let's start with this one right here. Clear all completed tasks. So this was very complicated when I was trying to figure it out, but I already have the code for it. Basically, what we need to do is go through every single document in a specific collection that meets the criteria, and then delete them all. So I already have the code for it, as I told you, and I pasted down here. What this does, it exactly what I just explained. Like goes through all the documents and then does something to them. I think we're gonna need to actually, we don't need to have it inside the stream builder, because we just need to how do we say, go through all the my tasks documents. So basically, let's edit it. Let's see. So collection users, and the document will be my UID, and in the collection my tasks, then here where is task completed is equal to true, right? Is task completed is equal to true, then get. So that's gonna get all the documents. Then here we have so for each document that I get from this particular thing, then we're going to do a delete. Yeah, so let's do a delete, right? So, well, hold on. I was thinking about keeping it. Yeah, so let's just keep this part, because maybe if we need to mark them all as completed, we can use this right here. So I'm just gonna make a comment out of it, and then delete this whole part, delete, and the 2 dots. So that should be good. So we should call this function delete completed tasks. Okay, let's put it to its proper size, now indentation, and I think we're good. So we have, yeah, in the collection users, my document, in the collection my tasks, then find where task is completed equal to true, then get all the documents, then go through all of those documents, and to all of them then apply the delete function to it. So let's give that a try. We're going to need to create a button, so maybe just put these buttons below completed tasks for now, of course. Completed, no, we are on, where are we? We're in the home page, so this is the task list thing. So let's cut this thing and bring it over to the task list document, or yeah, Dart file. So let's put it somewhere down here, maybe. Yeah, let's put it somewhere down here, and now we can just call it from the button that we're going to create. So I'm just going to copy this. And why do we have async? Well, we should have we have the async because we have an await there, so that's good. So we're gonna copy this part and look for completed task. Is task completed task here. So down here, let's create a few buttons. So let's do a row, and if we want to bring all of those tasks back to not completed, that's where we're going to use the update version. So now we CupertinoButton, just do a field, and then later on I can modify them. Let's put a comma here, down, parenthesis, and the row. Yeah, that was good. So then text, and the text would be delete completed, right? Let's copy, well, not copy, save, and then to this we're going to then give the delete completed tasks thing. Main axis alignment, center. Good. Or should we do it with end? And that's why I don't like doing the filled version, because it's so big. So padding, edge, insets, that all 8, probably too much, but we don't have a color. Come on, color, taking too long. Cupertino colors, that black. Okay, just padding around it, because why not? Jesus. Good. Okay, so we have this button right here. It says delete completed, so it should go through all of these things. Let's see, we have, how many tasks do we have? We have a few there. So task beta, do dishes, and task 2 just should go. Let's give it a test. Are we saved? Yeah, we're saved. So let's go ahead and try. A few of these documents should go. Let's refresh the page, because I haven't refreshed it in a while. So let's see if a bunch of them go. Let's try to find them first. Do dishes. So this one should go. Let's see. Click. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah! All of them gone. Perfect. That was perfecto. Perfect. So that worked. Now, let's see. So now we have that fixed. Let's go to home page where we have this to do thing. So clear all completed tasks. Gone. Now delete specific tasks from completed task list. For this, we can use a slidable, something that we can just like slide and then have a button right there. Or directly just basically a trash can button right there, but the slidable looks a little more fancier, I guess. I think the name of the dependency is just slidable pub dev Flutter slidable. I think it's probably this one. So let's go and install slidable ff right here. Okay, so now that let's do save. First of all, let's save this part, and let's do save here so we can do pub get, and let's grab a slidable code. So slidable action pane. So we need to copy this whole part, and action, and also I'm gonna copy this and also this part right here. Okay, now let's go back. So we ran pub.dev, and we need to mark one of these tasks as completed. So let's go back, task 3, done, and we have one of the tasks completed. I'm sliding, as you can see, nothing is happening. So we can go to the list, task list, and where are they? Completed tasks, first of all. Completed. So completed tasks, and this right here. So this part. So on each completed task, the column, should I do the whole column? So the container is given the decoration, and then the padding is holding the row, and then the row is holding a column that has only the task title. So I can basically the container instead of the whole column. So I'm gonna do command dot wrap widget slidable, and it's automatically going to import it. Good. So now we're going to paste and also copy this end panel thing. So right here, paste. So I was using FontAwesome Icons. Do I have them already? Yeah, I think I do. Good. So I think that should do the work. So let's go ahead and save. And now when I slide, I should have a trash can. Yay. So basically you have the slidable widget. This key thing is just like, I don't know, put that there, bro, and that's gonna work. So what you want it to happen when you slide is this part, end action pane. So end, that's my dishwasher. So if you can hear it. So end in Flutter, end is the right part and start is the left part. So end action pane, meaning that it happens when you slide to the left. Yeah, so the motion is scroll motion, whatever. I think you can change this to something else. Slidable action, auto close true, on pressed. This is what's going to happen when we press on this button right here. Right now nothing is happening. If we do print bro, for example, and then we click on the action pane, boom, it's going to print bro, and it's going to automatically close because it has the auto close thing. Nice, nice, and nice. So what else? We have a background color that we put it at red, foreground color white. Foreground is the name, the color of the icon itself, and background, you know, the back. And border radius, I put it with a bit of a circular radius so that we can have a round. If we comment this, is going to be a sharp box, as you can see, which looks a little ugly. So that's why I gave it some radius before. So what else? So then the icon, just a trash can. So that's it. That's the slidable action pane thing. So now here we need to create another function, but this time I actually need to put in the function in here. This one is not going to be a loop function. It's just going to be a normal delete thing. So let's look for, do we have one already? Don't we? Come on. I think we have one here on delete here. Where is it? Right here. Perfect. So we just need to copy over this, or just the inside part, the inside code, not the whole function. Let's go back to task list and go down to this slidable. Where is this slidable? I lost it. So here. So slidable action, paste this, and what is happening? I think I'm not getting the task doc ID from here, so I need to copy it. Let's just copy it from the home page. Where is it? Task doc ID. Let's just copy this part right here. Boom. Copy. Go back to the task list and then paste it down there. Boom. Task doc ID. Blah 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 blah. No, we just pasted it where we shouldn't have. It's down here, sir. Actually, we should leave it up there as well, because we should do the same thing. Delete the task from up there. We don't need to mark it as completed. From here, paste task doc ID, and also paste it down here. Task doc ID. Good. So in the slidable part thing, when we press the button, the trash can button, now we're going to do this function, which is go into the users collection, then go to my document my document, then go into the my tasks collection, and then the task ID, the task document ID that you're having, for example, the task doc ID for task 3, then delete it. So let's look for task 3. Task 3. Here we go. So it's getting that document ID, so it's going to delete that document. So let's go ahead and save. And just so that we are not getting confused and like it's deleting everything, let's mark another one as completed so that we can make sure that we're only deleting this one. So let's delete the 3. Let's go to Firestore. Task 3, slidable, and boom, delete it. It's gone. And now we don't have task 3 anymore. Yay, perfect. So that one works. Let's go back to home page. Where do we have the to-dos? Delete specific tasks from completed list. Gone. Perfect. So we're basically doing the exact same thing for the other collection, for the pending task. So delete specific task from pending task list. We just need to go to task list and paste the whole action pane. Okay, the action pane ends there, but we can also copy the key, so it's easier. So control copy, and let's go up to where we have the column and the container. So the container, let's control dot period, control period, wrap with widget, and then slidable, and then paste, boom. So that should be the exact same thing, because we have already defined the variable task.id. So we have the code, and if we save, let's go back here. The last one is task 5, and turns out to be the one at the top here. So let's see. Let's do right click. No, not a left swipe, and then click the trash. Task 5 is gone. Perfect. That was quick. Love it. So this is gone. Mark task as completed from pending task list. I'm not sure if I can add more than one button. Maybe I can do start. Maybe I can do slide to the right or slide to the left. Is that possible? End action pane. So I have start action pane, end action pane. Can I add 2 buttons basically? I don't think I can. So maybe we just do a scroll to the right, and then something happens. Yeah, maybe that. So let's do that. Let's just copy this whole part, and well, basically the action pane. Let's just copy the action pane part and copy, and this is from the pending task, right? That's where we are. Pending task. Good. So we're going to, below the action pane, let's add start action pane, and then literally just paste the whole thing. And let's see. So now if we save, we should have a left action pane as well. Okay, perfect. I wonder if I can make it smaller, because like it's too wide. I don't know how to make it smaller, but I'll probably deal with that later when I'm doing just design, like making it pretty. So here we don't need actually this. What we need to do is mark them as completed. So we have Firestore collection, blah blah blah. In the collection my task, go into the doc ID, yeah, and then update, and then the brackets inside, and then you're gonna update the is task completed field, and then you're gonna mark it as true, or basically update it to true. That's what you should do. So let's make the color of the background green instead of red. Active green, that works. And instead of a trash can we do a check mark? Check, maybe that works. Let's see. So task alpha, and then delete. Perfect. So let's see if that works. So the task alpha, let's mark it as completed. Yeah. So now it shows down here. Perfect. That was super easy too. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I love it when they're super easy. Those were the to-dos from yesterday. What else do we need to do? Okay, I can mark a task completed. I can also delete it from here. I can also delete it from here. I can delete them all. Perfect. That was beautiful. So I only have 2 tasks. I can skip it and get the next one. I can skip it and get the next one. I can skip it and get the next one. I don't think, can I delete it? Cupcake. Oh yeah. Should be from there too. and I can mark it as done. From here, you've completed all your tasks. Oh, this is beautiful. I love it. So, and then I can add a task from here with the title and description, new task row, and then I have that task right there. I can log out, and I don't remember my email. Come on. I don't know what else I should do. My email is 69 at 69 email mail.com. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay. We need to fix that little back and forth there. Yeah. I feel like we're done with this. Are we? Yeah. This is pretty cool. So now, okay. Well, first of all, code-wise, as you saw, all the tasks are functioning properly. One thing that I would like to do is actually just spend some time in making it pretty. Like these things, you know, they look super ugly. So, and then if there is any logic part of the, like by logic I mean, like for example, when I click the skip button, then do something on the database. That's the logic part. So there's the logic part and then the visual part. I'm gonna do some work in the visual part just to not make it as ugly, and that I'm not gonna record it because like it's just a bunch of trial and error, like make it smaller, then make it bigger, then make it smaller, then make it bigger, which is gonna be a little tedious. So once I'm done with the visual part, then I'm going to move over to having it published on the Play Store. But before we publish it to the Play Store, we're going to also change the name of the package, because it's the default. Where's the, is that .com whatever main? Yeah, it's like .com .example .smart to do. We need to change the name of this package to make it more original. Also going to show you how to do that, and then go through the whole publishing it to the Play Store, and also I'll give it a try on publishing on the App Store as well. On the App Store, you're going to need a developer license, and also on the Play Store. The Play Store is cheaper. I think the Play Store cost me $25, and then the App Store cost me $100. So that's what we're gonna do right now. I'm gonna take at least an hour just doing some visual changes here and there, and then move on to getting it prepped for upload on the Play Store, right? So I've made a few changes to the visuals. For example, when you press now read article, like you can just press the icon and then just go with either red, what the fuck, green, you know, what am I saying? When you press the icon, then it marks it as completed and puts it in the other list, bro. But I have thought of a better way to do it. Basically just have them all in one list and then just display the ones that are completed, hopefully below, but we'll see. So yeah, we can do like an order by is task completed, and then put the completed task at the bottom instead of ordering them by the date. So for this, because we're gonna be doing some conditioning basically in this list, I'm going to do some logic that will say basically if the task is completed, then display it like this, like with the green icon and the line through. If it is not completed, then display it like this as it is right now. So for this, let's go to this stream builder right here, which is pending tasks, and we're going to, first of all, we're going to need to get whether we need to get that field from the database, whether it is completed or not. So let's create the variable is task completed, and then just copy here to get it from the database. Boy, get it from the database as well. And because this is a boolean, the default will be false, right? So now we're going to create a builder. So the builder, because the slidable is the same, like delete and delete, we don't need to create a builder on top of the slidable. We can go a little bit further down. So we're going to create the builder on the row here, because here's where the code starts to be different. So on the row itself, for desktop, we have it so that if we click the circle, then it makes it completed. But down here, we have the opposite. So that if we click on this circle, then update the task as completed false. So, right? So let's just go back up to this part right here, which is where it starts being different. And we're going to wrap it into a builder. So I did, in case you missed that, I selected the widget, double click, and then control dot or control period, and then wrap with widget. I can do widget, but I think I have builder, so wrap with builder. And then if you're not using VS Code, just basically wrap it with that builder. So it's gonna be this is the widget, and then this parameter right here, and inside these brackets then you put return and what you had before, right? So let's go down in here, and then let's put if else conditioning thing. So if else, that's why I like VS Code, because auto completes everything. So if else, what we're going to do first is if the task completed is false. So if task completed equals, gotta be double equal, false, then we're going to display it like this, and then else it's going to be displayed like this. So basically, let's just copy this right here. Let's just copy this whole part, cut, and paste it down here. Boom. What is going on? Oh, because we're not returning anything on the else, so that's why it's red. So let's go down to this other part where we have the row, and we're going to copy this right here, and wait, we went too far. Row, copy, and let's go to the else. Where is the else? Here it is. So here we're gonna do return, and then paste the row, Control V, just pasted the row as you can see there. And let's fix this to its proper indentation. First of all, remove the comma, add semicolon, and make it pretty. Ding ding ding. And then remove all of this extra space. That is annoying. Boom. Perfect. Okay, so now if we save, I think we can save already. All right, hold on, something's wrong. So if task completed is equal to false, then return this row. It's probably because I am returning them with the where clause. If I remove the where clause here, then it should return them all. Perfect. And what if I do actually order by is task completed, so that they go at the bottom and at the top? Like the completed ones go at the bottom, and then the uncompleted ones stay at the top. Let's see. Perfect. As you can see, let's mark the one at the top. Let's mark the one at the top, browse for houses. Boom, it goes to the bottom. That is perfect. So basically I'm just going to remove this right here and then just keep it like this. And then this button, I'm gonna put it at the bottom or somewhere, so that, yeah, so if we want to remove the completed ones, they just removes them all. So yeah, so that was part of the logic. So I told you that whenever I do some logic stuff, I was gonna come back. So basically what I've been doing with this is just, making text bold, adding like an icon and aligning it and stuff like that, but not much logic. So I'll continue to make it a little prettier and update you. So now that this is gone, I thought of adding the task. I can do like a bottom navigation thing. So when I click this button, then something's just gonna like whoop, like a screen within this same screen. So like I don't have to go into a different screen and then go back. I can just add the tasks directly from this page. So there's something called bottom navigation, blah, 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 that works for this. So basically I brought over these widget. It's called show modal bottom sheet. And basically what it does, it brings up a screen from within there. So let's see. So basically this is the whole thing. So I called it show emoji panel, but that's on the other app here. I should call it show add task panel, right? So I'm gonna call this, and in the add task thing, which is this plus sign right here, for the moment I'm going to comment over going to the other page, and then I'm just going to add this function. And I need to add the context thing here because it has a build context, whatever. So we're gonna do that, save, and now when we press the plus button, it should bring up that screen. Whoop, 1, 2, 3. There was a problem. What was the problem? But this is weird. I was looking at just researching this issue around, and someone suggested that maybe this will make it work, and I realized that in my other project I do have that here on main.dart. On the Cupertino app I have localizations, delegates, blah 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 blah. So let's just do that then. So we have that is on Cupertino app outside of theme, then we have localization delegates. Let's just add this part right here. We're gonna have to run the app again. Copy. Let's go to main. So okay, Cupertino app, theme, outside of theme, just basically here below home. Paste that in there. I don't know what's this. It's asking us to import material. So we should not use const, I guess, right? So let's see if we save. Hopefully with a hard restart will be okay. Hopefully it will. If not, we're gonna have to run the app again. Oh, that was more than enough. Perfectly. So yeah, we got rid of that error with the just adding this stuff, the localizations delegate for the Cupertino app. So we press now, and now we get these page, right? Again, so I had it as an emoji panel, so now we can just go ahead and edit all of these homepage. Let's go down to where we have this and delete all of this. So we have, hold on, we have an icon, which is this little part right here. Then we have a size box of 58. If we make it a little, is this controlling the size of the thing? Let's see. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Let's just keep it how it was then. I think that will be enough. So we're just going to keep it like that. And row. So we have a row with this thing, and we should probably leave that row in there, but instead just put it in the center and call it add task. Let's see, we close it, open it again, add task. That is a little twisted there, so we're gonna need to find a way to get that in the middle. Then we can just basically remove the rest. Where are these? So this is ending here. Just remove the rest. Delete this, and then this other widget. I should keep that row there, because now we can just flexible this. Goodbye. Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe we're gonna need that. So let's now, instead of having this, let's just go ahead and add basically the whole widget of add task to this panel, which is what we need to do. So we have Cupertino scaffold. We don't need the scaffold. We just basically need from the form. I think the form will be okay. So all the way from the form, let's copy. We're gonna need to bring also the global key. So let's just copy this, go to the home page, and right below this row, which we can remove later, let's paste this. So again, we're gonna have a bunch of errors because we haven't brought all of these other functions. So this function, first of all, let's bring it over, copy, and then all the way at the bottom, one before the last. Let's put it there. Okay, we're gonna need a bunch of things, it seems. So task doc ID, what haven't we brought? Where is the task doc ID? Is it at the top? Seems that it's at the top. It is defined here. So we're gonna need to bring this whole thing, the task doc ID, the key, and the controllers. So let's see, I'm gonna copy these and then go all the way at the top on the home page, .dart, and define them here at the top. So we define them there, just paste them basically, and I think most of the errors are gone. All of the errors are gone. You just gotta put a comma there and bring this to its actual indentation because that bothers me. Good. All right, let's save and see if we have a problem with it. Oh, we don't. So how can we bring that up all the way to the top? So we have a draggable scroll sheet, then a container, returns a container of size 600, and then we have a column that has this icon at the top, which we don't really need. It's just like for decoration's sake, right? Do we really need it? No, we don't. Let's just leave it there for a moment, because then it's, yeah, while we figured it out. So now basically I want to bring that to the top. I don't know if with a cross axis alignment. Let's do a main axis alignment first, see if that fixes it. Main axis alignment center. It's not affecting it. Sometimes I struggle with columns and rows and the alignment of these, because sometimes main axis alignment is the one that works, sometimes cross axis alignment is the one that works. It's always a coin toss. So I need to learn how is it that they work specifically, because I don't know. So none of them are actually, but I think they are actually now, because these moved. If I save it, let's go back. No, let's see, and I think it was the main axis alignment that worked. Start. Yeah, so it's the main axis alignment that worked on this one. So probably the reason because this is so far down is because we have a box, or we have this huge box in here that we can delete. And yep, it was brought to the top, so we can actually leave the box, but instead of 300 pixels, just 30, something like that. Yeah. So basically, I just wanted to show how to get that modal bottom sheet now. Like, this is not the last visual design, but instead of having to go to another page, we're just gonna bring this up, add the task from here, blah blah blah, and then it will be added from there. So let's test it out. First of all, we have 4 tasks. Let's add a 5th one. Finish this video, because yeah, let's see if it works. Nope, it did not work. What was the problem? Following the search and the gesture was thrown. A document path must not be empty. So there's a problem with the code apparently. A document path must not be empty. So probably the reason because of this is that we are initializing the task doc ID with this, and we did not initialize it in the home page. So we need to initialize the task doc ID variable, because right now it's just an empty string, and we need to initialize it with a random generated 20 characters thing. So initState, and then we initialize it right here. And in order for the initialization to take place, we need to do a hot restart. So hot restart, there we go. That should be good. Now let's try to add another task. So again, finish this video, because no. Save task, and now the task was saved successfully. Now let's go to the task list, finish this video right there, and skip, finish this video, because no, perfect. So there it is. Now we can just add tasks from here instead of going to another page, to another route. So I'll continue working on the visuals, and again, you know the drill. So I've done a few visual changes. As you can see, I removed the words, instead changed them for icons, and I had added the modal thing, and I just made a few visual changes here as well. And yeah, so every change that I've made is visual. And also the new task page, instead of having it on the different route, I just brought it into a modal thing as well. So basically you can do everything from this one page. You don't have to go into another page. So we have the list of tasks, and the completed ones show at the bottom. Clean desk, boop. And also as we said here. So the reason why I'm giving you an update on this is because in iOS, this is not a problem that happens in Android. There's a problem in iOS that, for example, when you have the keyboard up when you're typing something, the keyboard doesn't go away. On Android, you have the button right there. I should fire up an emulator. Hold on. Okay, so I fired up an Android emulator. Let's do the login, because we need to make some changes there still. So on Android, as you saw right there, the keyboard disappears with that check mark. So for example, if I click on the plus sign and I am here trying to type something, let's say blah 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 blah. That's super slow. And something blah blah blah, return blah blah blah, return blah blah blah, return blah blah blah. So then as you can see, the button, the save task button, just disappeared, and I cannot access it. Like I cannot click on it. If I want to hide the keyboard, I can just press this on the left, boom, and now I can just click on add task. But the iOS doesn't have that. iOS only has a return button and then the numbers button. So we need to create something so that when we tap around it or something like that, the keyboard disappears, or down below here the keyboard disappears. So that's a problem that I had before, and I have the code that will fix that. So let me get rid of this emulator so that we can continue working on the iOS. So basically, we're just gonna wait for this close, and for you to choose a different emulator, then you click down here at the bottom. Okay, so it's gone. So we click on iPhone 11, or here you will have the active emulator. So if you click down there, then you can select what emulators you want. So you want the web, the Mac, or I don't know what that is, the Mac, or the Pixel, which is the Android one that I have. I'm going to select the iPhone, which is the one that I'm using right now. So I'm going to fire up the app again, and gotta wait until it reloads basically, or the emulation starts again, so that I can do the fixes that I was telling you about. So let's open this right here, and as you can see, we have the same problem. If we go, it disappeared, right? So now we don't have the task. We can't access the button because the keyboard won't disappear. So a fix for that is, let's see, where are we? We're on home page and the modal add task panel. So we're going to need to add something which would be here on add task. Basically this spot right here, we can add it on, and these other two spots contain, it has to be outside of. So apparently when you have a text field with only one line, it does give you the button to do done. But if you have a text field that has multiple lines, it never appears. That's something that I just figured out right now, that I found out, sorry. But anyways, let's put these things in a column. Column children, and let's add them to, well, first of all, let's do a control dot to this and add it to a widget, wrapping widget. It will be gesture detector, and to the gesture detector, then we're going to add this part right here. Boy. Okay, so this part, focus, scope of whatever that is. So we're going to add these three widgets then to that. So basically this 30 pixels of size, and the add new task, new task text, and also these 30 pixels of height will be included in this focus scope thing, which when we tap on will make the keyboard disappear. So let's cut it and then paste them inside the column. The reason why we cannot put it at the top, column is because if we do the gesture detector on top of the text field, then when we tap on the text field, it will be closing the keyboard automatically. So it will be like overriding the whole touch that you do to start typing. So it just won't allow you. So I'm going to save this part right here, close it, open it again. And if I'm typing, if I tap on the task desk, it should hide the keyboard. There we go. So we tap on this area, at least on the text. Yeah. So, it's not working on this area right here, probably because it's just an empty empty box. Let's also delete a few of these, and we can also put it in the below that, but that will be enough. At least on the task, you know that you can hide the keyboard when you're there. You can type in, sorry, IO keyboard toggle software keyboard. There we go. Boy. Yeah, so it's hidden. We cannot type. We cannot click the button. Just tap on the text and it disappears. So yeah, that's part of the logic that I wanted to share, because I know that if you stumbled upon it without me explaining to you what it is and what it's there for, then it will be confusing. So yeah, I'll continue to do some of the visual work. I still need to work on this part right here, which is pretty ugly. And as I realized earlier, on the authentication part as well, like these look extremely ugly. We need to fix that. These two, and yeah, and also maybe these whole page as well. So I'll keep on doing some visual work, and then after that we're going to change the package name, and then after we change the package name, then upload it to the Play Store. Okay, so visually, the app is mostly ready. So basically now we have the task right here. If we want to skip it, then we just, we understand how that works already. Then we have the task here, the list of tasks, sorry. Listen to Kendrick, for example, is right there. So we can mark it from there, and it goes as well from the back, as you can see. If we bring it back, it should be back there. So if we mark it from here, it will be marked here as well. That's pretty cool. We can remove the completed ones. Amazing, love that. We have listen to JC, and deletes. Listen to JC is gone. Perfect. So skip, perfect. So now we just have, here we have the sign off thing. I didn't show you how this widget works, but basically this is a Cupertino dialog. Let me see if I can show it to you real quick. Am I in the home page? Yeah, so when we here log out confirmation prompt, so let's go down to this widget. It's at the bottom. So basically we define this function, and then we are returning a show Cupertino dialog, and that's just how it goes. Then returns a Cupertino alert dialog. Then we do the title, which will be the text, are you sure you want to log out? And then we do actions if we want to have buttons. So actions, and then open a bracket. So Cupertino dialog action will be one button. So for example, on the left, we have yes logout, the text, and then we have an onPressed, meaning that when we press yes logout, then it's going to run this function. It's logging us out, and it's also popping off that screen. So if we, for example, just leave it as sign out, it will do the logout, but this screen will stay right here. So it is important that we also do a navigator pop so that this goes away. So we have two actions, logout and cancel. This is the same thing. So that's why you see that on cancel, I just have a pop so that it closes it. Also, we have barrier dismissible true, meaning that when we tap outside of it, it just goes away. So as you can see there, I just clicked outside and it goes away. I've had so many people, so many users on the other app being like, oh my god, I can't get rid of this screen because I don't include the buttons of cancel or whatever. I just have the text. And I'm like, dude, you can just tap outside it will go away. Like, how is that not intuitive? But apparently it's not intuitive enough. So I stopped using them, basically. I prefer to use a Flutter toast for messages that don't require a button. A toast is like the thing that the snack bar, basically, if you are familiar with that on Android. It's just like a little pop-up text that comes from the bottom or from the top too. Like, yeah. So that's basically the one thing that I hadn't shown you. So then when we click cancel, it closes it. But when we click log out, then it will log us out and also close it as well. So as you can see, this is the authentication page. So basically when we click login, then we are taken to the login page. When we click sign up, then we're taken to the sign up page. So I also included one of those prompts as well, the show Cupertino dialog for the errors that you get on authentication. There's a lot more work to do in authentication here. For example, like using actual emails, like not just, random strings like 69mail.com like I used, but including a verification process, which you can do from Firebase. I do have some email verification, although I still don't know how to do Google authentication or Apple authentication. I just haven't tried it, but I'm sure that it's a tedious process, because when I tried it was like a little complicated, but I'm sure that at some point it's doable. So, but for now, we're just using email. So there's a bunch of stuff. For example, email validation. If I do blah blah blah.com, it actually takes it, right? So we can do some email validation there to make sure that we are including an at and a dot all the time. But that's just out of the scope of this video. I can do a specific video about all of these little things here and there. So I'm just showing off the app at this point. So my email 69@69mail.com. If I do 15255, which is a wrong password, I do login and it says incorrect password, right? So I get the prompt, and if I do, let's say .co, it's no user found for that email. Again, at least those two most common errors, I'm prompting them for the user. So yeah, so 1 2 3 4 5 6, log in. Now we are taken to the home page. So sometimes when you are typing something, specifically in the in the sign-in page, here, sign in or sign up, and the keyword comes up, at least on Android that happens often, it pushes the screen up or something like that, and they will give you a overflow error. So most of the times this is fixed with this part right here, resize to avoid bottom inset. So just set it to false, and that most likely fix that error. Another thing is that when you are navigating to another page, for example, here, when I navigate to, or my email, sorry, I'll just give you an example. So in the home page, I have added this part right here. Where is it? Automatically imply leading false. So if I comment it, I'm gonna save that, and then I'm gonna log in. Then it has the back button, and I'm basically in the home page. So where will I be going back to? If I click the back, then it's going to take me back to the home page or to the login page or whatever, right? So that's a little annoying. So to eliminate that, I just include this part right here, automatically imply leading, and it doesn't make that show basically when I log back in. So that's why you didn't see it the first time. So yeah, those are like the little things that I know that you will be, if you're following this with me, you will be like, wait, how did you make that work? Now I'm definitely not calling it smart to do, because like, okay, you're not really like super smart. It's just, the ability to skip things, kind of like a procrastination to do things. So I'm just trying to come up with a name, and I don't know what name to choose it. So I'm literally just at these random generator site looking for names. I think those are the ones that I've clicked on when I was trying it. So Muba sounds interesting. Let's keep on generating stuff. Hagya, Homni. Nah. Tonfa. All right, so I just keep on generating stuff until I like something. And once I find the name, then we're going to change the package name for this app so that we can prep it for uploading to the Play Store and then also the App Store. So these names that I was looking at and the generator were basically dog water. The main thing of this app is skipping tasks, and there's a correlation to skipping an alarm, which is snooze, and there is already snooze task is already taken, snoozetask.com. So I'm just gonna call it snoozed with an ed or with a d at the end, and that should suffice, my friend. So let's go ahead and move over to changing the package name. Let's try this. How do you call this thing? Dependency. It's package. Yeah. So I think, is it already added? Let me just try this. Well, dependency name right here. So let's go ahead and add this dependency to pub.yaml.
H F A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U W. What? R O P Q R.
Here we go. Jesus. Rename. Save. And we're probably gonna have to stop it. Okay, so we have saved the pub.whatever. And what are the commands? So basically, right now, let's go to Android and app and source and main and rest. What? Main manifest here. So our package name is com-example.smart-to-do. Let's see if we can change that with this package. So let's go to the terminal, and I think I'm gonna have to cd into this thing again. Cd smart to do. There we go. Let's run this. Pub global run rename bundle id com.snoozed -- android. Let's see if that works. It did not work. Pub.get flutter pub.get. Okay, so we should do then flutter pub global. Let's see. Flutter pub global, this whole thing. Let's see. Flutter. Okay. No active package rename. What? No active package rename. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis? Do we need to do something else first? I just like to jump on things. Okay, so fine. Installation. Blah blah blah. Flutter, boy. Flutter pub global activate rename. All right. Is it activated now? Huh? Okay. First of all, let's rename the app, I guess. And what would that be? So Flutter pub global run rename network up snoozed. Let's run that. Boy, what was all this? Okay, so here's where we run it, and it says file repository change iOS app name. Okay, iOS app name changed successfully. Good. Mac OS app name changed successfully. Good. Android app name changed successfully. Linux and Windows app name. Oh wow, I didn't know that Flutter worked on Linux, so that's cool. Okay, so now we changed the app name for everything, for all the platforms. So maybe we can do the same thing with the global, so that we don't have to do it on both platforms, like with a specific target. So let's give that a try. We need to run Flutter first. So Flutter, and then pub global run rename bundle id com that. If you're confused about this com that whatever, package names are usually like websites reversed. For example, facebook.com, the package name would be com.facebook. I guess. Snoozed. Yeah, let's see that if we're bold enough to get that. So did this work? I think it did. So blah 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 blah. iOS bundle identifier changed successfully to com.snoozed, Mac OS, Android, and Linux. So let's give this a check. All right. Okay, package name up here did not change. So let's close this and reopen it. I don't know. Maybe that. Okay, so it didn't change right there. So that's interesting. The app name did change. Labeled, snoozed. Let's search for this com example smart to do just to see where all the places that it's actually in. So in Google Services, it is in Google Services. We might need to change the name on, that might be a problem. So we might need to change the name of the package on Firebase because we added this app with the package name com example.smart to do. So this is in Google Services for Android. So bundle ID, it is still on the Google Services. We're gonna let's update that in a minute. So we still have it in the manifest, of course. Here, main activity. What is this? Maybe if we do a Flutter clean and Google Services in, okay. So we need to definitely add both apps in Firebase again, or like add this app again in Firebase with the updated package name. I'm gonna do a Flutter clean so that the build files are deleted and then rebuilt again, and see if that eliminates a few of these. So let's give that a try. It takes a few minutes, but Flutter clean, in case you don't know about it, it's just Flutter clean. And what this does, it deletes this folder, I think, or these two folders. And the recording stopped, but yeah, I was just doing a Flutter clean and then I ran the app again. And as I was saying, basically the Flutter clean removes this folder right here, the build, and then when you run the app again and you run the debugging thing, it just creates it again. So now we still have some results here for this smart to do, mostly on the Google services and the Google info.plist. So we're gonna have to do those again. Let's go to Firebase. Where do we do this? Settings. I think we're gonna have to add a new app. First of all, let me make sure that manifest, is it open? Okay, Android app, source, main, manifest. Here is still, I wonder if I'm gonna have to do that manually. But let me just erase this. Snooze. Okay, application ID. I'm just gonna copy this, maybe. Copy that. And let's go to Firebase. I'm gonna have to add both an Android app and an iOS app again. So let's see if that works. So we click here on add app first, iOS app, and then the bundle ID. Bundle ID, it's gonna be com.snoozed, and the name of the app is gonna be snoozed, and register app. Okay, so we're gonna have the GoogleService-info.plist file. Yes, save it to the desktop. Okay, so now we're gonna have to do some replacing again. Let's open this file, and let me look for my folder where I have it here. So I have it on, where's this thing? Dev, GitHub, smart to do, and it was in iOS, and then runner, and then here Google Service plist. So I don't like deleting stuff, so I'm just gonna put it in in my downloads folder. And then I'm gonna put the plist here again. Now, that's not all. Again, remember that we need to add it through Xcode one more time. So let's see if that works. It's probably gonna be all over the place. Right click on the iOS folder, open Xcode, open in Xcode. So we do runner and then Google Service plist. Can we just drag and drop it? Copy files if needed. Okay, finish. And yeah, we're gonna leave that running in the background, that indexing part. And let's click next, blah blah blah, next. Yeah, we got all that. Now let's add another one for Android, and it's gonna be com.snoozed, and register app. We're gonna have to do a bunch of this signing stuff later, which is quite complicated for me. I don't remember how to do it again. So we'll see how we go around doing that later. So let's open this Google Services thing. And I think this one we can actually just drag and drop it. It's not necessarily that we do it through anything special. So like Xcode. So let's go to Android, and where do we have that Google Services? Is it an app level? Here. App level Google Services. I'm just gonna open the folder because reveal in Finder, because I don't know. So I'm going to, where is it? What? App. Okay, that's why. Google Services. I'm gonna drag it on my downloads folder. Ooh. Okay, stop. Just put it somewhere else. Document. And now let's drag and drop this one. Google Services JSON. Put it there. Now that we have made changes. Wait, why is this one still called Smart To Do? Didn't we just make a change? We'll see. Well, first of all, since we're doing this whole thing, I have successfully transferred over the files. Let's see if that makes it work. I have all of that installed already. Continue to console, and snooze has been added. Now we should run this app again. Clear. Let's do a Flutter clean, just in case. Go back to main, and I'm going to run it one more time. Debug anyway. All right, so we'll give it a minute. So the app ran, and as you can see, now I have two apps. The reason of that is that they have different app packages or package identifier. The com.example thing is different, so now it has installed two. So I can basically delete this old one, and I should do the same thing on Firebase. I should delete these, for example, this. We're not using it anymore because it has the old bundle ID, and this one as well. So now that we have removed these, we might run into a problem because we never know. So, but that's why I'm removing them, to make sure that nothing is just like, everything is okay. So I'm gonna sign out and try to log back in again. Hard restart, and if it logs back in, it means that the change was successful. So okay, so it logged in, meaning that it connected with Firebase. So that's good and dandy. Now we're going to need to also change the name of the app itself, like in the icon, and maybe come up with some sort of icon. I'm just gonna do a default thing. I don't remember that from the top of my head, and I don't want to spend like 20 minutes trying to figure it out with you here. So I'm gonna figure it out and then show you. So someone on Stack Overflow is suggesting that we do it directly from Xcode, which I've done this before, but these things you just do them once and you just forget about it. So basically you go to the iOS folder, right click, open in Xcode, and that's going to open Xcode inside your app folder, basically, which is what I have here. and then you're probably gonna come up like that, and then you're just gonna select runner, and then go to the general tab, and in the general tab, then here you're going to change the display name, so snoozed. And then also when you're submitting different versions to the App Store, here's where you will be changing the version as well. Yeah, so far we're just going to change the name and then go again and figure out the icon situation. Because we made some changes in Xcode, if we do a hot restart, that's not gonna do it. We need to run the app one more time. So I'm gonna use the likelihood logo as a reference, and also these other icon that I just found online, which is simple enough. Just gonna change the colors and shape. So we do open maybe. Okay, so we have the likelihood logo. Let's paste this in, and oh, perfect. It is what just happened. So I love it that it is transparent. So let's just bring that up to speed. Why is it transforming it? Not supposed to transform. Control T and these. Click that there so that it doesn't transform and it just gets bigger. Okay, that's about size. Okay, so we're going to, how can we, let's see, let's fill this with just white color. Fill that, rasterize, sure, fill this, and then let's select this part. I'm going to do a cut, Control C, Command X, and then a paste, and then basically I'm going to delete all of this. Perfect. So now we have the check mark, and let's create another layer. And which one's the check mark? Check, and let's put it below back BG. So background, and this layer, let's just do plain white. It would be nice if we can get rid of those corners, but it's, who cares. Here I'm gonna double click, and then I'm gonna do gradient overlay, and I'm going to select some colors. I don't know how to copy this, but basically those two colors. Okay, so the bottom color is gonna be some sort of, let's go to the blue, right? And then something along these lines, and then also then the yellow, let's go to the blue as well. Yeah, so then have something like that basically. Let's make it a little more vivid. Yeah, and the bottom as well, a little more vivid. All right. Okay, I like that. So now let's just save all of this and make this a little bigger so that it's not like as small. Right in the middle. And maybe a little too big, is it? I don't know. What do you think? We'll try with this, right? Later on I can make some changes. This doesn't have to be perfect. So let's go ahead and export this thing as snoozed underscore logo. Let's call it that, and also save this PSD file because why not? PSD snoozed logo /PSD. PSD is a Photoshop file, in case you didn't know. So that's that. And now that we have an image, I think we're gonna need to use these package to change the icons. So installing first, let's go to this, and I think this dependency, you install it in the Flutter dependencies part, which is not the same as where we have been installing stuff. So here's under dependencies is where we have been installing stuff. So dev dependencies, maybe down here, is that where I have it? Let me check. Yeah, so dev dependencies, Flutter test, Flutter icons right there. underneath. So let's go back. Indentation in this part is important, so we got to make sure that we have it. Okay, so just one below the perfect. So now that we have installed these dependencies, we're gonna do a run. Control S, save, so that it runs pub.get. And another thing that we need to do is that we need to uncomment these assets things. So command K U, and yeah, so we don't have these thing we need to create. It will be good if we create an assets folder. So inside this project, smart to do, just gonna right click, create a new folder, call it assets. Normally that's what people do, like just call it assets, whatever. You can call it assets69 if you want to, right? And then inside this assets folder, let me create icons. Perfect. So let's go ahead and put these how you call it, this path basically in here. So it will be assets / icons / it will be good if we put in the actual name, so the actual name of the file that we're importing. So snoozed _ logo.png. I think that's the name of the file that we just created, isn't it? Yeah, so snoozed _ logo.jpg. Okay, that's JPG. There we go. We can delete this, right? So let's move it where it's supposed to be. Just gonna copy it. Copy. Go back to Smart To Do project, Smart To Do assets folder that we just created, icons folder that we just created, and paste. So basically we have it on the same path. So perfect. So that's good. Let's see if that will be enough. No. One thing that we need to do is do this thing right here. So Flutter icons right under the dev dependencies. We need to type this part, copy, dev dependencies, and here, Flutter icons, indentation. Okay, one back. No, or these forward basically. This forward. So Android true, iOS true, image path. We should just copy this, and then inside the quotes, so we have assets / icons / snooze logo.jpg. Saving. There was a problem, whatever, I don't know, we'll see what that problem is. It's probably because we have this lint thing, so like I put it in the middle of this thing where it wasn't supposed to be. So let's just delete this and put it there, and basically just have the lint. There we go. So maybe that's better. So let's save one more time, and we still have an error. What? Literally, I told you that indentation it's such a huge thing here. So for example, I just had it like that, and I'm clicking on save, and I'm getting the error. If I do what I should have done, which is have it with the proper indentation, then that works. So that was my bad right there. You probably were seeing this all along, but yeah, that's how that got fixed. So I'm going to run the app one more time now that I have changed the icon. No, I'm sorry. What am I doing? I need to actually do the whole thing. So let's see, dependencies, run this part, got mail, run this part right here. So pub.get is, we run it every time we do save, but just to be safe, just copy and paste the whole thing, and just go into the terminal and then paste and then run that. Flutter icons, creating default icons for Android, overriding iOS. Okay, successfully generated icons. There are some other things that we need to change on Android Manifest and also on some other stuff on thing, but I want to run the app and see if that works. Okay, so now that after we ran this thing to generate the icons, if you want to see the icons, you can go to the iOS folder, and then you can go to runner, and then assets, that x, then app icon, whatever, and you can click on these, and you will see that the folders should be there. I was running the app, and the icon wasn't changing, but I had to restart the simulator. So I closed the simulator, forced quit, and then opened it again. And as you can see, if I allow it, nice. Now we have the icon. That looks pretty nice, if I do say so myself. So now we have our app working with a different name and also a very nice icon. Perfect. So first of all, we're going to upload it to the Play Store. And registering the app is not like as easy as uploading it. We need to fill a bunch of forms and answer a bunch of questions. But I'll go through the whole thing, try at least. So Flutter Build App Bundle, Flutter Build iOS. Okay, here we go. So Flutter Build App Bundle, Flutter Build iOS. So let's try to generate an app bundle. I just did basically Flutter Build App Bundle, and what it does, it creates the APK for the Android. While we're doing that, I should actually try to run it on the Android phone. I'm sure that there are things that I'm gonna have to change for the Android version that are probably just working here in the iOS, but on the Android are not going to work, probably because of the size of the screen and stuff like that. While that's running, let's go to where we need to go to create an app. To upload it to the Play Store. So basically, you will be Googling Google Play Console. And let's see, we go to Google Play Console and build your blah blah blah. So you go to Play Console. This is in Flash Englati. Here we go. So we need to sign in. I don't know what my password is. Okay, so here's the thing. There are a bunch of stuff that you need to do to create a developer account. If you're building an app, you should be resourceful enough to figure out how to create a developer account. It's literally like signing up for a thing. Just ask, answer, and then pay like $25 per year. Or I think it's lifetime, because I paid $25 for my developer account in 2020, and they haven't asked me to pay it again. So I think that developer account might be lifetime. I'm not sure. So yeah, so just create a developer account. I'm gonna go to my developer account. So before we move forward to creating the app, as you can see, the bundle was created, and it will be in this path. So it will be inside the folder build, app outputs, bundle, release, app release. So this is our project. Inside our project, we go to build, and then app, and then outputs, and then app bundle, and then release. And this is basically the app that you will be uploading to the Play Store. You can also create an APK. It didn't create it because I think maybe it did. I'm not sure. Maybe that's an APK that works, that you can just install on your phone. Although it is a hassle to install apps from a developing, like from your, if you're just making this app on your iPhone and you don't have an Apple developer account, you won't be able to install the app permanently. You will be able to run it while you have the phone connected to the cable, but you won't be able to just keep using the app. You need a developer account for that. But for Android, you don't. For Android, you can install the app and basically just use it for yourself, and even just share it to your friends with the APK file without having to upload it to the Play Store, but whatever. So now that we've created that, let's go ahead and create a new app. So create an app. The name is going to be Snoozed, and it's going to be an app, and it's going to be free. And developer program, I read that, all of those things. I totally read them in these as well. So, So before the app it's actually running on the Play Store, you're gonna have to do a bunch of stuff like answering a bunch of questions about the app itself. You also going to have to create a store listing, like having the so for example, you're gonna have to create first of all a logo for the thing. You're gonna have to also add store graphics, create these graphics with a specific dimensions. You're gonna also have to write a description, and yeah, I think that's most of the stuff. And not only that, but like answer a bunch of questions for these things to be answered, like PG-18, answering a bunch of surveys about the contents of your app before we get it released. So let's see, provide information about the setup store listing. Let's see if we can start doing these. Set up privacy policy. You're gonna have to have a website as well where you can have a privacy policy. You don't have to buy a website if you can find some sort of blog or something, or like a free website maker, and add your standard privacy policy. That would work as well. Let's see. Where are all the tasks? App access. All functionality is available without special access. So basically, when you submit your app, some people are going to actually check out your app. I think they run different tests. They have robots, like a robot that just like a simulator that just punches on. It just goes like pop, 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 punching on every single button and every single thing. It's called a monkey test. It's like simulating what a monkey will do, just like tapping on every single part of the app or stuff like that, right? So they have that, and I think they also have a person actually look at it. So because this app requires some credentials to sign in, they are going to need some to access the app as well. So you will give them like a specific credentials. So you can create a user called test@test.com and password 123456, and then you will add these instructions here, like I don't know, as I say, for example, for users in the US, whatever, for users worldwide. Then you will have like a username, which will be test@test.com, and the password will be 123456. Use the credentials to log in the main screen of the app. But you can just do this thing. Let's see, apply. So that's one thing that we have done. Let's see what else can we do here. Dashboard, set up the app, ads. I don't have any ads on my app. Save. You need to complete all of these steps before your app can be submitted. So contain content rating, start a questionnaire. Let's see. It is no communication, all of the app types. It's not a game. This will be used to contact you about the content ratings. No intro code@gmail.com. Let's see. Downloaded app. Does the app contain any ratings relevant to? No, not at all. So user does natively allows users to interact, exchange content. No, sir. Online content. Does app feature promote content isn't part of the initial app done access? No. Promotion or sell age restricted products? No. Does miscellaneous? Does the app share the user's current No. Does the app allow users to purchase? No. Is the app a web browser? No. Is the app primarily news? No. Save. Next. It's made for all ages. Good. And good. So we have the ratings done. Oi. What else? Target audience. Basically everyone. Just everyone. Could store listing unintentionally appeal to children? What? Could your store listing unintentionally appeal to children? No. What children needs a to-do list? Come on, bro. Right. We need some more. What else we need? News app. It's not a news app. Is your app a news app? No, sir. Saved. Go back. COVID-19. It's not a COVID. My app is publicly available. Nope. My app is not a publicly available COVID-19. What else? Data and safety. Blah 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 blah. These are like what data do you gather and what do you do with it. So, for example, does your app collect and share any required data types? Yes. For example, email address. Or right now we're not even requiring real email addresses, but I don't know. Is all of the user data collected by your app increased in transit? Yeah, I guess. Do you provide a way of user requested data if it's deleted? I need to, but no. This question, for example, in Google Play, it doesn't really affect the application. What it does, it just displays that warning when users go and check out your app. Like, can you delete your info? Yes. Or can you delete your info? No, kind of thing. It's like in the store listing. I don't know if, for example, here, you can request the data be deleted. So now on this app, it's going to be like, you cannot request that your data be deleted, right? So data types, location, I do not ask for location. Personal info, no. Maybe like email address, top, and user IDs. I mean, I generate those, so like I'm not even getting them from anyone. So yeah, we're just getting email addresses. We're not getting any messages, videos, audio files, any of that. Calendar, nothing. App activity, we're not doing any event tracking at all. App info and performance, what's this? Not even that, although we should, but later on. Yeah, so click next. Email address not started. Now we need to answer what we're doing with the email addresses. So we choose what type of information we are gathering, and then we need to answer what we are doing with it. So select go.apply. This data is transmitted off the user's device, either to you, the developer, or the third party. This includes the data that is processed ephemerally or stored for longer. So it is collected in a way. Or most likely, like, we're not saving it, we're just sharing it with a third party in a way. This data is transferred to a third party, either on and off the user's device, and the third party is Firebase in our case, or in this app's case. So, and it is core for the functionality of the app to authenticate the users. Basically, we're not using it for anything else. So used to set up management and user accounts, for example, enables you to create accounts. So basically those two types is what we're doing with it. So I'm going to save. And now that we answered that, we're going to click submit. And we need to add a privacy policy though. So we are done in that part. Wait, stay. What's going on? Oh, the privacy policy part. What are you saying? Leave in discard. So submit it. Advertising ID. We're not using any advertising ID. This user indicated you have imports an advertising ID. No. Save. Go back. Data safety. We literally just answered this, didn't we? So it seems that to continue with the data safety, or basically to finish off the data safety part, it's mandatory that we add the privacy policy. So just for now, I'm going to add the privacy policy for the likelihood app that I have. So hopefully they're not too stubborn about it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to create a whole privacy policy for this whole app, which is basically what you should do. So, because you're serving customers. But this app is mostly for me and just to show you how to make apps, not like an actual to consumer product that I'm delivering, right? So let's do this quickly again. Blah, 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 blah. It's shared for the app functionality and for the account management. So we save that and we get next. There's a preview. And now that we have the privacy policy, now we can do a submit. So submit. Oh, okay. Now we could go back, I guess. All changes have been saved. Okay. So we have a bunch of checks here. What is left to do? I don't think we have anything left to do. Well, yeah, definitely a bunch of stuff like app icons or whatever. So we have a bunch of checks here. So here, manage your app, how it's organized and presented. It is an app and it's on the productivity category. Productivity. Let's add the activity tracker. Is there a to-do tag by any chance? Tools. Personal assistant, I guess. And I'm productivity. Whatever. Right? So apply. What else? Email address, store listing, no intro, code arriba gmail.com. Phone number, no phone number, no website. Advertise my app outside Google Play. Yeah, that's good. Save. All changes have been saved. Let's go back. How we go back? And scroll down. So now set up the store listing. We need to do that too. Yeah. So we need to make graphics and stuff like that. So short description. Okay, so it took a few seconds to write this down. So we need to put in a short description and a long description. If we go here, we have I think this is the short description, and then there's the long description, this right here. So we have a description, and we should save that. And some language have errors. What are you talking about, sir? What? Some languages have errors? What is that supposed to mean? It's probably because of this thing. Anyways, so we have an app icon. Let's see, can we export a 512 version of this? Export as. That took a sweet time. So this image was originally 1000 times 1000, so I think we can do 512, and yeah, maybe that works. So let's export it. Snoozed logo Playstore 512. So we can save it there in assets, and let's go to the Play Store, and let's see if we can upload it. Here we have it. So we just drop that, and then feature graphic. Ay, Dios mío. So we're gonna need a graphic. I'm literally just gonna make something super quick. The dimensions are 1024 by 500, and screenshots, at least 2 screenshots. I'm gonna do the screenshots of this page, and this page, and that should be it. That should be enough. And the aspect ratio should be 1969 or whatever that is, right? This is like one of the most tedious parts of publishing an app from the simulator. If you're using the Android simulator, you can do Command S. Let me see if I get another. Arrange scans, fix hard drive, show off, read article about trees. Okay, so I'm gonna do a screenshot, Command S of this part, a screenshot of this part, and also a screenshot of this part. And now I have 3 screenshots, and they are in my desktop. Yeah. So let's see if I can actually just save them from here. Will those work? Please do. Mamma mia, they do. Heck yeah. All right, so we have these 3 screenshots. Be okay with just that, please. Okay, so now let's save. Perfect. Mamma mia. Dashboard, I think with this we have most of the stuff that we needed for it. If we go for production right away, let's just go for production right away, right? And let's be bold. Create a new release. So we need to get the app bundle that we generated earlier, which is under build app outputs bundle release right here. So we're gonna click this. We're gonna get a bunch of errors like the app is not signed properly or blah blah blah, but it's good that we go through because this is how we learn, by doing. So for example here, you uploaded an APK or an Android bundle that was signed in debug mode. You need to sign your APK or blah 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 in release mode. So find out about signing. So this, I don't remember how to do it straight up. I remember that I just spent some time and did it. So I'm gonna take a break, do this later this weekend. New energy. We were left off here. The step that we needed to do to finish uploading the app, which is signing your app. You won't find how to do it in this guide. The guide that you're going to need to do this is this one. It's called Build and Release an Android App. Just open it here in the Brave browser. So, badum. So basically, the one thing that we need to do now is do this part right here, sign in the app, and here this command is the one that we need to run. So we have these two, Windows and Mac. I have a Mac, so I'm going to run this command. But if you have Windows, then you're going to run this command, of course. This is going to be the end result file, upload-keystore.jks. So let's copy this, which is the command that I'm going to use for Mac. So let's go to our terminal, and we're not inside the actual project. So cd smart todo. There we go. So now that we're in the projecto, let's paste this key to keygen blah blah blah. Is that gonna be okay? Let's see. Let's press enter. Enter key store password. It doesn't show, but key store password is too short. Must be at least 6 characters. Enter key store password. Imagine this being read by a text-to-speech. It will be scary. Password is too short. Must be at least 6 characters. Enter key store password. I don't know. What should I call it? Re-enter key store password. What is your first? What is your first and last name? We don't necessarily need to type this down, so let's just go with test. What is your organizational unit? Ouch. Test. What is the name of your organization? Test. What is the name of your city or locality? Test. What is the name of your state and province? Test. What is the 2-letter country code for your disk unit? TE. Is it correct? Yes. Generating 2 RSA key pair and self-signed certificate with a validity of 10,000 days, storing at this location. Alright, so that kind of worked, I guess. So now that we have generated this, let's move over. So wait, one thing that you need to keep in mind is that is like highly private. Don't share with anyone, and if you're sharing your project on GitHub, make sure that that part you don't, that key store file, that JKS. I think they can publish on your behalf if you have that signature key store file. But yeah. Alright, so reference here, we need to do this thing. So inside the Android folder, we need to create this file called key properties and then add this information. So let's go ahead and copy this name. Control C. Let's go to the Android folder. Do we already have it? No, we don't. So we need to create it. New file, key.properties, enter, and then paste. What? Oh, we didn't copy the thing. Okay. So let's copy these things. So copy and paste. So store file. Here, location of the key store file such as blah blah blah. So it was saved right here, isn't it? So we can copy this. So this, right? Maybe. Key alias upload. I was reading that key alias is this, like dash alias upload right here. And then key store password, we type them all the same. All right, so click save. What's the next step, boy? Warning, keep papers private if you don't check it under public source control. And I'm making a video about it. Configure signing Gradle, blah, blah, blah. Configure Gradle to use upload key when building the app release by editing the project. Okay, so configure this part on the, okay, so the app level build Gradle. Add the key store information from your properties before the Android block. Okay, so we need to look for this Android block and then add this stuff right here. Just copy this. So build app level Gradle, Android app build Gradle. So where's the Android block? Android block right here. So basically we need to paste this down here. Yeah, I think it's at the same level as the Android. Let's put it at the same level as the Android then, right? Nice. Okay, so load the key properties file into the key store properties object. What? So then file build types block, build types release, blah blah blah. That's how it's supposed to look. If I go down here, alright, this part right here. So I guess we're replacing this part. It says, and replace it with the following signing configuration info. So release that whole thing. All right, let's copy the whole thing. Wait, replace the whole thing, or I don't know. No, it said the whole thing. Replace it with the following. So build types, I'll replace the whole thing. Man, you gotta make videos about these things. I just documentations are boring. Documentations are boring. Change my mind. Are we good there? I feel like this one, shouldn't they be like that? I feel like everyone is like aligned, and these things aren't. Let's see. See, they weren't aligned. Why are you not aligned, sir? Why are you not aligned, sir? This is quite annoying. You know, like, quite annoying. Okay. Go one forward. All right. So that should be all right. What else do we need to do here? Release builds your app will not be signed automatically. Okay. So that should do it apparently. Let's try to run the app or build a release. Let's go to the, well, we are already in the terminal. So let's do a, first of all, save all of this thing. And sorry, not just that, also make sure to add the internet permission in the build.gradle.
Because when we are developing the app by default gives us the access to give the app, gives us the permission to access the internet on the app, on the development side, like while we are building the app. But once the app is released, then it does not have access to the internet unless you state the permission.
So we need to do that. Because when you're building it, you're like, oh, but it gave me access to the internet while I was making it. But it won't be as such once you create a release version. Where do you add this thing? Is it before the application? I think it's before the application here. Users permission. Right before the application, we do internet permission. And that should do it. Now let's do a Flutter clean. Flutter clean. And let's do a Flutter build app bundle. Let's give it a minute for this to build. App has built. Now let's go back to uploading it. So here, we probably will need to add a different version and build again. But let's see. Smart to do, build, app, outputs, bundle, release. There we go. I know it by heart already. Okay, well, this didn't give us a problem, so that was amazing. So we have these. Well, if you're looking at this guide, it's because you're planning on making apps. So basically, this is something that you're going to be doing often. This part right here, when you've seen several versions. If you're not familiar with the versioning formats, basically most software follow these standard, which is having these three numbers. And the last number is usually when you just fix a bug on the app. The second number is when you do like a minor change, improvement, or whatever. And then the first number is like when you do, let me see if these are like here, I guess. Yeah, so like you normally would organize a production of your app with these three numbers as versions. So the last number is a patch, like when you just fix something small. Then the second number, it's the one in the middle, is when you do somewhat major, not major, but like significant changes on the app. And then the first number would be like when the API breaks, basically like if you had that to go to the settings, you went to your profile and then you went to the settings button, but now you changed it so that you go to the settings by going into the info button and then to profile and then into settings. So like when things just change majorly or whatever, then you change these the first number. So you will be using this a lot because whenever you make a change to your app and you publish an update, then you will be updating this number, and you normally update this number in popspec.yaml. So let's say, for example, my app right now is how did I call it? I forgot. Snoozed. So Snoozed app right now is on the first version 1.0.0, and then the version code number 1. So that version code is something that you will also be publishing a lot. So not publishing, changing a lot. So when you publish your first app, you will have your version code as 1. It doesn't have to be this way. You can literally just be like, okay, my first version code is going to be 25, right? It doesn't have to be a specific number. It's just for guidance purpose for you. This is not available for the public. So I'm going to publish my first app with a version code of 1, this part right here after the plus. And when I publish a second update, even if it is 1.0.5, if I've only published twice, then my version code could be just 2. So I can be like 1.5.25, but my version code will be 3 if I've only published 3 times or something like that, right? So normally you can this is somewhat of a standard practice, and you can just learn as you go with it. So yeah, but again, it's something that you will be using a lot. So here is the things that you type in, like in this new update. Let me just write it down. Initial or published, snoozed for the first time. I don't know, right? Yay. And so when you publish an update, here's where you will be typing stuff like fix the bug where the task wouldn't move, whatever. Yeah, so I'm just gonna leave it like that because my version code is 1. So when you're gonna publish a second update, then you go into popspec.yaml, you change the version number to 1.1 and then the version code for 2. You save and you generate the app bundle, and then when you go to publish it here, then you make this change here as well. So we move forward on, well, first of all, save and then review, release. One thing that we haven't done, oh, okay. I don't know where we do that. Where do we do that? Where do we choose the countries? Is it here? If I need to go back, releases or countries or regions, add countries or regions as the rest, well, everyone. everyone, including rest of the world. Okay, so we're gonna add countries, add, and yeah, now let's just go. So edit release, I've chosen the countries, review release. Okay, developer, blah blah blah. I need to find out what that is, because I've been getting that warning for the past few months and I have no idea what it is. So now I remembered. We need to go to Firebase, because we added that the instructions to sign into the app was test.test.com and with the password, I don't know, 12345 something, but we don't have that user created. So we do actually. What? So yeah, we do have that user created. Okay, my bad. But it's good to check that you actually make sure that you have the credentials that you've given the Google Play people to access your app. So we're going to start a rollout, and our app is going to be in review. And once we get an email back from them, either it's going to be rejected or accepted. And yeah, it's probably going to be a few days, less than a week for sure, the first time. And then once you publish updates, they are normally about a day and a half tops. But it's usually around 24 hours. So yeah, we have our app in review to be published. View on Google Play. Still doesn't have the link, but yeah. So yeah, this is pretty cool, isn't it? We have published an app to the App Store. We'll be back later. Now, how about we try to do it on the App Store, right? So again, let's see, developer. So when you want to publish an app to the App Store, you need to have a developer account, and that costs about $100 a year. So you need to have like a business plan or just a lot of money to spare to publish apps to the App Store. So yeah, I already have mine, so that's why we'll be able to do it this time around. So to publish updates to the App Store, we need to do it through Xcode. I have a feeling that I'm not going to be able to publish this version of the app, because when I published the first one that I did, they rejected the first release because it didn't have a link to a privacy policy from within the app, and then they rejected a second release because it didn't have a process to delete an account. So I can do those two things, but I'd rather do them later. Let's go to the publishing aspect of it right away, because once you get it down, then it will be the exact same thing once they tell you like, okay, well, we're going to reject it for this purpose, but fix that and then publish it again. And the process is going to be the exact same one. So let's go with publishing it to the App Store. So first of all, when you're going to do that, you want to do Flutter build iOS, and then that's going to generate all the files necessary to build a release for the iOS, like all of this stuff, for example, automatically signing iOS device, blah 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 blah. There are definitely more in-depth videos on YouTube that you can find for doing this thing, because you first of all gonna need to sign in, you're gonna need to create like a team. So once you have your developer account, then go back here and then follow the steps, I guess, right? So let me see, while that's generating, if we can go to my developer account. Yeah, so apparently the website is appstoreconnect.apple.com, and from there you'll be able to do stuff, right? So I have my apps in here. I only have one app that is ready for sale, and it's this built that's still running. So let's see if we can create a new app. Create a new app. Is it new app or new app bundle? I'm not sure. Platforms, iOS. The name's gonna be Snoozed. Primary language Englati. Bundle ID. We need to register a new bundle ID. Okay, so apparently we need to register a new bundle ID. So when you go on this page, click on that link and then register a new bundle ID. So the new bundle is the bundle ID, sorry, is the package name. So com.snoozed, and yeah, team ID, that's my team ID. YAA. So I don't think we need any special permissions. Invalid description, what are you talking about? Oh, that's the description. So the bundle ID goes here, and the description, tasks, to-do list, I don't know, just gonna continue. And yeah, registered, so we have that registered. Let's go back to this right here, refresh, add a new app, and then snoozed, primary language English, bundle here, skippable task, snooze. SKU, we don't need to do that. Limited access, I don't even know. com.snooze, whatever that is. And yeah, what do you mean full access? Who cares? And then the iOS. Okay, I think that should work. Let's create that. It's already been registered. There's already an app called Snoozed. Let's see. So we changed the name because apparently it's taken. Let's try that. Is there a to-do list app called Snoozed? Come on, bro. Okay. So now that we have created the app within the App Store Connect, let's try to push it up to this. We need to, from Xcode, then push it to App Store Connect, basically. So it has built finally. Now let's go ahead and open it on Xcode. So iOS folder, right click, open in Xcode. So that's still gonna take a minute. It's gonna be like indexing or whatever. No? Yeah, there it is. Indexing stuff. So while we are indexing, whatever. So in general, you're gonna do app information, stuff like that. You're gonna have to do content ratings, H ratings. Gonna have to fill out price and availability. Price, it's gonna be free. Let's just save that. Okay. Yeah, so then category, all of that stuff. What should I do? Productivity. Secondary. Is there a to-do list category? No. I don't know. Let's do lifestyle. It's a lifestyle to have a to-do list, right? I don't know. So what else? Test flight. So if you don't know about test flight, basically it's some sort of test environment where while your app is being approved by the App Store people, you can have the app on your phone via test flight. So first of all, you need to submit the build from Xcode, and then you'll be able to have it on test flight. So let's click on runner, which is our app, and iPad, I don't think it's supposed to go for iPad. But why not? You want to have it on iPad? Have it on iPad. It's probably going to be all left up because I haven't checked. I haven't tested it out on iPad. So I'm just going to, I think device orientation, I just built it for portraits. So I'm going to deselect these. And so for now, that looks all right. So now that we have made those changes, let's see. Is it here in product? Let's make sure that destination should be any iOS with ARM, whatever. And then scheme, runner. So once we've done that, let's do archive. Then that's gonna take its sweet time. So I'll be back when this is done. Okay, so now that the archiving is completed, now here we have these options that I have no idea what to do with them. I'm just gonna click distribute app. So let's click distribute. We're going to choose App Store Connect, and let's click next. Let's do upload. Error, find the App Store Connect credentials. What? The first time that I tried to upload the app directly to the App Store, I run into this problem where it just gave me this error, And I remember actually coming into this and getting this suggestion of using transporter. And I did distribute the first time with transporter. And then after I did distribute the app with transporter, then it kind of like got fixed from there on. So we might need to use transporter to distribute this app. And then from there on, the updates that we update from there on, they will work, I guess. So what do we do? Transporter app. Gonna need to open this transporter app on the App Store again. Nope. Thank you. See, I've downloaded it before. So let's follow this quick guide. We have that they're saying that you use transporter. Then from Xcode organizer, instead of upload, do export. So let's go back to Xcode and let's close this. Distribute app, App Store Connect, and then export. And let's choose some path. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Okay, so Jesus, do you need to show my full name? Okay, let's see. So I always check these to see if there's anything wrong, but the truth is that I have no idea what they say. So I'm just posing as if I know anything that's going on here. So let's click export and select the path. My downloads folder about the desktop. Runner 2022-1010. Okay. Let's do that. Is it on my desktop? Yep. Okay. So IPA right here. All right. So let's go to transporter. Open transporter. Okay. So can we click the plus sign and I guess go to the desktop and then runner and then choose the IPA. Open. Okay. So let's do why it doesn't have the icon. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Let's click deliver. So this is ready, apparently delivered on now, basically. And let's see, it should be here on App Store Connect. App Store Connect is actually quite a slow website for some reason. I don't know why that isn't that better optimized, but we'll see. Oh, well, no, hold on, because this is what we created manually. So let's go to test flight, see if the build shows up there. I think it is. I think it is. It is, people showing up here. Hold on. Come on. So I feel like we're going to have to wait until they send us an email. I can go check my email, but I have a bunch of private stuff there. So they will definitely send you an email like your app is on review. Is it still here anyways? Okay. Now that a few minutes have passed, now we actually have the build processing in there. I don't know if it shows up here too. If we go down to build, now it doesn't until it is working fine on test code, test flight, then it actually works. So we have this processing right here. Again, you're gonna continuously receive emails like this, like fix this, fix that, and after a while you're gonna get everything in enough working order for them to accept the app on the App Store for you. We got another email. Let's see what this one is about. So it says the following build has completed processing. You can now use this build for test flight testing or submit it to the App Store. All right. So apparently we can now submit it for test flight, missing compliance. Okay, so you can actually have this app on your iPhone now. Now that you have it on test flight, you can, let's select a group. We don't have the group available here because we haven't selected any users for that group. So let's select a tester or a user. So I added myself there. So let's go back to test flight. And now we have selected a group called testers. And I should have received an email, test flight here. This test app must have test flight installed on your device. So basically you need to download test flight from the App Store. And then with this invite link, you will be able to download the snooze tab on your iPhone. Let me give it a try and see if we can install it directly on my iPhone now that we have it in there. Viewing test flight. Let's see if we can copy that link and share it. Or drop it to my phone. That would be very helpful. Okay, it did come on my phone. Let me share it on the screen. I hope that we can. I'm not sure if this is recording. Well, if it's not, then yeah, that would be a shame. Okay, so when I press the test flight link that I sent myself, that's the one that I received on my email, then I already have the test flight app downloaded on my phone, of course, and it automatically took me to this thing. It's like an invitation for me to download the app on test flight. So I'm gonna click accept, and then I'm gonna tap on install, and hopefully that should install the app on my phone. Let's see if it opens. I think it did. Oh, yo, this is beautiful. So this is how TestFlight looks like, right? And this is the app apparently. Okay. What was that email that we used? Was it my email? And password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Done. Let's see. Login. Hallelujah. It worked. I'm on my phone right now. Oy. Let's mark this. Arrange scans. Let's skip. Let's mark it done. Oy. This is absolutely beautiful. So I don't have it connected. I'm literally just mirroring the screen. So this is absolutely beautiful. We got the app installed on our phones directly from TestFlight. I'm going to stop the mirroring now and see if we can go and do some work on App Store Connect now, because we got it installed on the iPhone. That was beautiful. Another piece of great news is that we also got it approved on the Play Store. I didn't have to do anything extra. Like the version that I submitted while recording, that same version got accepted. So as you can see, it is active. And if we click here, if you go to the Play console and then you go into inside the app and then on dashboard, then you click here, view on Google Play, and the app is already active. As you can see, it's got the same screenshots that I added, and you can now already download it on your phone. And I'm sure you will at least try it when you're watching this video. So yeah, we got the Google Play covered. Now the one that we need to cover is doing the App Store. I'm gonna fill up some of these things and then I'm just gonna submit it for review, and I'll finish the video there because it's gonna take a few days for them to reply back, and then things to add. They have their conditions, as I mentioned earlier. They ask you to include several things that are just basic for the App Store. They're very picky with the apps that they allow, as opposed to the Google Play, which is the rules are a little bit more loose, right? So basically, let's go back to the apps thing. So I have the snoozed to-do list here. Basically, we're going to try to add it for review. We need to definitely fill up all this information. Let's add some screenshots. Hopefully this work and I don't have to resize them. You can't just drag and drop them. Okay, drag up to 3. Let's see. 1. Ah, come on. Boy. Well, apparently the display of the simulator is none of these. So I'll have to actually make the screenshots the size of this, which is a little annoying. So I need to just take these dimensions, make a document on Photoshop with these dimensions, and then adjust these images to those dimensions and then upload them to the App Store. That's why I say it's tedious. Like, these things are not really key to, I don't know. So just adjust those images, add a promotional text just like you did on here, just like we did here on Google Play, for example, like this, and promotional text, just add that here. What is something going on? Maybe add that in description. But anyways, yeah, to-do list, stuff like that. So this, you save that, same support URL, marketing URL if you have one, copyright if you have one. Now this. So here is the important part. Build is the one that you uploaded through Transporter, and the same one that we show on TestFlight. So you can click here, select build before you blah blah blah, and then because this has finished processing, so we can select it now, click done, and now you have this app selected basically, or this version of the app selected. And fill up as much as you can and is required. If you don't, then they're gonna come back to you being like, hey, you missed these things. Yeah, so make sure that you fill up all the information and then just add for review. And yeah, for example, as you can see, all of these things: contact information, copyright information, screenshots, content ratings, privacy URL. You must select the age rating. All of the things that they're asking for. It's just the tedious things that you need to go through, filling up forms, adding privacy policy, all of that stuff. But like code wise, basically we got it covered. Just after you fill all of that, add it for review, and they're gonna check out your app, actually log in. I feel like this is a success. I am very happy with the process. It's gonna be a lot of footage for me to edit, but hopefully it is as enjoyable as it was recording. And I hope that you actually learned something from all of this, because I've spent the last half year learning about all this stuff, and it gives me pleasure to be able to pass it forward to someone else, and that you can say, oh, I learned this from that guy, from the no intro guy. So that gives me pleasure, because I feel like I'm being useful. So, and I hope that this was very useful. I'm just gonna do my normal intro because it's just in my head, otherwise I can't do it. So I hope you found this video helpful, and if you did, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Have a wonderful rest of the day, my friends, and stay safe out there.